Going. How's it going? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Let's get a confirmation from GDP across the world in Japan, from where I'm at on the East Coast of the U.S. in Pennsylvania, from the mountains of Pennsylvania. How is the audio? Can you hear me? All good, all good. Okay. We're going to start with a new song today. Brand new track. It's called We Don't Got Nines. It's funky. It's the same drum setup as from the last mix, which saves us a little bit of time because I don't need to diagnose what all these titles are, since I wasn't the engineer who recorded these drums. And last time we had to play a little bit of a puzzle game as far as what are these things called? Like, what is O? And then H. And we found out O is overhead, left, and H is the second part of overhead, which is on the right. I mean, we had to do a little bit of problem solving to get there, but we cracked the code on the last one. So let us take a dive into this real quick. The way I usually like to start, I'm going to basically play the track while I let auto align do its work. The only thing we've done so far, absolutely only thing, is color coded everything and set up the routing so that we basically have, right now our verbs are actually all set. They're all bypassed, but these are the lead vocals. They're going to the verbs. So like everything's in position to rock and roll. And the way I like to do vocals, we have scenes underneath them. When I call scenes, like a reverbed vocal is one scene, and then maybe a short delay vocal is another scene, and maybe a vocal with a quarter note delay or a tape thing is a third scene. So I like to have these tracks built up where I can essentially keep one verb and then take out the other one, and so switch back and forth, things like that. So I basically have them set up out the gate, but I have everything off because to dial in balances with a bunch of reverb on is a little crazy if you ask me. So my first thought is, let's run it. Let's put auto align on all the drums, which in this case, it's the only multi-mic source. Bass, one track. Guitars, one track of guitar rhythm, one track of guitar lead. Might as well name these. So this one is rhythm git, and then this one is lead git. And that's it. A bunch of vocals, one lead guitar, one rhythm, one bass track. That's it. This was as basic a recording as we could get. Now the drums is where we went pretty, loose on, and very thorough recording of drums. And they happen to sound really good. On the last track we did, it was called My Kind, and the drums, just the room this is recorded in, just to give you a little perspective, the ceilings are 16 or between 16 and 20 feet, really high ceilings. But the room itself was approximately, 18 by 18 or 15 by 18, something like that. And just so the ceilings were so tall because it was a converted like 3-car garage kind of thing that was basically a great drum room. There is some diffusion in the room, but a little bit of absorption, very little, and a lot of diffusion. And the place is lively. Like, it is the definition of a good live room as far as I'm concerned. And people, high ceilings is a tough thing to come by when they're talking real high, 16 plus. And they make a big difference to drum sounds because the cymbals have somewhere to go. That's one of the main reasons I like high ceilings when recording drums. It all depends on what you're going for, too. Like, I'm a huge Wolfpack fan. And if I were to, try to get that tight Wolfpack drum sound in a room like this, it wouldn't work. You could do it if you goboed up and kind of made it as tight as you can possibly get the drums. Like, you basically have to create your own little tight room within it. At that point, you're probably better off just putting them in, squeezing them into some booth somewhere. But, that room's not built for tight sounds, really. So you get really big, nice drum sounds out of it. And something that's critically important is don't ever try to make drums something they're not. like if I tried to get that Wolfpack kind of soul, really tight, in your face drum sound out of this, it wouldn't sound good because that's not what these are. You know, the natural sound on these drums is big and wide. And, you know, when I play it for you, you'll hear what I'm talking about. But like if I were to just, let me just solo some drums for you real quick. And you can kind of hear what we're getting at. You know, this is the kind of drum sound we're talking about here. They're very big. And what we got is a kick mic. There's no kick out. There's a kick mic, which is the kick mic itself wasn't inside the drum though. So I think because of that, we didn't need a kick out because, I mean, the only kick mic is not a beater focused mic as much as it's a little further out. And snare mic up, you know, the top mic, snare mic down, which is the bottom. Then you got rack floor, you got a hi-hat mic, you got a ride mic, you got overhead, which is what we had to diagnose last time. What is O and H? It's overhead, so left, right. And then room, RO and OM, room left, room right. So we're translating OM to room right, even though there's an R in this RO, that's actually room left. And then U47 is kind of like a center room mic. And, you know, what we did last time is we crushed it. And I liked the drum sounds last time. So the benefit when you're working on a bunch of stuff that was recorded in the same place, like if you ever get the luxury to work on an album that somebody did where everything was done kind of in a similar place, you dial in on the first track. And sometimes what will happen is you'll mix 2, 3, 4, 5 songs, and then you'll go back to the first one because by the second one, you will have dialed it in if you didn't get it right on the very first time. You'll kind of figure out what works. And I'm not saying make every song sound the same, but at the same time, you kind of will figure out what works very well for those particular mics that you had set up. Because the likelihood that people change the mics between the tracks today is even lower than ever. Like back in the day, you know, you would think about it a little different. You might go one song at a time and you might really try to dial in specific sounds for a song. You maybe one song tighter, one song bigger. But today, less and less people are doing that. I mean, back in the day, like Brendan O'Brien used to set up 2 drum kits to be able to have his kind of more, you know, like a big room, drum room sound, and then another one, an alternate. And sometimes that was a very bright sound. And that's where you get stuff like Give It Away, where the snare is extremely big. And, you know, that was set up in a solarium, this glass room within that, you know, within essentially the place that Rick bought later. I don't think he owned it at the time. They were just they found a place to work that was far enough away from other places and everything. And that's why it worked. And then later, I think that's what Rick wound up buying to live in and also record in, obviously. But they had basically most of the drums set up in the living room most of the time, and then they set up that alternate kit to get some other songs, so every drum sound wasn't the same throughout the album. There was a little bit more change there. So I'm going to run through with the auto align on, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to just kind of dial in some panning stuff, and then I'm going to flip over to the chat, and if there's anybody that's got questions, comments, anything, feel free, throw it in there. I appreciate you guys hanging out, watching. You know, I just love doing this. Like, it's fun for me to sit down and mix a song and talk to you guys in the process. So, you know, I'm glad anybody who's here, thanks for joining, hanging out. You're welcome to ask questions about anything. Literally, don't think that any question you ask is going to be like, you know, I'm not going to rag on it in any way, shape, or form, because we were all at a place sometime where we had to ask questions. And sometimes the stuff that you think is, you know, like a dumb question or other people would know the answer. Like sometimes that's actually the gold, the stuff that like maybe people never explain correctly, or you just need somebody to kind of focus in on one part of it to help you out, whatever it is. You know, if you just want to chill and, you know, watch stuff, that's cool too. because on this one, I'm using different plugins. Like I've gone through on the first song, all the SSL plugins didn't work. If you didn't catch that, they needed an update. All of a sudden, it demanded an update. So I just abandoned them all, and I used 1081s as my main EQ. And on the second song I used API, the Vision channel strip, as my main EQ. And when I say main EQ, I mean on the majority of the channels. Pretty much everything I throw on, either a 1081 the first time for the first song, the second song, Vision. And on this one, I'm going to go with the SSL because they should be up and running and everything should be good. And maybe I like to do 2 EQs. So potentially I'll use 2 different SSL channel strips. I'll do probably the G and the B because those are my 2 favorite without a doubt. The B has a little more color. The G has a lot more flexibility. So G and B probably is what we're going to use on everything today. And we'll get that one in the books because I don't like to repeat the same bunch of plugins on every track because everybody has different stuff. Some people like using SSL stuff. Some people hate it. So I would never mix every song with the same stuff. Part of the fun for me is actually trying new things. And our mix bus this time, we'll use something else. Last time I used on the song My Kind right before this, I used Unfair Child. The track before that, I used the API 2500 as the mix bus compressor. And on this track, I'm tossing around a couple ideas. So, as far as the mix bus compressor, I'm really tossing around a couple of ideas. I'll tell you which one might pop up. It's either the SSL bus comp, just to be able to, for this one, I'll keep everything SSL. And I haven't used SSL bus comp yet on a stream. This is our 3rd live stream ever. So let's see what pops off right now. Here we go. Without further ado, I'm going to run through the track from the top-ish. Let's go top-ish. Where is it? It's top enough for now. Let's see. Yeah. And only thing we're aligning is the drums because everything else is not multi-mic'd. So that's where we get to this only drum alignment type of deal. That should be good. Okay. So let's hit it. And I'm just going to adjust some stuff while we're listening through to it. And I'm also going to peek over at the chat also and get in there. Make sure we got some good interaction going on here.
Jack Daniels. Gotta love them handles. We all get crazy. It's better than lazy. We smoke mad pot, no crock, but no crack rock. We just can't stop cause we don't get on it. Put your tit on it. Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Get a grip on it. Get up, get up. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it.
What's going on, Fernando Ferraro? So when I start out the mix, I don't put anything on the mix bus until I've got the sound fairly dialed. See, everyone has different terminology for when they say like they put it on right away. I put a mix bus compressor on once I've got the mix sounding half decent. And lately, I've been putting it on later and later and later. Like about a year or so ago, I used to turn it on like first thing. But what I found was I had a tendency to be fighting against it. The longer, you know, I'd be like mixing for then an hour or two with the mix bus compressor on and constantly be having to jump over to it and change the way I had the threshold set, the way I had, changed the attack, change the release. And I realized that like this is complicating my workflow too much. So as soon as I took it off, I would get much happier with the mix, minus compression, no limiting, no compression, no nothing. Get pretty satisfied, then turn it on. And at that point, you're way more likely to be able to dial in something that will actually last for the rest of the mix. And if you do have to change anything, it's minor, almost nothing tweaks compared to the opposite way, which I just found myself constantly having to go and play tag, where I'd be constantly going back to the mix bus to adjust it. So, in my opinion, what I used to think was, got to throw that stuff on immediately, got to mix into it immediately, it's going to affect the sound. I don't feel that way anymore. I feel like the less I can do to the sound, the better. And that starts with getting the mix to be pretty decent before I ever put a compressor on it. That's why the last mix I did, I think I waited hours to put that mix bus compressor on. And, the same thing with the one before it. So that's kind of my style. Like, to me, that's still early in the mix because until I've done automation, the mix isn't there. Until I've put on like the effects and some flavor stuff I might want to add to the vocals, the mix isn't there. And in my opinion, that takes up almost as long for me as doing the rest, which is like just getting the balance into position is almost, a few hours, let's say, and then the other part's a few hours. So I consider that still relatively early in the mix, but I still got to get dialed. Until I'm dialed, it's a waste of time to throw it on there for me. And everybody works different. So if you work differently, don't think that that's wrong. It's just never worked out as well for me to throw a mix bus compressor on early. It just never worked as well. I thought it did work as well until I would like try. That's the thing. If you never try the other way, I think you're always sort of hoping that your first guess was the right way to work. But for me, it's like at this point, I've tried so many different things that now the law of averages is telling me keep it off until you're relatively dialed, get your mix working, then throw on a compressor, because that's the best way to judge which one's the best compressor also. Sometimes the API 2500 is perfect, and other times it's not. Like it really doesn't work, in which case maybe something more grabby and snappy, like the SSL might be better, or something slower, something you can really kind of slow down the release of a bit, a lot more, like, an Unfair Child or something like that. I mean, every compressor has a flavor a little bit. So depending on which one you pick early in the mix, you'll either have an impossible time mixing the song or not, is what I found. So it's like, why make that decision before we even know how this thing's going? I appreciate you saying that. Flight of the Dead, thanks for chiming in. I love this idea for a series. I've never seen someone raw dog a mix session on live before, so I appreciate you being this open. Yeah, I'm not special. I just love mixing. I think when you love doing something, you put yourself on the line when others, who might also love it, might not have, I don't know. I agree with you. Just as a point of information, I looked up like mixing a song from scratch to see if people were doing this prior to me ever doing one. And, closest I got was like some of the Billy Hume stuff where he like records a song from scratch and stuff, which I love. I thought that stuff was cool. And I was like, there's not a lot of people on here just mixing literally start to finish and being like a hotline to answer questions. Because that's what I was thinking was like, you know, have you seen that short where a guy is playing Zelda? He's playing Legend of Zelda on regular Nintendo, the old school Legend of Zelda, which I've played a gabillion times because I have older brothers and I was the younger one and I didn't know nothing about it. I'm a little kid and I'm like, how do you get the sword? Which bush do you burn? Like there was this map. My brother had marked out the stuff on the map, which grave do you push for the ghost to the whatever. There's this hotline you could call back then where someone would pick up a human being who worked for Nintendo and would help you with the game. And I feel like it's kind of a missing thing. It's like I'm this 24-hour, because I work weird hours. I'm in the middle of the night available for people who might be like banging their head against the wall with a question about a mix or not understanding something that they are curious about. Just battling, is it this way or this way in their head with two ideas, and I'm happy to answer your questions. So I don't know. I find it like if I was learning, I would think this is amazing. So that's the way I look at it is like if I was coming up learning how to do stuff, or honestly, all I do nowadays too is listen and watch what other people do so that I can get ideas. So no matter what stage you are, no matter if you are a great mixer or wherever, I feel like it's such a cool idea to just everyone should share their process because nothing I'm sharing is proprietary. Like the reason I do the things I do is because what my head tells me. My ears direct me in a direction to do something. And I could share all the processes in the world with you. Some are going to work with your style and the way you hear and the way you like, and some aren't, no matter what. So there's no point to hold anything back, really, because this is truly one of these things where you get better the more you do. And everyone here is different, and it's like I'm painting a picture, and every artist is going to paint that picture completely different. So I just find it interesting. I wish more people did it, for free, not behind a paywall. I wish more people just jumped on and were willing to mix a song from start to finish, and show people what the deal is without doing car checks, without doing without waiting 2 or 3 days to call it finished. Like for me, the goal is to get finished also. And I've, 7.5-hour stream, the first one, 8-hour stream, the second one. It takes that long to mix a song because also I'm putting all the love I can possibly put into it, not trying to rush it, not trying to like do it the quick way. Are there easier ways to do things? Probably, sometimes, yeah. But also the hand carvedness is actually a benefit to this thing. It makes it better to me. So, I'm a fan of like hand carving a mix, man. Custom cutting it up. It's where the name came from. It's like a custom tailored suit. It's always going to fit better than something off the rack. So as soon as you put on, a track and you just say, oh, this is the easy way to do it, it might be easier and you're losing a little bit of amazingness because you're going the easy shortcut way, And sometimes it makes no difference depending on what we're doing, like why add one plugin on each thing? When you just jump in here and, shift option, you throw them all on. Well, that's a different kind of thing, so I try to save time where it doesn't make any difference to save the time. And then where it does make any audible difference, I try not to save the time and to hand carve. That's just my whole way I go about it because I really care. I want this thing to be not only something that sounds great, but have all the love in it. That's the truth. I need all the love in there, So here we go. Basically, I am getting ready now to put plugins on everything in sight. Everything in sight. So kick, snare, everything that's pink right here. In addition to, luckily, there's not many tracks in the session. So it's super easy to go through and just be like, okay, these are all our tracks. A few more vocals. And in that, thing we just played, I know the vocals are too hot, but that doesn't matter. Like, it's not a mix. It was just for auto align's purpose. All right, so now we got everything blank with nothing on it, essentially, is what I've highlighted, which is all the bass tracks. Bass meaning, the ground level. And everything else has nothing on it. The other stuff's my template, like bass bus and this other stuff. And if you guys have caught those streams, you know that. So some of this stuff I'm going to fly through. Shift, option, click, come over here. What are we going to put on today? 4KG for all you SSL fans out there. All right, 4KG's in the house. Now we're going to put on the 4KB. and I always do this. I did this last time too. I clicked too quickly prior to getting everything. So it unhighlighted everything, which is my own fault. I make mistakes too. To me, that's a mistake. I shouldn't have clicked. As soon as I clicked on that track, I lost my highlights. But luckily, it's easy to bring them all back. So now we're all back, highlighted. We're going to come in here, Shift, Option, 4KB. Okay. Now, sometimes the B works better. Sometimes the G works better. If we're going to talk differences real quick, primarily, I love the static 2, 4, 10. I love the ratio. I love the compressor on the B. It's so good. And, it has this DS mode here, but it's just a great compressor. Like, it's very different than the E, than the G. They're very different. But also, this is darker. Like, this whole plugin, in my opinion, is a darker sound than the G. But who used the G? Brendan O'Brien used the G. Who else used the G? Andy Wallace uses the G. So what do we, it's the G. It's the G for a reason, because it's all G'd up. That's why. So the benefit of the G also, you got that ×3 action, which this is my favorite part. You can get to 21K. Bang. You get to 21K on this green band. You also get other abilities in here where you can kind of double up your shelf and your filter and kind of do a cool jam where, like, for example, you see how low you can get this right here? So you could basically like boost, you could shelf up and then cut below. You could do all sorts of weird stuff with the G that's just like experiment city. And it's just very versatile. And when they make a plugin, none of this stuff sounds exactly like the hardware, but I found a lot of use for both the G and the B. So this should be fun. They're also plugins that, I don't know how to say this, but they're like not as forgiving in a way. There's something about an API and a Neve that everything just sort of is super wide when you're on the cues of these things, where when you boost or when you cut, no matter what you do, you're sort of still in safe territory. Whereas with an SSL, you can get funky real quick in a negative way. You can make things sound too squared off. And if people, like, I heard a guy talking about shapes and SSL compared to Neve and API, and it's kind of an abstract way to define the stuff, but he's like, SSL has very, like, it's like a rectangle. It's like sharp corners. And then, your Neve is super wide, similar to an API. They're both kind of super wide. So you get this, like, oval shape, or you get this, like kind of circular thing happening. Whereas you can really kind of corner up and make everything super kind of defined with the SSL, which is good and bad. Like, not everything works for everybody. I have a tendency to like the SSL, but as soon as I switch to other things, I'm also like just so pleased at how much less tweaking has to go into it. So that's also why I got the controller in front of me, because it allows for quick tweaking. I just hope you guys can follow it, because when I touch the thing over here, you may not see. I just had to move the mic there. You may not see what I'm doing because the mouse isn't there. So if that's the case, shout it in the chat or whatever. And then I'll just go by using the mouse the rest of the time. If it doesn't work with me turning it, but you'll see the knob moving. So I'll try to just spin the knob a bunch, and then you'll see which knob I'm moving before I turn it or something. We'll figure it out. I ain't too worried. So let's start this mix by getting kind of everything in line. Let's see if the chat's popping. Trying to speed up my mix process and not second guess, and I like that emphasis on intuition and trusting. That's everything, man. Trust the decisions. It's a muscle. That's how I look at it. Nobody can just jump into the gym after never working out and do an exercise that's a very specific exercise. Like, what comes to mind is like shoulder presses. It's a weird movement. And you're very likely to like hurt yourself if you don't know how to do that movement properly, and you put too much weight on and you're not good at it. And it's something about what we're doing is You know, you build the muscle of trust and intuition by actually putting yourself on the line. That's the only way to do it. That's the only way to do it, man. And that's another reason I think why working in a traditional environment like a studio where there's people around and there's like maybe an intern or an assistant or, coming and going. It's like, it keeps you honest because they'll know if you just spent the last 4 hours, tweaking the snare drum from a boosted 3K to 3.15 to 3.2. And like, how long are you going to mess with that freaking point? At some point, somebody's going to say something. That's the truth. It's like that video with Busta Rhymes wearing the giant chain and 50 Cent's like, nobody's going to tell him. He ain't got no friends. Nobody's going to tell him the chain's too big. It's kind of the thing when you mix by yourself. It's like nobody's going to tell you that what you're doing, you got to move off that. Like nobody hears what you're messing with. Get out of there. Go on to stuff we can hear. So I don't know. There's a part of it that keeps you honest. That's what I think anyway. Keeps you on the clock, keeps you honest. But yeah, that's Flight of the Dead, man. I could tell I've seen you commenting on stuff before, so I know you're there. You're at that level where you could definitely trust yourself. Keep that up, man. And Fernando Ferraro, it was a proposal. Oh, it was a proposal. Yeah, it was a proposal. I don't know what you mean. You trying to get married? I'm just kidding. I know. What are you talking about? You trying to put something on the mix bus early? It's a proposal? Yeah. Nah. For the reasons what I'm saying? For the reasons. It was a proposal. Okay. Let's crack a lacking over here. Anybody with any questions, throw them in there. I'm going to periodically jump back over there. Let's get the ending kind of set up. This is the only time I'm going to boost the volume until probably like an hour left in the mix. When I think we're about an hour away, I'll boost it again. But until then, on my decibel meter, it reads whisper quiet. That's what it reads. It reads rustling leaves, whisper quiet. Train your ears to mix low. You will thank me later. You will thank me. Everyone in your family will thank me because you won't be like, huh? What? What'd you say? Trust me. It's helpful, You got Yoad, Andy Wallace. I don't know how many guys telling you the same thing. Like guys who are, you should trust their opinion, if not mine. And these guys are all like, mix low. You have to train yourself to mix low. For me, I damaged my ears when I was younger. And as a result, if I don't mix low, ringing creeps up. So I was almost forced into it. But as a result, I kind of trained myself to do it. And now I wouldn't trade it for anything. I love mixing low. So I got to hear the tail of the verb. So I turn it up. It's somewhere over here. There's Click City because it's like people turn their stuff off or they did something or other. But it's somewhere in this zone. So I'm just going to use this as a guide. I'm just going to pull that down. Obviously, we're jamming. I'm gonna bring everything down, everything in sight, just verbs, the whole shabazz. Shabazz. Last time, I think about 7 dB worked where everybody on the stream could still hear stuff, but yet I got headroom back that I needed. Okay. Now, what do we do? 400ths. So we're at 9.9. What do we need? 05. So let's get there. Anything in the 05 zone is okay with me. I'll go 06 because it was what was sitting there when I went to the clicker. We'll call it end. We'll call it 2. So I know marker 2 is the end. Now, where's my start? Start me up. Start me up! It ain't there. Let's find it on the guitar. That's the thing. This is it. So it looks like it's right there. So we're gonna scooch in front of this. Give it a little scooch. I think it's literally here. There's a little bit of a chicka chicka. Okay, so chicka chicka Slim Shady. I'm sick of him. Look at him. No one's actually sick of Slim Shady. But so we know roughly, okay? Roughly. Let's rough up. Roughly, this is where we're at. Click minutes and seconds if you happen to be on some other, tempo or whatever. Whatever you're on, just click pop minutes and seconds. And then when you come over here, where are we at? 4, so 0. We're at 4 seconds, 0.66. We're going to go back 400ths of a second, second decimal place. So 6.2 would be okay. Let's see. Where are we at here? Got to back up. I'm too close for comfort. Somewhere in this zone. So we'll go 617 because that's where the thing lined up. Just happenstance. Start. Okay. Let's get this thing. We could fade in. Sometimes I'll do a little fade in when there's like a chicka chicka or something. Otherwise, sometimes you could have a tendency to it'll be like, you'll hear this excited, it's a terrible way to do it, but you'll hear this excited kind of ramp up of compression once you have mix plus compression and things on, and sometimes it's nicer to have a gradual version of that before the first clicka thing, or in this case, the guitar does a little clicka, this thing. Okay. So that should be suffice. All right. We're good over here. So we've got our start, and I'll deal with the rest of the, verse, second. I'll deal with that later. We don't need to mess with that. Let's see. Routing looks good. I'm just double checking some routing. 5060 print. So just so everyone's aware, I'm sending everything to 5060 print, but that could very easily just say mix bus. There's no 5060 involved. I will tell everyone if I decide to do a hybrid version of these, but my gut tells me the only way that makes sense is if I put on those Facebook glasses, the Meta glasses or whatever, and then, be able to look at the gear and then have you guys see that. Until I can do that, I don't see it being anything that makes any sense, because otherwise it's I'll be twisting knobs and I'll be like, you hear that? What did I twist? Who knows? I don't think that's a good way to roll. So I want to be able to show it to you guys, and I don't want to have to pick up a phone or have a camera pointed over. There's just I can't figure out the physicality of how to get that going. So I'm just going to avoid that. Also, I think it's nice for people to realize that, would things sound better if we had $300,000 worth of gear? Maybe not, honestly, but probably. But who has that? Nobody. So why not sit here and, mix with the tools that most people will have? That's how I look at it. The better I can get mixing in the box, the happier I will be, because ultimately everybody wants to be mobile. Nobody wants to have an anchor to a place if you can help it. And it's just, it's just so much easier. Everything is easier to mix in the box. You can't deny that. I'm not saying it's easier to dial stuff in. I'm just saying it's easier to recall. It's easier to move from studio to studio. Nobody needs to have your stuff. It's just easier in a lot of ways. So, why not do these things and do it in a way that I'm slightly less comfortable too? Because when are we ever 100% comfortable with anything? Never. So I think that's a good thing. Like, don't expect to be 100% comfortable in life. It's just not going to happen. So might as well get used to it.
We don't got 9 lives. We don't got 49ers. We got those 40s. We don't got 45. We don't got time. Stand around wait in line. We got that real good grass and an easy bounce, but we don't fast gas gun. 'Cause we don't get stiff on it. Put your tit on it. Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Get a grip on it. We don't got lines.
All right, let's route the bass into the bass bus. As much as I'm loving the sound, I may not do much, but it's usually my first step because I love low end and I want this thing to bring everything way up. I'm realizing something is not on right now, so I got to turn it on, the clarity. And don't ask me why. Maybe you guys could tell me why. But the clarity sometimes says not connected, and the way to fix it is to unplug the USB and plug the USB back in. It has nothing to do with the power because it stays powered. It has its own dedicated power adapter thing, but it just doesn't connect sometimes. I'm not sure why it does that. But you see how it says not available? I don't know what's up with that. But luckily, that's all it takes. It just takes a little, a little guff. Pop that guff out, put it back in. We're guffing.
We don't got 9 lives.
That's that visual. Let me just check this fade real quick. GDP, how's the sound out there? I don't hear anything after this. Is there some weird static or something going on that's like an OBS thing, or is it working good? I just hear a drum fading out. I don't hear anything after it. But yeah, so I don't know. Hopefully, what you guys are hearing, it's all good. The routing's right. Double check the routing. It's all where it's supposed to be. Everything's going to 5060. Everything in sight is going to the 5060. So routing's all right. But yeah, it's sounding good on my end. Let's take this off. It's so funny why this. I don't know why that defaults to 8 at 2. It's so funny. Here we go. So 75, 76. Got to pop that on. Always use the search. If you know what I do, I am a search guy. I never go through the menu.
We don't got 49ers. We got those 40s. We don't got 45. We don't got time. Stand around wait in line.
I'm going to throw some sub octave on this kick Just a little sub. Give me a little sub. Give me some sub. We're going with the VOG, one of my favorite go-tos for sub. And we'll just dial in a 40 hertz center preset, which basically is the center of all the controls on a unit we can't see anything with without a magnifying glass. So this is just like right in the middle, right in the middle. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I can barely see what this thing says. And I don't think a bigger screen would help. I think those things are written in Braille. I don't know what they're written in, but I can't see it. I'm feeling those guitar solos. The cool thing about this project is there's two different guitarists. So you get, when we both solo, you get two different flavors of guitar. I'm the first solo, and Jay is the second one. So we both, nobody has the same influences, so nobody's going to ever sound the same. When you combine everything that it takes to have a sound, it's like the hands, the guitar, your influences, your tone, so I just love mixing, more than one guitarist. It's, the things I've mixed with one guitarist, they always sort of lack that depth or dimension of a second one, but I love Hendrix, one guitarist. So you could do a lot with one guitar too. But if I'm not mistaken, on Watchtower, that rhythm guitar, the acoustic sounding rhythm guitar that you hear, if I'm not mistaken, that's played by the guy from the Rolling Stones who was hanging around that day in the studio. And not Keith. It's played by Brian Jones? Is that his name? Was that his, what? This is sacrilegious that I can't remember his name right now. The guy they kicked out for being, too drunk all the time and just too spacey. If I'm not mistaken, it's that guy. And he's hanging around, he's in the studio, so they gave him an acoustic and they had him play the rhythm. I could be wrong on that. It could be, I could be wrong. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it's just that story is like popping into my head going, that's who that was. I don't know. I have a weird memory, but it doesn't mean it's always right. I want more snap out of the snare. I've already given the kick a little bit of snap. I haven't done any clipping or any, transient anything because the drums sound pretty good. So how little can I get away with doing? Let's hit it with something on the snare. That good old 1K, something in the 1K to 2K zone. I always think of attack of drums being like, 3K, 4K, 5K, but if you go down below it, it'll bring that area up a little more naturally. So that's where the 1K thing comes in, 1.5, 2K. But that's what I think when I want like to hear the snap on the drum. When I want to hear the guts of a snare, like the low, thud that makes a snare sound big and impactful, 200 hertz is what I think. So, the numbers correlate with just a law of averages of doing it a bunch of times, but, it doesn't always also just apply to rock. Like the Skrillex snare, a lot of 200 hertz, stuff like that. So it has a lot of body. And, sometimes you need that body. And if I want the snap, I'm on, 2K, 1K, 1.5 and up to like 4, let's say. And if I get too much above that, I'm going to be bringing up a lot of hi-hat. So I start to get, I start to like the boost below it so that there's not so much hi-hat coming up with it. And I usually don't boost it on a shelf because then no matter what, you're getting everything above it. So I'm sort of sitting in the green knobs for a lot of that attack stuff as opposed to the shelf. I like her voice, but I do want to do something to it. I need to like filter it so it's not so big, at least because there's so many parts bugging over each other. My brain's immediately going to, we got to fix these vocals to make them sound cooler. Because I either have to cut vocals out. There's only 2 tracks, but because she's like dancing around her own voice, one of them needs to sound like another voice. That's where I come in with Filter City. Now, you could do it with the SSL just by using your high-pass and low-pass filters kind of aggressively, or you could throw on a plugin I use for filtering, like, sometimes Decapitator, Devil Lock, the Butch Vig Vocals plugin, any distortion plugin, essentially, will change the character of this voice a lot, some more aggressive than others. Let's pop over, see if anybody's popping right now. Christoph! Alex Christoph! Notify us. Dude, I hit it. I hit the notification, but I even made a video earlier today saying I could be on here later tonight or tomorrow. But usually it's about that half-hour thing. I gave about a half hour's notice today. I'm getting longer on my notice. Pretty soon it'll be a whole day's notice, all right? I know that's the move, and I know a lot of people prefer that. So I will get to that, definitely. Shigyono TH Music. I hope I'm saying that right. I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you coming through. Yeah, let's keep this thing going. We're going to, anybody, questions, answers, we're going to rock it. We're SSLing all day today. SSL time.
We don't got 49ers. We don't got 45s.
See, when she's perfectly in sync with herself, great. But once she starts doing riffing and stuff, and they're both doing different things, you got to pick a lane. one of these is going to be lead vocal and one of these is going to be backup, and the backup's going to be filtered. So I got to decide what that's going to be. And as I'm listening, I'll do other things and I'll keep this in my mind so that when I can make a decision on that, a lot of times what I'll do is pan one left and one right. And it's probably not going to stay here, but just so that I can determine which I like and which I hate, because now it's clear. One's left, one's right. So if the one on the right's better, I'll know that that's going to be the lead and the other one's going to be backup. So if you leave them down the center, you'll always be like having to solo it. Now I can go do other things, and while I'm doing other things, we'll see which one of those is better. All right, so what I'm going to do now is, you see this? It says lead guitar, pan right. We created this last time. We basically created this other tape echo sound that is going to be panned the opposite direction of the guitar track because there's only two guitars. So what I realized later was actually that this track wasn't even in the last mix. Like it was in for me because I'm in the control room, but it wasn't actually going through the mix bus. You know, we build it as we fly it. One of these days I'll get it right. But so in other words, I was hearing it. It wasn't actually being captured by the mix. And I didn't notice that till I checked the track the next day. I was like, where's the affected guitar? And then I saw it was in the wrong place. So now everything's going to the mix bus. So you'll hear it. But last time I was probably like, you hear that? And you guys probably didn't. But, you know, maybe you did. And I doubt it. I don't think I had it routed. It's possible it was routed right and then got unrouted right too. Anything is possible. But let's just say I have it right now. So I'm gonna mute this other track, and you'll notice it becomes centered because there's a delayed guitar doing, you know, creating the width of that, you know, what would be a typically very dry guitar on the left. And we'll see if it works. It worked on the last track. It might not work on this one. It's just I imported it because we basically have a template since we did a song from this recording session already. So it's still focused left, but something exists on the right, so it's making it appear bigger, as if it's all played in one room and there's some reflections happening, giving us some right side love. So even though the amp's on the left, you know, it probably looks like right to you, but it's my left. So even though the amp's on the left, it's gonna bounce and give you some off the wallness. So that's why when you see a band live, even in a small room, and there's a guy guitarist, let's say you got it doesn't matter, guy, girl, or a freaking anything, you know, dog or whatever. You got a guy guitarist on the right, another guitarist on the left. And why is it that you can hear their amps everywhere, even without miking them up through a PA? It's because of the reflections. So that's basically, we're creating reflections. That's all. You notice the pan is right, so that's helping it too. And I'm also panning here. I'm like, get over there. Because sometimes reverbs have a tendency to not go over there. Do, like, especially when they're stereo. That's actually one of my favorite parts about making a reverb mono or a delay or something mono, because it's so much easier to move it. it actually moves where you tell it to go, as opposed to like always having something in the other speaker. So his volume, it doesn't get as loud when he solos as mine does. You know, I have a pedal to jump my gain up a bit, and he might have had the same thing, but his volume wasn't set so that it's louder. That's the thing. If you're a guitarist, you know when you're playing live, if the pedal you use when you solo doesn't increase the gain by a little, it's going to feel like everything gets lower the second you step on your pedal, which is a big no-no. So, you could tell by the way his guitar looks that he doesn't have that going on, but you could tell by the way mine looks that I do. So, him I got to compensate manually, which we can do. No problem. Let's do it. It's a very tasty solo, though. I like what he did there a lot, because it's just like he's playing a lot of cool vibe in there with those notes he's picking. I like his style in there. It complements mine well, which is more just like freaking, and then his is more like, I don't know how to describe it. All right, let's move to... Her voice doesn't bother me nearly as much now that it's panned. She has an amazing voice, but that weird part with the dancing around doesn't bother me. I'm lowering the volume so I can get some headroom so I can process and compress it the way I would like to. And I'm going to do it with the B. The B works for vocals really well. The way I look at this is vocals B, because the darkness helps. You could always make things brighter, but the goal is to get brightness without harshness. And the 4KB is the move. It's the timing that's bugging me. Now I'm figuring out what it was that I didn't like. It's not the notes, it's the timing. Like this. This is what's bugging me. That's really, like, a few of these will help a lot. I'm just going by eye, lining up by eye with what's above it. The breaths are kind of unnecessary because there's a lot going on. It's not like you'll miss the breaths. Let's hear it. This one especially. This, Now this is going to be a tricky one to do because I can't even move it enough. But it's also just sung totally differently. So yeah, we may have to automate this. So I'm going to get in position to do that. In other words, this is the only part I don't like. Shift Apple D. No, it's Shift Option D, my bad. And then we come in here, we're going to duplicate this track. All right. And then I don't know if we need it on the end. I don't even know if we need it in the beginning. But I'm going to process this differently here and see if it works. And if it does, great. If not, not. But I'm going to put on like something to really separate it. Butch Vig is our friend. Decapitator is also our friend. I could start using that if you guys get sick of me using this one. I just love this plugin. It just does so much. You have all the tweakability in the world, and you're one preset away from a completely different vocal. Now, we don't want them playing at the same time, obviously, so just for argument's sake, I'll take this out. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up. See, it's just easier to take because it takes up less room in the frequency spectrum. Like, that's it. It's easier to take, like, to handle it, because it doesn't matter if the timing's this and that, if it sounds like different people, or if it just doesn't occupy so much space. So I'm squashing it, narrowing it a lot. But let's get this front couple too, but I'll take the timing changes I made here and click grid, get your grid in, get whatever you need to make it comfortable to copy and paste for you. For me, it's basically, I kind of figure out the grid thing as I go. It's easy enough to change the grid. So it might be this whole section we want down here, in which case, just mute this for the moment, all these things. So it's just going to jump down here and get filtered for this part of the song. And I'm gonna pan crazy here too. We're gonna center the pan, and we're gonna push this one to the center. Get there. Get there. There we go. So now we're in the center on the pan. I actually like this. We got one off to the side. Now, if I add like a reverb or a delay or something and push it to the other side, it'll sort of balance itself out, and it won't matter that we don't have a third vocal to kind of fill that space. Other choices, center this one also. But, why not, in the interest of trying something cool, we'll just duplicate this track again. And, an old school trick people used to do is just slide stuff a little late, and then you create a double in a way. But since we've got Effect City, we're going to change the effect up, and we're going to delay it a little. Even like a reverb with some pre-delay, and then hit it like super, probably super wet kind of thing. And, maybe even mess with the formant or something to just change the tonal character of this vocal a little. But her voice is so good, I don't want to mess with it. I just want this to help give me like a stereo image of this filtered vocal. We'll see if it works. We'll see if it works out for him, Cotton. Trilo decap. Jumping over to the chat real quick. 2 a.m. watching till 1 sig done. Nice. Cool. iRevolver 21. I appreciate you watching during the sig break. Gotta do what you gotta do. That's awesome. And it's 5:18 a.m. over here, but we are also, we are aliens. We are aliens. It's earlier on GDP's schedule, which is, that's amazing. But for me, it's well, when I say earlier, I mean it's a more reasonable time for human beings. But for the aliens, like me or anybody else who's doing something crazy at this hour in terms of mixing, working on their art or whatever, it's perfect. We're in the sweet spot right now. 5:19 a.m. Let's hit it with the. We need some vocal like radio or maybe just some drive. Let's see how good this works. Now we got two of them panned the same direction. Let's delay it. Where's our pre-delay? Let's hit it with something. Now, which verb should we use? Should I do it? I was going to use the most, not the verb I've been using, but maybe we'll use Manny. Every once in a while Manny shows up, but either Manny or D-verb. Just go old school with it. Little pre-delay on that. I'm a Plate fan, as you know by Little Plate. Manny has so many controls that I might be going a little loose, but we'll see. Let me see something here, okay? I'm feeling this. It's starting to feel like something. It's starting to feel like that, Robert Plant doing his thing. Clearly it's right speaker a little bit, like it's focused more on the right than on the left, but I don't hate. I'll just lower that a little bit and see if we can kind of balance. And let's move to another thing and see how much this bugs me in a minute. It's what persists in bugging me is usually what requires my attention. If it doesn't persist in bugging me, I'm okay. As you know, I'm looking at this and how hot it is on the meter to determine if I can process or not. If we're up here, we can't. So we need it to be sitting somewhere in the halfway to 3/4 zone. That's like my go-to zone, so I know I have room to process. I typically don't bring down inputs on plugins because I'd rather deal with it here. But if I have to tweak something after I like the sound, that's where I'll go to the input. But other than that, I'm just rocking and rolling with the output. I'll turn down outputs because keep in mind, if you boost 6 dB at 1.5 or you boost 5 dB at 200, all I'm doing is thinking, what's, the average or so? I boosted 2 things, 10 dB, divide by 2, around 5. So I'm lowering to compensate for any volume boost I've increased. I'm not doing math all day like crazy. If I touched a lot of stuff, I'm not adding everything. I'm just looking at it going, I've added about, something that could result in 8 or 9 dB of gain. That might mean I got to bring it down, and then I'll bring it up on the track itself. But I'm not ever really trying to sit in the red. If it does get there, who cares? If we can't hear the sound, it's fine. I'm not really going to be a stickler about it. But as just a general rule, I try to, whatever I boost, then I bring down to be able to make sure I'm coming out of the thing not crazy hot. That way I could always boost more and I'm still not crazy hot. His voice is so low, we're going to have to give it some presence. And that could be effect-wise, since there's stuff on it, I may just start throwing effects on it. But first, let's mess with EQ and kind of tighten him up a little bit. Let's smash this U47. A lot of people might parallel compress drums or this and that. I like to kind of pick a mic and do it there. So in other words, I might, lower this mic a lot, but I'll slam it and then kind of blend it back in the mix because I have a center room that's kind of doing, it's helping the kit, but we could use that to our advantage instead of sending a bunch of the drums to a parallel. and then, distorting it or whatever. I might throw even a decapitator or something on this. We'll see. It's so funny to me how this gets stuck. That's a bug, because this is not panned. Like, I mean, there's no automation, but yet I can't pull it over. Like, why? Why can't I pull it over? That's some weird bug. I just turned a little compression on the snare on, basically just one light flickering, because there was a part of the song where the snare got you could see there's like one or two hits that get a little unruly, and it was it was basically showing me how much dynamic range exists on the snare. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Till then, I thought the snare didn't even need any compression. And then I was just like, all right, I'll take it down a little bit. So light ratio, 2.5 to 1. Quick release, and the threshold was set to just put the light on a bit, a smidgen up. Let's jump over and see what's really good. What's popping over here? Grease. Is that Stelios Leosti? 1108 Stelios Leosti. Hello from Greece. I hope I'm getting that right. Stelios Leosti. One or the other. I think half of the fun of this is just listening to me say these names, I mean, those are... I hope I'm getting close. But yeah, man, that's awesome. Hello from Greece. That's amazing. We got Greece uniting with Japan And I mean, tell me, shout out where you're from. If anybody's from other places and parts of the world out here, just interesting to know what, who comes to the table at a 5:30 a.m. on Eastern Standard Time. I wonder what it's like. Stelios is right. That's what's up. I knew a Stelios. That's why I say that. I feel like that's what's up. That's what's up. Excellent. I love how Alex Christoph. I love how when I watch dudes mix the same loop, it gets stuck in my head all day, and I have no idea who the band or the song is. Well, just so you know, that's the benefit of watching my stuff. At the moment, the last 3 songs, Real Be Easies, Real Be Easies, Real Be Easies. And this one, San Jose, California. Nice. Okay, so you got that 3 hour earlier spin on us right there. Yeah, no, this is all Real Be Easies, and it's funky all day up in here. Funky all day. And this was an iteration of the band in which I had a lead guitarist in addition to myself, so we had the dual guitar thing going on. Paulie T from B on bass, as per usual. And we also have the addition of the amazing D from Maryland doing these female vocals and holding it down. And, Jay, the second guitarist, is also singing backups. He's doing these right here. So we've got, this iteration of the band. Oh, and I can't forget my man and close confidant friend, the man, Doug Parsons, who, I've talked about him on the channel many times. He's holding down Texas at the moment. The dude lived in Brooklyn for a while, and me and him have had our share of crazy experiences recording stuff. There was a period of time where when Doug was in the band, I used to literally, kidnap him. I used to hostage this dude up and bring him to the studio in Brooklyn and play him 15 songs he'd never heard before and be like, one at a time, man. Here we go. And he would record drums. And we joke about it to this day, but I was always after that athlete kind of thing where, an athlete just feels the ball when it comes to him. He doesn't think about, I need to see that ball ahead of time to predict what I'm going to do when it comes to me. He's just, the ball's coming. He does what he's going to do. I always felt like drums can be kind of done in that way. And a lot of these songs, he was well rehearsed and well practiced on, when we went in to record them in this way. But a lot of the stuff with the 4 mics up, I was really just going for, I'll play it for you once if you want. I'll play it for you twice. We'll get the sounds because I need some time to dial in some kick, snare, overheads, and then we'll just run it. And he was always a fan of that. We laugh about it to this day. At the time, I don't know if he was a fan, but at the same time, he loved it. The dude loved it. And he's still a really close friend of mine. And he did some amazing work. Some of his amazing fills like that. If you on the channel, you heard that song, The Score. That's the drummer playing amazingly to a song he'd heard once before or something. So his instincts are really good. And in this case, there's all these mics on the drums. We went to a studio to record this stuff, and it was all done we recorded a lot of songs in one day. That was my thing, was how many can we do in one day? And we threw a lot of songs in one day because I wanted to get these drum sounds. I was kind of getting sick of the 4 mics on the drum thing. And in hindsight, I love the way 4 mics on the drum sound, and I love mixing a song with 4 mics on the drums. I love that. I don't know about you guys, but I love that. What amp head and pedals? What amp and pedals if there's time? Okay, so we basically, we went to this studio, and we were a Manhattan, Brooklyn band. So a lot of our stuff, I did not bring amps to this particular studio because they had plenty of amps. And I'm an Orange fan, so if I'm not mistaken, there was an Orange head in the control room, or I brought my Tiny Terror. But I'm generally, if I see an Orange head around or Orange amplifier of any kind, that's my first choice. I'm a huge Vox fan as well, like AC30, AC15, and Marshall. So Those three, it's like the meat and potatoes. So it's not nothing spectacularly unique there, but I didn't, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't lug an amp with us. Probably just, two guitars, like one in a backup, my pedal board, which was a lot to carry down to the whatever, you know, when you're walking, spending most of the time getting I mean, most of the time, like the car wasn't right outside. So it's like, how are you going to get to it? I probably didn't lug my amp if I had to guess. But at this time, I did have a PV Delta Blues, but I don't think I brought it. But that Delta Blues worked really well, sounded amazing until it didn't. One day it blew up, and the thing, it's now living its life as a speaker cabinet because all the electronics in it don't work. I recommend to everyone, if your amp blows up and it's PCB board or like whatever, like where you can't fix it really, just turn it into a speaker cabinet, because trust me, there'll be a time where you'll get, a separate head, and now your amp that was the perfect size, like a Delta Blues is literally the perfect size to travel with. It sounded great, and the speaker was great. The speaker is not broken. Now you have have a guy who knows what he's doing with the amps. Just rig that thing so you can just rock it as a speaker cabinet and bypass all the electronics in it. I've done that with every amp that's ever gone down for me, and it's a good move. I turned a Marshall that was like just this little Marshall that's a solid state, kind of an amp nobody would care about, $200 amp from Guitar Center kind of thing. I turned that into a speaker cab only because it was super light. So it sounds, it still has that Marshall flavor because of the speaker in it, but it's just light and you could use any head with it. So it's like I've got that and the PV Delta Blues still as my solo just speaker cabinet things. You don't always need to take a 4x10 or something. It's like, take a little, 1 10 or 12-inch speaker. It's like, how much more do you need? Especially when you're micing it up. So the other guitarist, I've said before, but I'm not his tone was never something that I butted into. I was just like, do you, man, whatever you is. He rocked a Les Paul. It was he saved up for a while and had one amazing guitar that was ridiculous. And it was a really good Les Paul. That's the second guitarist. He was running through, he may have been running through something like whatever they had there. This particular studio had a Mesa Boogie head or two. He also, it had a Marshall head or two, and it definitely had a Tiny Terror, and maybe the Dual Terror, whatever. I can't even remember which one I have at the moment. I have the one with the 2 channels, so I think that's Dual Terror, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, whatever they had, that's what we were running through. We'd pick stuff, and I'm a fan of we'll know if it sounds good, and if it doesn't, we'll change it. But nobody who's a particularly gear snobbish type person in this band. And the bass was recorded with no amp at all into a direct, the DMP 1073. The BAE DMP has an amazing DI, and I went into that and then an 1176, and that was recorded at a different time at my place. So the apartment I speak of that I record stuff in, we recorded all the vocals there, and we recorded the bass there. So we got, on these days where we got all these tracks recorded, it was drums and the 2 guitars, because I wanted everybody to play together. So we were playing together the whole time. And that's how we got the main tracks. I did bass later because the bassist wasn't available to come with us. Paulie T from B came in later. And that all that is the DMP into the 1176. And then the vocals are a Bluebird most of the time. And if I'm not mistaken, we threw up an SM7 sometimes as well, because the SM7 just was better in the apartment. Like I mentioned in today's video, once I started to hear the room at all, even though it was it wasn't bad, it was all workable. At points, I was like, we need the SM7 because I'm hearing too much room. So it was just a combination of switching off that. So 1 or 2 of the vocalists may have been, Jay may be on the SM7 or some version of that. Some songs I might have done with that, but the Bluebird was in rotation. And at that time, all I had was an Octava MK219, which is like a $200 Guitar Center mic, I bought early, and I liked the sound of it. That became my overhead mics, for a long time. I used 2 of those as overheads because I got a deal on a second one. So, having the same mic twice is pretty cool. I think we're covering the U.S., Europe, and Asia right now. That's pretty amazing. Midday there, perfect time. I like to hear that. And Los Angeles, iRevolver 21. That's amazing. I didn't know you were over in LA. That's killer. And then San Jose, California from Alex Christoph. That's amazing. Yeah, got to be able to make anything good all the way down to a line 6. I absolutely agree. You know, I don't think we were using, he may have been using some digital modeling thing for his pedals in front of the amp, because I don't recall him having a lot of analog, pedals plugged in. I love that stuff. That's what I use. I have friends that all we could talk about pedals like the entire time we hang out, because, if you're a guy who's a guitarist or even a bassist, and my buddy builds pedals. So it's like, I love an analog pedal as much as anybody. And this other dude, Jay, he may have had a digital modeling something. I don't think Axe Effects was even around back then. I think we tracked this in around 2013 or 12. Probably 13. That's what it says on the file. It says 13. Now, I don't know if I opened it later or not, but something tells me it's probably around 13. So I don't know what they had line 6 wise back then, but he might have had some digital modeling something or other. Yeah, boutique overdrives, any sort of change on a circuit is cool. And I used to love a blues driver until it got stolen from me. I had 4 pedals stolen in this one rip from this dude, who worked in my house, I think. I don't really have any guarantees that it was this one guy, but lost a blues driver, a metal zone, a 69 full tone, the 69 fuzz, and a Boss noise suppressor, and a Shure Beta 58, and so many things. And this JDI, one of those DIs, radial JDIs. I lost all that in one shot after I had some stuff done on my place, and I didn't check to see what was missing or whatever. And I was dumb enough to leave it out. I learned a big lesson that day, which is never leave stuff out that can be thrown into pockets. Bottom line, because pedals aren't that small, but all that stuff, a big sweatshirt or something, a freaking whatever he had with him. I don't know for sure who it was, so I can't name names. I can't point the finger. All I know is it was there, had some stuff done on the house, it was gone. I don't know, but it pisses me off. I'll tell you that. So anyway, I got over that, though. You know how I got over that? The best way to get over stuff like that, I just thought, I was like, you know what? The guy who took it, maybe he gave it to, his brother or his kid or his nephew who never had pedals, never played with anything before. Maybe the dude didn't just scalp it and get money for it. Maybe he actually gave it to somebody who now has pedals. And that's the only way that I can stop thinking about it, because otherwise I just want to freaking start a search party, and and not stop till we find them, because we got to dig in, we got to investigate. But that's what I'm saying. We really don't. I'm sure he gave it to somebody who needed them. That's the only way I can go with that. It puts me at ease. So let's rock and roll here. Now that we've cleared our head for a smidgen of time. Yeah. I bet you a lot of people have a bunch of pedals that I just mentioned too. Those are like the mainstays, because they were my first pedals. Like the first 2 pedals I bought ever was like a blues driver and a metal zone. And I instantly liked the blues driver better. The metal zone eventually came off the board, but it was all the pedals that were not on the board. I used other pedals, had a full board full of stuff. These were the ones sitting on the freaking counter in the section. Never leave them sitting on the counter in the section when you've got people around who are at all. If they tell you they're a musician, hide your stuff. But anyway, I have a pretty good record otherwise. Luckily, in my whole history, it's a pretty good record, knock on wood, of that's the only stuff that I've lost. I can count it. So that's good. I had a buddy who used to keep all his U47s, he had 3, they're 5, 6, 7 grand a pop he paid for him or whatever at the time. He had 3 of them, just all around. I was like, how is it that you have people who come in and out of your place? It's a studio. How is it that these things don't get stolen? And he told me, he's like, it's frowned upon in the musician community and stuff. It's like people don't steal from studios. They just don't do it. I thought that was the craziest answer I've ever heard. I was like, that's interesting. You know, you really, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you sleep at night knowing that that you've got all your stuff. But, you know, I don't know. Anyway, everybody's different. But that's, you know, I don't know. That's all I could say about that. And that's all I have to say about that. All right, now my goal is I got to make this get up, get up, get up just feel better. The feel is off. This don't make me feel good. I feel good. I love the way it sounds in the verse, but we need some drastic changes. So since we already have this built, I might drag stuff down there. Because it's something about the repetition of the get up, get up, get up. It's like, man, chill out with all those get ups. That doesn't quite do it. Maybe one. Maybe we don't need both. Let me see. And if we're going to do it, maybe what we want is this one here. And we want, let's hear this real quick. I definitely want this. Let me just duplicate this track for the purposes of panning it the other way and not having to automate stuff. So it's this one. Because what I really want, let me see something. I like the way this sounds, but I might need the D2. Let me see something. What if I did this? This might be an effect thing. In other words, when this part happens, what's going on with the effects? Well, this is early in our mix, but we're going to turn them on. We got to figure it out. And we just don't know right now. So I'm thinking chorus sound, some sort of pitchy, shifty, thingy, weird something or other. And in order to do that, I'm going to turn on some stuff. So if we just look over here, little plate into a micro shift into an R comp. That's interesting. Or R comp into the 910, the H910 harmonizer into the little plate. Okay, that's interesting. Let's flip R comp to the end so that it actually does the thing we like, which is basically side chain the vocal to duck it and then explode out afterwards. That works the best with it on the end, as opposed to in the beginning. It's just taking down the level into the stuff, which is sometimes helpful if you don't want that effect, but I think that effect might be helpful here. So 107, 108, let's try that first. So let's come over here. 107, 108, we pop it on. We're already sitting here with follow main pan, and we're about in the center. That might be too much. But let's hear what happens. Let's hear what happens. This is another case where we need to center this. So let's center city. See this is where opinion and taste really come into play. Cause some other people might be happy with stuff that I'm not happy with, and vice versa. I might be happy with something that you guys don't like. In this case, this vocal not being centered is bugging me, and it wasn't good to have them both here either. Like, two clean vocals sounded weird to me here. Let's move it around. Let's throw like an auto pan like I would do on a flavor track, either that or Pan Man, one of the two. We'll start with auto pan. It's always my first go-to. Very low on the CPU and super easy plug-in to work with. Every DAW has some version of an auto pan, I'm guessing. All right, now let's turn some other stuff on. Let's turn on this little plate microshift RComp 95. Talk to me, 95. So this is a good example of if we want our compressor to work right, we got to trim automate instead of volume automate, because this is going to make a change into the compression that we set up already. I'm not even sure if I did set it up already, but I'm about to if I didn't. So I'm just about to just get our trim into position where I can actually hear this second verse. The word is handles. Gotta love them handles. And I don't hear the handles. I want more of the S on the handles. I got to deal with that now or I'll never get it. It'll just be gone forever. I'll forget about it. And then later I'll be like, where's the word handles? It's right here. I like what she did with the low vocal there. That's kind of cool. Very soulful. Let's see what we can do. Getting it up to speed. It's interesting. It's almost like she doesn't say the S.
Of them handles.
Well, I can't put an S there if it doesn't exist. I've done stuff like that before, man. I've copied S's from spots and but not in this case. It's too much of a natural thing that works too many places to worry about an S. Did she not do it here either? No, there's an S there. We can use this S to trick everyone in thinking there's an S on the other track. Let's get our S in there. Get your S in gear, man! We drink Jack Daniels. We all get crazy. We all get crazy. We all get crazy. Smoke that pot, no crime, but no crack rock. We just can't stop us. 'Cause we don't. Smoke that pot, no crime, but no crack. That pot, no crime, but no. No crime, but no crack rock. We just can't.
Mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just can't.
It sounds like she's saying guac, but it's crock. But it'll have to do. We smoke mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just can't stop 'cause.
Mad pot, no crack, but no.
She fumbled over that, like, because probably forgot the words, but it's okay.
Smoke mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just can't stop us. Smoke mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock.
Just have to lean on the lead here.
Smoke mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just can't stop us. Smoke mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just can't stop us. Smoke mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just can't. Mad pot, no crack, but crack, but no crack, but no crack rock. We just mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just can't stop us. 'Cause we don't. Yes, on it. Put your tit on it. Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Get a grip on. Mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just can't stop. Mad pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just
Okay, let's assume this is good. Let's assume. You know what happens when you assume? My favorite is from the movie, I think it's called A Long Kiss Goodnight, where Samuel L. Jackson goes, you know what happens when you make an assumption? You make an ass out of you and umption. I love that version of the saying. That's my favorite version of the saying. You make an ass out of you and umption. All right, we got to turn these vocals up. Let's pop over to the chat real quick. Let's see what's popping. Anything from Greece. What do we got going on in Greece over there? GDP Japan. It was me. It wasn't you, dude. It wasn't you, man. Trust me, dude. It wasn't you. I got a couple potential suspects. None of them are GDP. For rock, I'd say Vox and Orange are unbeatable. Yeah, there's something about, you never know how much of it is like nostalgia stuff too. Because like I love the way Stone Temple Pilots guitars sound, and they love the way Zeppelin stuff sounds. So it's like not a coincidence that there's a lot of Vox going on over there. Like when a couple different shows, if you look at STP and the back line, it's like Vox on Vox on Vox. And, the AC30 has a really cool sound. AC15. Those are like the two amps. I almost bought one once and I didn't, and I probably should have. I think everybody has those stories. Walk up to the stage, don't say hello, just immediately ask what pedals are. That happens more often than you think. When I used to, like, every show I've played, there's always someone who wants to know what the pedals are. And I used to know guys who would take the badges off them so that you couldn't tell what they were from the front. A lot of the Crybaby pedals and stuff, it would say Dunlop or, Crybaby Wah on it. I knew guys that would cover those with either, like, gaffer tape or take those off. Which I always thought was crazy because, like, half the fun is... if the pedals is, as somebody watching, it's like, what are they using? And you're always curious. But I think some people are just like that, right? They just want to hide all their stuff so people don't know what it is. But yeah, no, it's I've definitely asked guitarists what they're using before, many times. I can count on several hands and feet. So when I hear her vocal, I want more like body to it. And it could be an EQ thing, but we could go about this another way too. I'm going to add there's certain compressors that are very good at adding body. For example, like Arvox is notoriously good for just pulling a vocal to the front and giving you some more chest. Something like that might be a good call for her vocal. Might be a volume thing too, and it could be an EQ thing. Did I touch the G? I didn't touch the G. Let me see. I touched this a little bit. I gave it a lot of 200 because I was already feeling the same thing I'm feeling now, which is it doesn't have enough body. Let's add some compression to it, and it'll change the game up. you guys don't know the trick, also, if you lower the output trim, you can kind of drive into these plugins a little, where it'll kind of cap the volume, but it does distort, and you might want that, or you might not. I find that distortion when I do that with the SSL plugins is not always favorable. So like I'd rather get it from another plugin like a Devlock than do it in with the output down. Like I'll show you what I mean. So you notice it's not clipping, but it sounds like it is, because that's kind of a beautiful thing about this plugin. But I often don't find as much use for that as you would think. It's just something about the quality of the distortion doesn't sound to me as thick. It doesn't saturate the lows as much as the highs or something. Like it just does something that makes it less preferable to me to a Devlock or something like that. Gonna say I could have sworn I touched these vocals, but I guess I just touched this track. Let's just copy that over. Nothing on the G, right? Nothing on the G. It ain't nothing but a G thing. All right, we're getting somewhere. We need a lot more low end on that thing. Let's see. Where's this floor? Where is this floor, man? Floor up. Floor up, yo. Where you at? Floor. Go to another spot. That's just not sounding as clean as I need it to. So what I want is the gate to take care of the between the hits, you know, and I like the SSL gates because they do sound pretty natural compared to something else. But, you know, our other thought is hit it with a black salt or something to get rid of all this extraneous bleed. I do like bleed sometimes, but in this case, see how low the level gets? That's kind of okay with me when there's no tom playing. It's popping up for a couple other things too, which is you got to just watch out for that. If it, you know, raise the threshold so it doesn't open up for noises that aren't a floor tom. Sometimes you got to just cut them individually. A lot of people do that. They just cut out all the sound. I used to do that. I used to just cut everything in sight out, not use a gate at all, especially when the drummer's hardly playing. Like if there's only a couple floor hits, like why not just do this, right? Is there a floor tom there? Doesn't sound like it. It's like there could be, but I doubt it. It's just that's how loud everything seems to be. You know, but is this a freaking floor tom hit? I doubt it. Call him up. Ask him. Is this a floor tom hit? Let's see. If I boost it, will we hear a cymbal? No, it's just, you heard the cymbal. That's how you know. If you crank it and you hear cymbal, it ain't a floor tom. Okay. Come in here, get rid of some nonsense. Because there doesn't seem to be any floor tom, like, you know, beat parts. It's just a couple fills. So we could literally do this with no gate. That's option B. Like that. You gotta really, like, this is a flavor thing. There's other things to do too. We probably don't need to do it, but I'll show you the Tom Lord Algae trick, where if you have like a tom you want to ring and there's a cymbal crash happening over it, there's a thing we could do with a filter where we take off everything over, pick a number, 200 hertz, 250 hertz, that kind of thing. See how, like, right now that tom might sound better if it rang out, but here's our crash. So what you could do is just extend way beyond, go to right before the crash. So somewhere in here, we take all this part and we just open Audio Suite with an EQ1, the EQ3 band with just one band is all we need though. And then we just take everything off the top. And you could do it, you know, set it where you want, depending on where what cymbals are being crashed. Is it a splash? Is it a big nonsense giant crash? Like, we'll determine whether this is good or not. Right now, you don't hear the cymbal anymore. So you know, I'll turn the input way up just so you can hear. There's a cymbal there, but we don't hear it because we filtered it out. So that's the thought process, is find the number where you still don't hear cymbal. Somewhere in there is probably okay, like 585, 550 for this in this particular case. So we take that, render, and now that I've rendered that, you won't notice that you're losing high end if the volumes are right, basically. So now you'll have a tom that rings, but you don't get your cymbal crash in the way. Super helpful tip. I use it all the time. Like right there, it cuts a little harsh, a little soon. So we just open this up. You know, in this case, because there's a snare here, it's less likely to be necessary, but might as well do it anyway. Let's just hit it with the same thing. Let's just leave it there. And you don't want to do what I did, which was basically when I EQ3'd this thing, I left it up 6 dB. So it's essentially it's accentuating the ring. That could work sometimes if you really want to bring the ring up, but usually I just leave it set at 0 dB. So I'm taking down part, but not boosting the ring by 6 dB. But in this case, it doesn't seem to hurt. Yep, that works for me. You know, and you could fade, you do your crossfade jam, you know, just pull it as tight as you want. You could fade in there. But I'm a big fan of that. That's a huge one. And there's so few floor tom hits. This was that cymbal, I think. Was this a cymbal? Let's see. I think this is. No, that's a floor tom. There's a floor tom. So we come in here. We fade into it. Where's our cymbal crash? It's probably over here somewhere. It's actually right there. So we come in here. We go back to what it was like 5 something, 550. It might be hard to hear that. It's a lot of low end unless you're listening on something that's got a lot of low end love in it. But this kind of thing is helpful. So then I just faded after I did that, faded a little bit. And we only got one other spot in the song where there's a floor tom. See, in a place like this, I wouldn't cut it out because there's no other cymbals, there's no ancillary stuff. So like let this mic rock the whole time or it's going to sound weird, you know, so I'll just leave all this in. Just on this crash. Just about here. Let's just do there and then. So it's just that little spot. Take this back to 0. Okay. So now that we've done that, we should have a track where we don't have to worry about the gates on the floor. The rack has very little stuff going on too, so, you know, I could mess with it. Do the same thing. Leave that thing up so you don't always have to dial it in. And now that you have a guide for where the floor is, at least you'll know where your crashes are. So it's easier to do. Like essentially you just need, you know, we'll go from here to here because you just want all the ring. That's really what it is. The toms have a nice ring once we get rid of that other nonsense, cymbal crash. And little tiny fade. A lot of times I'll batch fade this, so, you know, the Apple F jam, and not worry about it because it's such a minuscule thing. Like, I'll show you what I mean. I won't do any more fades on this except for the batch because it makes it quicker, but it's also just super easy. Come in here, fade that. I'll fade in, but I'm not going to fade out. All right, so there's no floor here, so I have no guide, but it's roughly here. Take that, make sure 0, good, render. All right, I'll do all the fades at the end. I'll do this fade out. Well, what I basically mean is if you highlight everything and then you just Apple F, you can get your batch fade action where it'll fade everything at once. So that's a helpful tip sometimes, but in this case, it's nice to sometimes just listen to it. And this is the way to do it without a plugin like Black Salt or something like that. But they're all this, you know, you could do it a million ways. So let's just take it there, hit it with that, hit it with a fade in here, little guy. Fade out. Let's go, there's only little tiny 3 little spots left in the song, and then we'll go to the chat and we'll see if people are hanging on, even though I'm fading stuff and there ain't a whole lot of action going on, but you know, there's a whole lot of action going, I'm getting down, whole lot of rhythm going round. We want the fun, you gotta have that fun, gone. Just take it to about just before that snare comes in. Go to there, hit it with the render. So we're rolling top end off. That's the magic here. I mean, it's not the craziest thing ever, but when I first realized that Lord Algae was doing that, I was like, no wonder his toms have such nice ring, no matter what's happening next, and mine sound like they're cutting off. Well, it's simple. He's not letting them cut off. He's letting the ring exist and getting rid of the top end. Almost done, guys. Almost done. Okay, this one I did already, I think, but just doesn't look like it, so I'll do it again. I did the front of that, right? Maybe I didn't. Did I do the front of that? Yeah, I did the front of that. Okay. All right. We're doing well. And the last one. Drummers, man. Now you understand why I like a drummer who doesn't hit the toms that much. Because it's easier to do, like, to make the drums sound good in these kind of, like, how many do you want to have to do? I don't like how I faded in and out of this one. I'm just going to give it a little cross. Crossfades are nice. A little crossfade. Bada bing. Okay, good. And that's it. No more toms. All right. So now we could eliminate the need for the gate completely, but if it's adding to the sound at all, I'll just leave it there, but it doesn't really matter now. And I might even add, like, I mean, they sound pretty good. It's probably unnecessary, but let's add a little devil lock or something to it to really kind of accentuate the distortion. I'll add a decapitator. Do. So recapping what we did there so far, we basically, we got dialed. Now, what does it mean to get dialed? We got our balance where, I'm going to revisit the balance, but mentally, like, nothing's bothering me so much. So I'm almost in a position where I could throw on something like a mixed bus compressor or something like that, or go to vocals in terms of the effects to change the scenery on the lead vocal and that backup one. We already did a little bit of the work on D already. So, we're moving through. We're moving through. 70s record has a nice kind of squash to it. Nope. Can you say nope? I can say it. Nope. I think we all can say it together. Nope. And, I don't know if it needs anything like this, but, I was just going to experiment with a little bit of a distortion on the drums. I want more of that ride. Those drums sound like thunder now. The freaking toms are like bumping, which I kind of like, but I just think I can take down some of the lows on them or just cut out more of the middle, dump more mids out, that low mid, and it might sound okay, or just take the decapitator off. So let me start with that. Doesn't sound bad. Let's hear this. Let's just dump it on this because actually, wait, there's a lot happening on both of these. So I would dump it out of this first. Hear all that low mid? Like maybe if I just took down around 40, it might help it a lot. Let's try taking more of the low mid itself. I was thinking if I just took some lows out, maybe we would need to remove some low mid. There's a lot of lows on this channel here. And wouldn't you know it, this is the EQ that I +6'd on, and that's what's killing us. You know, I noticed it afterwards. I was like, oh, I had the +6. So we're gonna go back to this EQ thing. I just dragged it out. EQ, one band. It's like 535, or somewhere in that zone. 555. Take that off. And now it won't be as ridiculous. Let us try this. It's an interesting part. It's like it's a flam on the rack and the floor. It's a very interesting choice of drums. I love when these riffs are played together. It reminds me of Zeppelin a little. That just whatever note he's playing against the low note I'm playing. Just trying to get my head around the best way to do scenes for this. The scene changing of the vocals, the scenery. That's what I'm just wrapping my head around at the moment. This might work, but way lower. Let's see if that can be a good move or not. All right, let's start with the verb. So by turning on 99, 100, I'm actually turning on a Neve 1084, which is doing practically nothing in this case, but it's there just in case, into an Echo Boy. I'm also turning, and that's on the vocal slapper, little 16th note slap. I'm turning on this Eventide H910 with this Hogarth Doubler preset. I'm turning with also has a 1084 in front. It's usually there for me so I could filter some stuff out or, darken up whatever it is. It's really why I use some EQ. This one is super CPU heavy. It just also adds some flavor where you can like saturate by cranking into it. So I felt like it saves me the trouble of adding a distortion thing also plug into all these and then bypassing that. But, any EQ will work in front of it. It's just what happens to be on at the moment. And the dB verb, but 99 specifically, is this little plate with the compressor. So it's like a plate with the ducking happening because that's what this M7 is. That's the key. And it's just literally when you pull this up, the default settings are roughly attack here, release here. And then I just take the ratio down. And usually this has a tendency to be slow enough to kind of work. And, electro is like an 1176 style. Opto is like a 2A style. So you got options with that. What else we got? 99 is also this Galaxy tape, which is my favorite. Kind of set to the dub spring, which is like a springy sounding, short, quick delay kind of deal. And what else that's on a Pan Man is on that, moving it around, and then a tape echo here. So I just got a lot of flavors where I can audition stuff quickly on and off just by sending to 99, 100, which is why I do it this way. I will send the same level to all of them and then just mess with volumes until I get happy. All right, I'm realizing where that is. It's over here because I actually took off a lot of the stuff I turned on except for this part. I just noticed. If you notice, I was deleting the little automation moves I made on these effects, and I just forgot to take those, and that's why when they popped on, that makes me sound like I'm in a toilet. Let me pop in and say some highs over here. Did you just EQ the resonance of the tom? It's Vincent Hagen. What's going on, dude? What do you mean that was perfect? Walk up to the stage, don't say. Oh, so what do you mean that was perfect? Are you talking about on the tom, I guess? Did you just EQ the resonance of the tom? You may be talking about the tom. Yeah, there was a part of this. Basically, what I did was took the Tom Lord Algae trick of where the cymbal crash happens, I get rid of the top end, except on one specific tom hit, one floor tom hit, I boosted about 6 dB so everyone could hear what it sounded like, and then I rendered like that, so it was 6 dB hot. So I just undid that. I took out the top end where the cymbal is, but I didn't boost the resonance part of after the hit 6 dB, and because I felt like it was, at least where I'm at, it was farting, and mainly because of the decapitator and stuff. But if I'm not mistaken, I may have turned this down a little around the 370 hertz zone, which is usually somewhere in there. I'll dump out, or like 600, 700. There's really no always, but I took out some of that because it was a little harsh. But I may put back some stuff now because that was fooling me. In other words, every time I heard that, I was like, why does it sound so crazy? And then I realized it was because I boosted 6 dB accidentally, because I didn't take it off before I rendered that little, low pass filter. Yeah, a little better now. Good call. So I could go back and address that, because that's what happens. Compounding issues happen. Like I did that thing with 6 dB, forgot about it. Then I tried to correct it in other ways because I was like, why is this thing resonating so much? Then by the time I realized that, I had already done a bunch of stuff to compensate for it that has to get undone. So good looks right there, man. Good looks. I'm boosting the lows on this rack so much because I just wanted more. So I got 2 EQs and I'm cramming underneath it so that I don't have to bring up like at the point of where it would be and then kind of make everything around that frequency sound too loud. So I'm sort of getting underneath it and just cranking. I'm starting to like it with this little micro shift on. That's something that I hadn't turned on for the last little bit. I like the little bit of that chorusy bass. I have it just kissing that 1176 at the end, or at least that's the goal, is because there's already a lot of compression. So these multiple stages of compression are just sort of all honing it a little bit, about 6 dB or 3 to 6 on the G, couple dB on the 2A, couple dB only. It's supposed to be only when it exceeds the 2A, more as a limiter on the 76. That's the thought process. And in between, saturation up the wazoo. You know, Sans Amp, Spectre, and it's on the tube settings for the distortion, saturation, and Spectre, and on Sans Amp, cranking the lows and highs, but, you know, moderate on the distortion. You know, between that and the tube settings here, we get some grit, and then the 2A into the 76 on 12 to 1. Sometimes I'll even go 20 to 1 on there because it's really just to catch the peaks and just do a little bit more grabbing, but it shouldn't really be so obvious. See what we could do to this snare and make it crack a little more. Let's see if we get anything negative happens by adding a notoriously dirty something or other. Maybe decap. Little decap or, the devil lock something without bringing up the cymbals too much. Let's see what we could do. So I use the two EQs to be able to not mess with this EQ at all, but yet still get rid of something that bugs me that turns up later. That's the reason, right? So some could say, you just go back to the whatever, but the thing is with analog EQs, you're missing a band or two bands or six bands, whereas on something like a Pro Q3, you could put on, you're going to keep punching that button, keep getting another band. I actually prefer this. I don't want the visual, so I don't have no visuals. I just dial it so I like it. And then as something changes later, if I decide, okay, I need the snare to crack more, I need more punch, well, it's nice to not have to mess with the EQ at all that I've dialed that I like and just get rid of the problem. And a second EQ is great for that. Usually I'll use one for color, one for, brute force. And the B is way more colorful than the G, or the G is much more, whatever you want to call it, surgical or something. You can get brighter and you can this just has more controls, because if you use the ×3 and the divided by function, it's just so much more flexible. So in this case, on this mix, because I'm using two SSL channels, the B is the one to put second for me for the color. But if I did it with like a 1081 as the color one, anything else could be that other surgical one. Even an SSL channel, like I did in the past, or anything, is a good second option. And that's just the way I fell into mixing. And this started to work for me, where I was like, I'll dial in, I get happy, and then I always have something to change. And then I'm always searching through menus. So now there's no reason to search through a menu when you have two from the jump. You don't always have to touch both. Like on the kick, I don't think I touched this at all. Yeah, it's not touched, but if something bugs me, I have it. It's just right there. And it also helps to audition different, you want the sound of the G or the sound of the B. Well, if you have both, it's easy to turn one on, turn one off. Like I was doing on the bass, I was auditioning them both on, and just the G, just the B, and I settled on the G being better. But like that ability to dial in two things, flip them on and off that have a little bit of different color signatures is good. Because as you build the mix, that might change. You might like the color when everything is, you can't barely hear nothing. Then once you hear everything, now which color do you prefer? It's nice to always have those choices to just switch between two back and forth. I like that even better than an A-B button, because that's just all G flavor or all B flavor. It's just two settings choices with the A-B buttons down here. But I use those a lot too. It's just a different thing. This is two color choices instead of two settings choices only. Same color, but different settings. Let me jump in the chat here. Nice. What's going on, Vincent Hagen? Let's talk about what you got here. So it's hard to compensate bleed in between openings in raw drum recordings, especially when my chain is full of stuff. Yeah, bleed is a funny thing. I think a lot of people start out and it's just bleed is on everything you ever do, and you don't even notice it or realize it, or you're the opposite where you take bleed off of everything. I hate the way, things sound when they sound super sterile, which is what happens, I find, when you like over gate. But a gate used properly does sound great. And depending on the sound you're going for, if you want a really defined present kick, then gating works. But I've seen a lot of drum kits that are recorded where the bleed between the mics makes the sound. It's a huge part of it. So by taking that out, now you're imparting a sound signature that's like a super in-your-face sounding kick, when maybe you had a very old school vibe drum set that sounded like Motown era or 60s era. And now by putting the kick super in your face and very tight, it makes it where you just totally change the vibe of the drums. And that's on kick or snare. Like, those close mics have a little bleed and will make the drum sound very natural. Depending on how good the room sounds will determine whether you want that or not. And also how well it was mic'd. Because like on these drums, this was mic'd by a really good engineer with well-placed mics that don't have that negative effect of bleed. And that said, they're still auto-aligned, so there's some phase correction happening to get it to be even better. To basically enhance the low end is really what it does. As soon as you take off the auto-align, it's a lighter drum set in the caboose. The caboose is light, flat. And it's like, okay, it's not a bad sounding drum set, but I get a lot of EQ for free by knocking that auto-align plugin on and just clicking everything into place. Now, all of a sudden, we got all this EQ on the low end for free. I didn't have to do nothing. So there's a lot of benefit to, using something like that to tighten up everything. And if you're not doing that, I strongly recommend it. I don't recommend plugins often, but I've said on the last stream, and I'll say it again, that plugin will save you years off your life if you plan on mixing enough songs. Because how many times do we sit there auditioning phase of stuff, and how much time are you killing, and how much even with in phase, and I've used a ton of them. They're not as good as this that does it for me instantly. The time I save is irreplaceable. So now the way I look at it is, am I ruining the sound of the drums? Because so many times you tighten up your kick, your snare, whatever, now the drums feel worse. So that's why a mixer's really just giving his opinion. I could create a much more, I don't know what you would want to call it, like Andy Wallace style, like Nirvana, Nevermind sounding drum kit, which is one of my favorites, and I use it as reference material all the time. But I don't think these drums want to be that. That's not the intent when it was recorded, because you can't just force things in a certain intents. Like, you can't give it intentions it didn't have, or it never wanted to be born with, essentially. So this thing's born this way, and we'd be doing it a disservice to make it sound less like a nice drum room is a part of this mix. If I was just getting the room out of the rooms and a little bit from the overheads, it wouldn't sound the same as leaving a lot of the bleed intact. Like, I didn't dial in gates on these at all on the kick. There's no gating being dialed up here, and the same with the snare, because I felt like it worked. Now, if I were to add a decapitator or something to the kick and really crush it, and it brings up the cymbals a lot, well, now all of a sudden we're speaking a different language. We have to use the gate to get rid of the negative. But if you look at it like less is more, as a concept, how little can we do to make a mix? That's what I mean by that. And how little means how little processing, so that at the end, it's more of the result of what it was. Then I wouldn't just go in and start gating things all over the place. I really wouldn't. And unless it was harsh, unless things hurt, unless there was a ton of cymbals in the kick mic, why gate it? Unless there's, the hi-hat's just annoying in the snare mic, why gate it? That's kind of my mentality now. But I know guys who make stuff sound the same every mix, and they gate everything all the time because that's just how they hear drums. So it's very much personal taste. Very much. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. So that seems very useful. You're probably referring to the low pass filter, the Tom Lord algae trick. Yeah, I mean that was a very useful trick if that's what you're referring to, because yes, when I heard him say that, I was like, why didn't I think of that? And that's, you know, you got to be talking and around other engineers and watching what they're doing to come up with great stuff like that. But such a good idea to keep the ring and yet, not have the cymbal be annoying. Such a good idea. And it sounds so much better than cutting the drums. I think that's what you're talking about, Vincent Hagen over there. And parallel the decapitator for the snare. So I am not against parallel, but it doesn't fall in line with how little can we do. And simultaneously, decapitator has a mix knob. So on one hand, if you can smash things very hard and just blend them in, and you can kind of do more processing when you go parallel, which goes sort of against where my head is at now. For a long time, I was very much a fan of let's take both snare mics, send them to one place and let's smash it and bring it up. And now all of a sudden, way better. Nowadays, I'm not so sure it is way better because based on my opinions and taste at the moment, when I do very little, I'm happier. The less I do, and that includes parallel. Parallel is also a very good way to get volume if you're looking for that. And guess what? I am not looking for that. Maybe it's my age. Maybe, I don't know, but I don't love parallel as much as I did a couple of years ago. I just don't love it as much. And I'm sort of a fan of just going into this thing from that point of view of like, every bit of saturation we add to this thing has to be super intentional, because if we're not careful, we will get a much blurrier result because we're mixing in the box, because this is a rock song that's got, some distorted guitars and some density to it. So I'm just super intentional with how I use, there's a decapitator on snare top only, and the mix knob is at the moment cranked all the way wet. It could easily come back, but if I was blending this, it might as well go on a parallel track. It might, but I just love the fact that this is quicker, this is easier, and this doesn't give you potentially some negative results that you might get if you did go in parallel. And one of those being, now I can add more stuff. So once I do that, it's like, all right, might as well put an 1176 or a distressor on it. Might as well treat this as a really smush sound to bring up another part of the groove. These are all valid thoughts. I just, think to myself, I like the groove as it is, so I don't want to do that. The groove's doing all the groove needs to do right now, so I'm not thinking like, how do I improve it? Whereas if there's something lacking and I want to put the emphasis on a different part of the beat than the transient or something, great use for parallel. Compress like crazy, or saturate like crazy, compress like crazy, it's going to bring up a different part of the drum. So in other words, the transients might get lower because it's a comparison. So the part after the transient gets louder, it sounds like the transient is lower. So that means your hits on the kick and the snare get tamed. The back end of that comes up, and as a result, it will change the feel. But if it feels good, why are we barking up that tree? That's kind of my whole thought process. If it doesn't and you're searching, that's a good place to search. All right, now let's see if the computer can handle it. If anybody, knows my jam here, a lot of times I save this first slot for what, you may ask? De-essers. I save it for one de-esser in the front. Sometimes I'll put another one behind the stuff, but some of my de-essers, like the Weiss, which is one of my favorites, it's a really complicated de-esser. I mean, I don't mind saying it, but Fab Filter is a lot more straightforward. Even our de-esser or any of the Waves de-esser is way more straightforward. Even Oxford is more straightforward than that Weiss. But I like the Weiss because you have the ability to dial two bands at once. And there's sort of a magic to that where you don't always need a second de-esser. But it was a lot of money for a de-esser plugin, no question about it. But so far, so good. It also takes a lot of computer resources. So just keeping that stuff in mind. I've used that for the last several songs, so maybe I won't use it for this. I don't know, in case nobody has that, and I just keep using it, and people are like, oh, great. Another time he uses the same de-esser. Maybe I'll use a different one. It's just, I love that one because I have the choice of the two. Like, that's the money. But let's see if we could throw Oxford on and it doesn't, mess us all up. Let's see. The Oxford Suppressor Mono. It's another one of my favorite de-essers. It's just, I don't got my double band. I like my double band of the other jam. I really like that. And you could just start where it sets you up without any presets or anything, and just start pulling stuff down. It's so easy to use this de-esser. And I do find sometimes the whistle control and then expand the whistle control gets you in a decent place also. You see how hard I'm hitting this? We got to change that. We got to change it. We got to pull it down. Now, this thing may bug out if I try to add like 7 instances. Let's see, where's my UAD meter panel? 57%. I don't usually like to cross 65-ish because, that could get you in crazy waters real fast. So I don't think I'm going to add however many de-essers that would be for this. I'm just going to go fab filter, which is usually what I do to kind of tame the secondary stuff. Or that's the nice thing about Weiss. It doesn't take up any of your cards or nothing. And I don't think they make... Do they make one? Let's see. Does UAD make... Or do I have... No, see, they don't have... It's because it's made by Sony, I guess, but they don't have the native version of that. When you do the groups, which I usually do, if you just globally lock it, they'll move all of them at once. I just didn't have the group on, so it wasn't going to do it, so I just dragged it. 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other. It gets you to the same place. But if you do the group, Apple G, always remember globals, and then you come over here for your controls, and you make sure to have on whichever slots you always want to move. So for me, like if I put the A slot controls and bypass and everything, this will operate all of them on the A slot for this group. Very helpful. Got to use that. Times 3 is your friend when you want to get way on top, way up to 21K, for example, and then make this as wide as possible. It gets you as close as you can to a shelf. And then on something like overheads, it brightens them way up. I'm a fan of relatively dark drums, I got to tell you right now. So I usually don't do that a ton, but it'll help you kind of bring the part of the overheads that maybe their whole mix is lacking shine, life, air on top. And a lot of that's going to come from cymbals. And if you're missing some of that, put in some top end, and then you'll be more happy. Now, if you did it with a shelf, I have no problem with that. It's just this only goes to 16K, and because of the nature of a shelf, it's not just a square. It's coming up before then, too. So you are boosting significantly earlier than that. Just like on an SSL Fusion, if you set it to 8K boost, is that what I have on here? I'm not using a Fusion right now, but it's sitting on the desk. Yeah, there's an 8K boost. It extends down to like 3K. It ain't just 8K. It's pulling up 3K on up in the nature of the shape of the shelf. So just keep that stuff in mind, that like when you use something like this, it's also going to be lower. So sometimes I'll go to the mag just to get 40K and boost is super high, and try to avoid the harshness in the cymbal. Because like I said, 6K, painful. 7K, painful. So just think about cymbals like 5K to 7 could be really obnoxious. So if you want air and you don't want that, sometimes I get way above it, and then I might, crank this to 2.5 or something and pull down some. Or even though I'm boosting 21K, you could use these in so many weird creative ways. Like you could pull down a little bit of it on the shelf around 5K and still boost more on this band. It's just weirdness you could do with this plugin, because of the times 3, because it's the G, right? But on here is also, that's why I have the double EQ. So I could set that how I want, and then maybe I just need to pull back a little 5, 6K with a tight Q. Boom, do it right here. So, that's the point and purpose of why I do some of this stuff, because I just found over the years that every analog EQ that I want to use when it's a plugin, I need an extra band. You get what I'm saying? I always need I wish this had one more band. No matter what EQ it is how I feel. So even SSL or what, doesn't matter, honestly. It's always I wish it had one more band. So that's kind of what I do. We got to move these things around like we did over here to give more life to one of these. One of these is a low vocal. Let's find it.
Get a grip on it. Get a grip on it. Get a grip on it.
I think it's this one that needs to move, but maybe the distorted one. Lean into the problems. You talk about problems, we got to lean into them. Let's check out over here. Dark Head. Do you ever change the bit rate so that less stress on your CPU? Only going in. Like when I go into the game, right? Like if I have a session that's like 48 plus 56, 70 tracks, like yeah, right? The bigger the track size, like this is what I think about in this order, right? What sample rate and bit rate are we dealing with at the moment? So I think about bit rate and sample rate together. I never take if we're talking about sample rate being, is it 96, 48, 44? Like, where is it, right? If it's recorded at 96, I'll mix it at 96. If it's recorded at 44 or 48 and I'm mixing in the box, I will I will change it up to 96 because the plugins seem to work better at 96. They seem to just offer a little bit better, I don't know what it is, flexibility or of the sound because of the high pass and low pass filters that basically are imposed when you mix at those lower sample rates. Whereas when I was working in the analog world, I would just leave it at 48 if it was 48. If it was 44.1, I'd leave it at 44.1. I felt like the analog gear did something that sort of like made up for whatever the problems are when I work all in the box. When I work all in the box, and I could be totally crazy. I'm not going to throw out the fact that sometimes, people think things that aren't true are true. But for some reason, for me, it feels better to mix a song that was recorded at 48K at 96 if I am mixing all in the box. It's a very big difference in terms of just the way the plugins work. I think they're made to work at a higher sample rate or something. I don't know, but my CPU can handle it, and it seems like that always gets me a better result. It also doesn't seem to crash the system and stuff like that. Whereas, like if I don't want to jinx us. That's why I didn't even want to talk about this, because I feel like I'm about to jinx everything. But as soon as I, run stuff at 48 or 44.1, for some reason, a lot of the plugins tend to do a weird, crash. They do a little Thelma and Louise on you. I don't know what it is. I'm not exactly sure. I haven't figured it out. But, I'm running a Mac. I'm running a relatively updated operating system, Pro Tools Ultimate. And I don't know what the deal is. I can't tell you, but I never go down to 16-bit to have a better CPU. Like, I've never needed to do that. I suppose if my CPU started freaking out, I might start considering things like that, but I've never lowered it from the bit rate that the session is in, and if I get a 16-bit session, I generally just run it at 24 because I'm just so comfortable knowing it's going to work. 9624 works flawlessly on my system. 4824 also works, but like I told you, sometimes I run into weird issues, So I'm not sure there's a benefit to upsampling the bit rate from 16 to 24. I'm not sure about that, but like in terms of technically a benefit, but I can tell you that my system seems to run totally fine when I do that. So I mix in 24-bit, 96K most of the time nowadays when I'm in the box, because that's the other thing is like when I'm not in the box, I didn't do that at all. And now I just feel like it is a big benefit. It might be a benefit for not in the box also. I just know that in my tests when I did in the box, it definitely helps. I don't know why that is, but I think I get a little bit of love from the gear in some way that it sounds great to me either way or something. But I don't know. I hope that helps. But ultimately, I could tell you straight up, I'm not sure if there's a huge difference. But I know some people who like the sound of a crushed bit rate kind of situation, and they want their stuff to be, 8-bit. They want it to be like, less bits. They don't want that 24-bit sound. They want less bits. Like I said, there's no wrong answers here. If that's what you're going for, man, go for it. Nintendo games sound cool to me, man. I like the music on some old school Tetris. So you tell me. There's something really juicy about the sounds on those games with the low bit rates. I don't know how many bits they were, but something cool about it. I'll tell you that right now. So it's Vincent Hagen asked, was this band recorded live? The drums and the guitars were all played live. The vocals that were done were scratch. Then we went back and tracked the vocals at my apartment and the bass at my apartment on a separate day. So all the vocals and the bass were done at a different time, but both guitars and the drums were all recorded at the same time. You know, the guitars were the amp was in a vocal booth, both amps facing away from each other in the vocal booth. So there's going to be a little bleed. And that's also a reason why there was no like punching in and editing takes really on these songs. It was just like whatever it is, because you can kind of hear the bleed, and it sounds weird when like the lead guitar is doing something else and you hear the rhythm and it's like this weird contrasting, you hear some of the bleed. So we basically had to use the tracks that were done at the same time, which was fine because we were fairly tight. You know, our band was well rehearsed enough that we could get a full take where people weren't messing up. The biggest problem with this whole recording was that we never practiced to a click, and our drummer is the one who suffered the most because of that, because he was, this is what happened. I am a stubborn person, and I was like, we have to record with a click because I was young and stupid. You know, in 2013, my idea was everything must get done to a click so we can punch in later, so we can have the ability to manipulate and fly things around. If somebody doesn't get their part perfect, I can move, the later part and copy paste, whatnot. That was the thought process. Whereas now I don't feel this way at all. I feel like when you use a click, you sterilize a band, and this drummer, as good as he sounds, would have sounded 100 times better if I didn't use a click, if I didn't insist on a click being used for this recording. Because if that was the case, and we learned from our mistakes, he would have been able to be him, which was, he would ebb and flow a little bit. He would kind of, the parts that would lay back in the verse and then the chorus, he'd drive it a little bit, but that would have also allowed him to be the click and not have to be run by the click. When he is allowed to be the click, he plays like Jimmy Chamberlain. The guy's just freaking... As soon as the click is now, he's got to pray to the freaking almighty click. It became a thing where he had to simplify all his parts and he had to change stuff he was doing, and it was a bad move. I learned from my mistakes. I shouldn't have done that. That was my fault. That said, the recording's still very good. I'm happy with it. But we could have had a much more unique performance, at the very least, if I didn't make that mistake. Because the drummer would have done whatever I said. I was ultimately calling the shots about that, but it was also a crazy day. The drummer, I don't want to talk bad about him after saying all that good stuff, but he got a bit wasted the night before, as drummers do. He didn't pick up the phone when we were coming to pick him up, and I had to go up there and rouse him. I had to like bang on the door and like juke my way past the doorman freaking at the thing, and I'm supposed to be here, and just like I was running up, they're chasing me down the hallway, and I'm like banging on the door because he wasn't picking up his phone, and studio time was going to start. We had to get there, so it was a whole crazy situation. So I think in that situation, on that specific day, he wasn't in the best shape to like plead his case either. So there's just a conglomeration of stuff that just compiled to be what it was, and I'm happy we got what we got out of it, to be perfectly honest. I'm very happy with it. But, if he wasn't wasted and hungover, maybe he could have pleaded his case a little better. But if I wasn't willing to listen, would it have mattered? Probably not. So, I know that about myself, and I'm working on it. Because, nobody else was like, hey, we should play this with no click. But, maybe I didn't allow room for that conversation to take place. I can't ignore that could have happened. I literally, I am such a different person now than I was then. That's the one thing. What I've learned is you never, ever, you got to leave room. You got to leave room. Not everybody, especially in a producer role, when you're trying to get to facilitate the best possible product, the last thing you want to be is a steamroller. Like, you need to be somebody who is easy to deal with. And at this particular time, with all that stuff going on, I really wasn't. In the interest of understanding my faults, I felt the need to make sure we could hear that kick drum. I hope that made some sense in that little bit of rant I did there. I really appreciate that. J Block A Music, or J Blocka Music, whichever way. Thanks for that compliment there, man. Thanks for inspiring us to be unique. I've learned so much from you, tips and tricks, but also mainly knowing that there aren't rules. We got this. You're right. There are no rules. And while some bands may need a click, we definitely didn't need a click. I'll tell you that, because our whole thing was like, we can play live. So the choruses should do that thing that Stone Temple Pilots music does, that Tool's music does. Like, you know, it should do that Zeppelin thing. What are we doing here? No, if somebody said that to me at the time, you know, if I could clone myself and go back in time, like, you know, like Marty, and it would be like, oh, what are we doing? I could have changed the way this was recorded, but I don't know. I don't know if everything else would, you know, I could have ruined something else. The butterfly effect, you know the deal. You know the deal. So I could have turned into Ashton Kutcher or something, and then what? Pfft, who knows? I'll tell you that much. I like these vocals. I don't hate them, right? And it could be a volume thing, but all the thing I did was use the compression built onto them. I'm going to do something else right now. I'm going to do a little something, and we'll see what happens. We'll see how it all shakes out for us. I don't know if it's necessary, but, you know, 1176 is my friend. It's my go-to. It's like my good buddy. So a part of me wants to see if I can get away with putting a bunch of these on without running into issues with the chips, with the two dual satellites. Let me see what we could do here. Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up. All right, we got to start putting markers down. I know it's not the fun part that everybody wants to see, but it's still a necessity because it's the easiest way to dial effects in and out. Because right now, like I sort of have a sense of where stuff starts and ends, but I don't really. I kind of do. Like, this is a verse. the we don'ts before it, so I actually got to just jump it back a little. Because for me, it's not about the downbeat as much as it is about just making sure I capture all the words when I go to automate effects. So essentially, this is a marker, and it's going to be verse. It's where the verse starts. So number 3 is fine. Now, where's the pre-chorus? So somewhere in here is good enough. So the pre-chorus was somewhere over here. So this is really, it's, you could say it starts with the get a grip on it technically. Or maybe the get or the get up part. Like it's arguable where it starts, honestly. This is one of those songs where it's open to interpretation where these parts start. And let's see where the next verse is. And I push down arrow to mark the spot. It just allows me to have no, fuss and no muss. Now we want the end of the word though, so I'm going to extend it to there. I'm going to go verse 2. It's technically not. It's the turnaround, so I'm just going to move this to where the words start. Get back there. All right, verse 2, where's our pre-chorus? All right, right around there. Pre-chorus 2. Where's... We'll call it right there. Chorus 2. Then it's going to be solo time. Right before the words, because it's really about the words for me. So it's pre-chorus 3. You know what I mean by that? It's about the words so that I can set up these vocal effects. That's really the reason I'm putting the markers in, because that's all I needed for it at the moment. So right here, chorus 3. Okay, we're good. And then we got our end and our start. Okay, so we're markered up. And we haven't hit our VCA. We haven't even turned on a mix bus compressor yet. Bada bing. What is it? It's about almost 3 hours and 48 minutes, right? 3 hours. That's how long we've been going. So that's about how long it takes me the vocal effects ain't done. We may be able to get them done in a 4-hour flat zone. And then I put the mix bus compressor on, because at that point, mix is kind of dialed, effects are in. And then before I go to automation, I want the compressor on usually. Not always, but automation happens for me on the VCAs. And at that point, I want to be driving in a compression so that it holds back my moves a little bit. In other words, it's going to sound very different if I ride a vocal with no mix bus compressor compared to if I have one on. So that's where I find I like it, because it will hold back the move a little. So it's like I can add 3-4 dB, but it's really only giving me 1 to 2 dB or something because of the gain reduction happening on a mix bus compressor. So there's a magic to the understanding of, some people don't like that either. They want to do the whole mix and then just turn on their mix bus compressor at the end. I get that too. There's different ways you could do it. There's not one way. I find it works often very well if I turn the compressor on first, then automate. Because I don't automate until the balance is pretty much there on a static level where there's not a whole lot of movement. Sure, I automated here and there little things, but that's not what I mean by automating for feel. I'm usually touching every fader within, the 8 groups of stuff that I have to get that balance set once I'm automating. Let's go see what's going on over here, if there's anything going on over here. I always found it weird. Your videos, okay, it's Vincent Hagen. I always found it weird why they did the opposite with the attack and release on 1176. Yeah, I have no idea. But that's one of those things that if anybody changed it now, good luck. Some things just got to be the way they are. And that's one of them. And I think, personally, I actually think it kind of does it make sense? Does it not make sense? I don't know. I have always just looked at it like that's the way that is. And I sort of got really comfortable just, spinning it all the way and then back to where I like it. And more often than not, with something like that has such a fast attack, if you go and crank it, all the way, it's super lightning fast. And then when you slow it down, you're still in the ballpark of fast on most things. And that's what's really cool about an 1176 in general, is that even at its slowest setting, it's doing a lot, and it's, you could get a lot slower on other things than you can get with that. And a lot of times it's just the perfect number to give you transient and still compress in a way where, you're hearing the compression, but it's not negatively affecting your sound. There's a lot of reasons I love it. It's a big one for me. Blue Moose 0228. Your videos help me get to that point. I appreciate that. You wrote, I feel like I break rules every session, and if I like it in the end, that's all that matters. Absolutely, Blue Moose. It's exactly right. Doesn't matter, because every time somebody breaks a rule, as soon as something that person's working on gets majorly successful, everyone now has a new rule. Don't you realize that's how it plays? So, be the guy who comes up with something cool. And if you're lucky enough to work on something that actually has legs and gets somewhere, man, now they're asking you, how'd you get that thing? And you've got a story to tell. And the bottom line is, if everybody didn't do that, then everybody's just copying the past constantly. So, as much as I like, using like a Tom Lord Alge idea that he came up with for a whatever, it's because some ideas are universally good, no matter what era, no matter what you're doing, they're just going to work because they make so much sense. But that leaves so much room for innovation. It's not like one and the same that you have to copy what other people do. You just need to get all the ideas possible from what other people do, because it'll spark other ideas. That's the bottom line, is that even if you think you know what someone's doing, there could be one little nuance in what they're saying, and that nuance helps you, to the umpteenth degree. That's why I listen to interviews constantly from like Steve Albini, because we don't have him anymore. And the dude was a fountain of information. And every time he gives an interview, he puts his heart and soul into these long interviews that you can find on for free on YouTube and stuff. It's like 2 hour plus conversations. You know, you may think you know all his tricks, and trust me, there's always something in there that you're going to get that's new. At least that's what I find. You know, there was an interview with him and like Fred Armisen. You know, it was some Chicago related thing. It was him and Fred Armisen. That was a very cool interview. It was almost like it was a comedy interview that I somehow stumbled into, and it wasn't centered and focused around music, but it was in some aspect, and it was just great. And I just thought to myself, I was like, man, that's the best part about YouTube, is all this stuff where like he lives on in every moment like of interview that we can find. Every interview he did will live on, even though he's not around. He said so much great stuff that meant a lot. And he had so many great ideas. And he's not the only one. It's like that for so many great engineers, great producers, you know, who find a home on YouTube and just feel comfortable talking. Like, you know, any of you guys at some point, you know, can be like that, where you're comfortable sharing all your information. It's really, I find it very rewarding. You know, a lot of people will ask stuff like, you know, they're feeling down. We had a person who was talking recently and said they were feeling down and like, you know, mental health issues and stuff going on. The best thing to do is to help other people. And by sharing information, it's a way to help other people. So it's like, if you can help other people figure out what their issues are or something they don't understand, that will make you feel better. So selfishly, I help other people because it makes me feel better. It's like, you know, sharing information helps. So it's so funny, you know, people who think that holding their secrets in is a good thing. Why? You just become this container that nobody ever gets a piece of. It's like, share, man. I don't get it, because it will make, if nothing else, like that's the easiest way to get yourself out of your own head about, you know, you haven't achieved and you want to do better. And you're someone who, you know, you're still struggling, and like, get out of that by putting the energy into other people. That's the answer, in my opinion. It's also how a lot of guys who thought they were going to be artists became producers or became engineers, because they realized they have a love for another part of it. And a big part of that is helping people. You know, a great producer helps the artist find their vision, helps the artist get there. A great engineer helps the artist, you know, get the sound recording the way they hear it. And it's like everybody's on the same page. That's what, it's such a big part. It's like, it's a helpful job. That's the nature of it at base level. So you got to do stuff, you know, with that in mind. You will feel better. Nobody can be depressed and helping people simultaneously. Like, it really doesn't work that way. Help more people. You won't be depressed. It's a huge, huge up. Especially when you can do it in some way where you know you're affecting them, you know, rather than like anonymously. It's, you know, if you can make it where it's like this, you know inside what you did today, and if it was help people, you have a harder time going to sleep mad at yourself because you've helped people. I'm telling you. I love sharing stuff. I feel grateful and lucky every day that I get to share stuff with you guys. You know, I spend a lot of time learning it. I get to share it, and it's my experiences, my life, my everything. And I think every engineer is like that too. I know GDP Japan feels the same way. I know he feels like he loves music so much that if he gets to help people share anything, he's always happy to do it. And it makes him feel good. It makes me feel good. And I think this is unanimous. I think it made Steve Albini feel great that he got to share stuff with people. That's why he put up all his stuff for free and did a lot of that. That was the reason. That's why he gave so many interviews. It wasn't to get more business. That's not why he did that.
Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get a grip on it.
I'm starting to feel this. GDP Japan, providing the comic relief when we need it most. I ain't sharing my wife, though. Man. By the way, I hope I'm not missing anybody's comments. If I am, somebody tell me. Let me know. Like, just because I try to catch up with everybody, and periodically I'm flipping back and forth. But this is my third stream, and I'm not as thorough as I should be. I see I have it set on live chat, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the move because I get all the conversations. I messed that up on the first stream or something. It was set to like top chat, which isn't all the stuff. So I messed that up, but on the first one, but not on this stream. I think we're groovy. I think we're grooving right now. I think we're grooving. And I hope you guys are enjoying what we're laying down here. And I don't like to stop this until I finish. And I'm getting closer. We're getting closer. We're getting real close because I'm starting to get a vibe in here.
Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up.
I like the way his vocal sounds. I wonder how it would be with a little dirt on it. And I already put some, if I'm not mistaken. What did I do here? Did I put any dirt? Did I dirt this guy up over here? I guess I didn't. I didn't dirt him up at all. Sometimes I like to keep the vocal non-dirty. But in this case, let's just turn some effect on. Maybe that's the problem. He just needs something to kind of separate him from the music a little bit. But I don't want anything to stand out too much. So we'll just turn the verb on, the DB verb, one of my favorite go-to verbs now.
Get on it. Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it.
That's funny. He's not on the last line. I may have to put him on it.
Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. 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 Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get a grip on it. Get a grip on it.
I'm going to add one more and we'll see if it helps or hurts. It wasn't there, but maybe it will be now. If you have the guy grouped, like you see how I have Jay Vokes, he's grouped already, it'll let you copy and paste both at a time. And a lot of times I'll do it on the grid line so I know where it is. Like right now I'm set to quarters, and then I just know that, there's one space. There's a grid line and then a space. So when I come over here, where's that third line? Right here.
Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it.
Basically that.
Get up, get a grip on it.
No, see, the grid line didn't help us in this case.
Get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get a grip on it. Get a grip on it.
I'm going to add one of those here too.
Get a grip on it.
No, we ain't going to do it over there. By the way, I got the chat going on my phone too in case the window doesn't pop up for me, because once or twice on the last stream, like I had to load the window again a few times. I don't know if Dirkhead's still in the chat. I'm not sure. But his comment about side chaining the guitars to the, what was it, the kick drum or the snare? I don't know. We had a little debate about that in the last thing. Let's see what he says. He goes, side chaining the guitars to the kick drum when the chorus comes in. Sidechain the guitars to the kick. You can raise the volume of the guitars so the chorus has more impact. Yeah, no, it's something I think about sometimes since he talked about that. Because it's, I like new ideas. That's an interesting one that I really hadn't thought of ever is, ducking the kick drum with guitars or vice versa, ducking the guitars with kick drum. I've never thought of that because then you'd be able to raise the guitars more, but they wouldn't take over the kick drum, essentially. They would duck when the kick's there, but then when it's not there, you'd hear more guitars. It's an interesting thought. Maybe somebody will have, a good one to try on that one. It's an interesting idea. Now, I could just raise the whole thing up because that's basically what I'm doing anyway. Like, it's kind of silly to automate when it's just on a chorus. What I also wanted to do is let's throw something in front of this, like a pitch shift. Let's throw micro shift. A little micro shift is a fun one for some chorusy effect type sounds. Even the H3000 preset's good. Let's try to pop her to the front. I'm going to pop her to the front with... We're going to try it with RVox because it won't take any CPU and it does have a particularly interesting character. And I'm going to put it as the very last plugin. I notice how small some of these waves are compared to some of the other ones. I got to go in here and edit that by hand. I just want these to be just as loud as the rest of the track, because then the compressors will work the same. And this is not a part that would benefit from dynamics here. Like, I need to hear it. It's the dense part of the song, and it ain't there, you know? So we're making it louder to make it there. And we're doing it with clip gain so that it affects the next stages the same as if it was the same volume as the rest of the stuff. I hear like a lip smack. I gotta get rid of that thing. It could be a click on the keyboard mouse or something. It's something, but we don't want it. We don't want it. Gone. This is like a little ad-libby thing. I actually liked that better when it was like I couldn't tell what it was. So we're going to go back to that. It's just this little moment. We're going to hit it with Audio Suite to kind of make it weird. Let's hit it with the decapitator. Let's just distort it a lot. Maybe Berserk Distortion. If you haven't seen this one yet, this is a fun one. It's just some weird distortion I ran into sometime. Go berserk.
I said, what you know?
Let's just mess with this a bit. Squashed.
I said, what you know?
We just kind of want to do something weird with this thing, and then maybe even give it a little flavor. We'll hit it with some delay as well. Flavor saver. You guys are going to see me use some H3000 stuff coming soon too, but probably not in this mix, because it's once I start getting into the H3000, things have a tendency to like.
I said, what you know? I said, what you know?
Let's set the BPM, because we're bugging on something like this. It actually doesn't sound terrible, but it's like the speed is not. I would slow this down if I was just going to set it by hand. It's interesting. I actually like not timing everything to the BPM jam, but in this case, like the what you know, it's a little fast. So maybe we'll slow the echo time down a bit.
I said, what you know?
I said slow it down and I sped it up. I meant the other.
I said, what you know?
I said, what you know? I said, what you know? I said, what you know? I said, what you know?
I said, what you know?
What you know? What you know? What you know? What you know? What you know? What you know?
get up, get up, get up.
I might save that for a flavor track. We'll see. Shift Apple N. One. We don't need stereo. We'll make it mono. Flav. Route this to the 5060 print, which is just the mix bus. So it's not actually going to 5060. I feel the need to say that every time I do that. We'll put an auto pan on it. We'll put something else on it. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just hit it with a... Let's just audio suite this thing up. And then maybe I will set the BPM. Because if I'm about to audio suite up a bunch of stuff, we're going to need it. Not doing what I want it to do. You got to muscle it sometimes. Muscling that thing. And we might want to flip it backwards. Let's just hit the reverse on here. Hit the Uno reverse. Let's see. Interesting flavor track. Lower it a bit. We want it to stop right, it's all about where it ends. Timing is everything on these effects. So like where it builds, it's got to go right to the part where the drop is or it ain't going to work. Let's get rid of this fade for the moment. Drag. It's interesting. It's interesting. If anything, maybe a little, let's just duplicate this. Shift Option D, duplicate that. The routing's the same. Now we come in here, get rid of this stuff. Let's just take the end tail of this thing, and then let's just hit it with something so it doesn't just completely die off on us, but we also don't have to alter the other track. Sounds like a giant gong crash in a freaking blood sport. I'm going to abandon these for the moment. I don't want to get too focused on this one little tiny section. So this track has it filtered out, essentially, which could be better. I don't know how much of that you heard just now. Her voice is being filtered out on this track. So this one with the too much low end might not be as good. So I'm going to just audition these two. I'm starting to like that. Okay. Just had to center her vocal there. Okay, now we're in the game. We're pretty much in the game. I lowered the volume a lot so that I can tell if we're in the game or not. And now when I come over here, it's going to be, what do we put on for a mix bus compressor? Let's audition some stuff. It's, I used Unfairchild last time, so my gut tells me we ain't going to use it this time. What are we going to use? Maybe we could try the bus comp. A part of me wants to put on something crazy right now, though. But, let's try the bus comp first. Here we go. Bus comp. Boom. So just by blending in this track about 5 or so dB less with this bit of delay on it slightly, centers this guitar a little bit during the solo, and then it can pop back into position when we're both playing the riff. That's the thought process here. You got to have something to give you a little more width. I didn't feel the need to do that on the other guitar for some reason, but on this one I do. It might be helpful. Let me see. Let me try doing a little bit of it. A little of this love. I'm feeling that. We just got to take it to the end of the phrase. Got to take it to the end of the phrase. So the phrase ends right there. So that's where we got to take it to. Take it to the phrase now, every day. I have this set up pretty much Snake Eyes style, which is slowest attack as it goes, fastest release as it goes, 2-to-1. And the 2-to-1 part, up for debate. That's not necessarily part of the Snake Eyes thing. It just kind of looks cross-eyed, right? With the attack here and the release here. So what I realized is, this was like Dre's favorite setting, but Clear Mountain does something totally different. and Andy Wallace does something totally different. All these guys do stuff totally different, but I find this compressor is so grabby that I never find that I like taking the attack faster. It's just grab stuff too much when I do that. So I don't know, man. It's like I have a love-hate relationship with the SSL bus comp. I pretty much only like it on these 3 settings, and usually only on the slowest. Sometimes I could back it off a little, but as soon as I start getting here, it just starts getting crazy to me. I don't know. You tell me. Checking out the chat real quick. I feel like here we go. Yep. Okay, here we go. More chat stuff. Here we go. Sometimes I gotta scroll. That's a new one. Scroll, of course, guys. Scroll. All right, I got you. Here we go. You're very happy. Thank you. I always found it weird why they did the opposite with the Tiger release. Yep, I agree. Oh, he ain't sharing his wife. We know that one. What are your thoughts on leaving in breaths in vox takes, vocal takes, or other nuances? I only take that stuff out if I can hear it and it's annoying. Some music, you're going to have to like really compress some vocalists to get them to sit well in the mix. And the more you compress, the more you bring up breaths, the more you bring up lip smacks and weird stuff like that. So there's not a right answer, but if I don't hear it, what's the point of spending time on it, right? So it's a case-by-case basis. If I don't compress super heavy, you don't find the need to do it. But as soon as I threw that RVox on her vocal, I started to hear some stuff that I wound up taking out. You know, little clicks and little, like, you might hear a punch, or you might hear, you know, somebody put their drink down on the table. Like, you'll hear these little things that'll start to stick out in the mix that you never heard before, as just an artifact of the compressor. So that's where I look at it. Like, don't just do things for the sake of it. I take out breaths when I hear them. And if you hear a breath as loud as the vocal, that's a problem. And you don't have to take them out completely. You could take them down 20 dB. You could take them down 15, 10. You know, like, find the right number for how much it came up when you compressed it like crazy. So that's the way I think about it. And there's a lot of different ways to do it. A lot of people just open up a plugin that will take the gain down, and then you could just, you know, highlight a section and then do the audio suite thing, just like I did with the cymbal crash, where you leave that open. You leave audio suite open, And you could use anything like an EQ one band, or, leave anything open essentially. And then just, you grab the section, highlight it, break the clip if you want, hit it with the gain thing, and then just highlight the whole track and batch fade. So you could do that, or fade each one in and out. Either way. But what I'm saying is there's plenty of ways to do it if you have to. But, if you do have to take them out or lower them, like more often than not, rather than taking them completely out, I might lower it 20 dB. I'll find a number that works, and then I'll just sort of leave that open on a plugin and just lower all of them, clicking one at a time, render, and just get them all down. But I wouldn't just jump out at that. I would wait until it's a problem for you. And in some stuff, like in rap, you want to hear every nuance of the vocal, because the vocal becomes like a drum beat. Essentially, if it's that percussive, you might want to hear every single little word, and there's a lot of words, so you might compress in that circumstance to be able to make those words that might not be as loud because of the singer being out of breath, or like the nature of it. So you'll over compress to get that stuff clear, and the breaths come up as a result a lot, so you'll have to take a lot of time to get rid of every breath in that case. There's a lot of different circumstances here. Like, I remember hearing a Tom Lord Alge like mix that he did where he's like, my settings for an 1176 on a vocal, he's like, I want it super aggressive as it gets. So his attack is cranked as fast as it can go, and the release is as fast as it can go. And he's like, only thing you got to worry about now is the breaths are going to be super loud. So you got to take all the breaths down. But that's just the nature of making a vocal very aggressive, is now the breaths are just as loud or louder than the words, so stuff to keep in mind. I think he was only on 4-1 in that particular circumstance, but he was crushing it, or he might have been on all buttons in, and he was, attack as fast as it could possibly go. And I remember thinking, that's interesting. I never thought to use an 1176 on a vocal that aggressively, but all you have to do is now compensate for the breaths. I appreciate everyone joining, anyone who's checking it out. We're getting this done. We've been cooking here for a while now. Jump into the chat every few minutes. It's Vincent Hagen. What are your thoughts on leaving in breath? That's what we just talked about. Yep, it's my bad. I'm just bad at reading. Alex Christoph, the stamina, the endurance. Yeah. The way you mix for a long time and not ruin the product is by mixing low. If I didn't mix low, I should pull that up. I have a decibel meter. I never really know what I work at. I just know that I work low all the time. Some people always set their stuff to the same exact level. I thought I did that for a while, but as soon as I stopped using the monitor controller, on the 5060 is a monitor controller, I don't use, when I'm mixing in the box, I'm just using the volume on the interface to control the level to the speakers, and I don't check it. So and it's to my right. It's like I don't really look down at it to, I could get to the volume without moving, but I don't look at the number. So I don't know how loud it is, but I'll hit play right now just to tell you how loud it is in my room, because this is very low. And I turned it down once I started to get where I thought the balance was good about 20, 30 minutes ago. I don't know. I lowered it a lot so that I could make sure the vocals aren't too loud. As soon as I start focusing on vocals, the music's got to come way down, because that's going to tell me if they're too loud. If the music gets nice and quiet and I can't hear the vocals, but I can hear the music, they're too quiet. The vocals are too quiet. And if the music's quiet and the music's like a faint, distant memory and all I hear is the vocals, they're too loud. And I don't know how anybody does it with the music loud. How do you set your vocals right? I just don't. It's never worked for me. And then when I heard Chris Lord Alge say, I'm riding a vocal over here, everybody in the room quiet down, it made perfect sense. He can only hear them because he's working where the level of his speakers are quiet, real quiet. And that's how he can decide the level. I mean, I don't know how anybody does it any different, to be honest with you. And now, I'm sure people do, but I just don't know how they do, because once everything's loud, my ears compress, and then everything sounds like it's the right volume, even when things are way out of whack. So let me play it. I'll show you. I'll just tell you how loud it is in the chorus right now. It's fluctuating around 60 dB, 60. Sometimes it gets 58, and it's about the same as me talking right now, like in the room. The volume of my voice is about the same as the music, and it equates this amount of volume to quiet street, quiet home, in its ridiculous conversion to words at the top of the thing. So, 60 dB is where we're at. Sometimes a little less. That's quiet, man. I mean, that allows me to mix for a long time. That's the reason. My ears are not getting beat up. And I'm able to maintain perspective, but that's the only reason. I can't do it loud. I mean, I'll be honest, it just doesn't work for me. So let's see what else we got over here in the chat. I appreciate Alex Christoph, that vote of confidence, though. It's the stamina, the endurance. I appreciate that. Flavor tracks. I like that term. I realize now that I use them in my production as well. That's Blue Moose. Yeah, we got to use some flavor tracks. And the bottom line, I didn't even get to that yet, but in this one, I plan on using a little less because just the nature of the music. It could use a little bit of delays here and there, but I don't see myself spending more than like 40 minutes, 45 on it, on some flavor. That's probably, the extent of it. That bass solo. I think, Evan, where's your... Vincent, hey, you like the bass solo or you don't? First the crying face and then the this hand. So I feel like you do. Honestly, the bass player is amazing. So the bass can do no wrong, as far as I'm concerned. And the crazy part is, if you met this dude, you'd just be like, like, how do you play what you play? And he would be like, I don't know. He's that kind of dude. It's just his ear. He played a lot, and his ear is good, real good, where, he would learn parts, like he would just learn every Chili Pepper song, like note for note, learn every STP song, note for note, like whatever I wanted to play, the dude would know it like that. And he's just so good. And he never took like a bass lesson in his life, I don't think. And I'm not sure that he knows theory beyond knowing what works most of the time. Like, I'm not sure how deep his theory knowledge is. In fact, me and him had a thing where he never knew what I was playing and I never knew what he was playing because it didn't matter. There was no micromanaging of anybody's parts because the dude's so good. It's like, why? Why even ask? Who knows? I would often say, I don't know what you're playing, but I love it. It's like the way he'll lead into parts, like his lines between the downbeats are amazing. The way his walks, they're so good. He would always find a great leading tone into another part. To me, that's the essence of a bass player, is they make you sound better. And that's exactly what this dude always did. Paulie T from B. He's from Brooklyn, the dude, I call him PT. The guy's just always on point. Always. I've never had him mess a song up, ever. Thorough, Fernando Ferraro Music, sounding great. Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate it. And, yeah, I don't drink. You want to hear something crazy? I don't drink Red Bull. I don't drink any energy drinks. And I have coffee sometimes, but it's rare because I know what coffee is. It's a lie. Coffee is a scam. It's a lie. What it doesn't give you energy. It numbs the tired receptor. Who wants that? Who wants some fake energetic boost? The whole world. But I don't know. I never got on that page. So because I never grew up with this always drink coffee every morning thing that a lot of people do. I probably have some weird genetic defect that doesn't allow me to process coffee properly, to be honest with you, because it doesn't give me the effect it gives other people. So I don't know. That's where I'm at with coffee. It does, I look at it like, how do you guys drink that stuff? It's not about the taste either. It's like, it doesn't do anything for me. It does not make me more up. I'm already maximum up. Coffee can't do nothing for me. That's how I look at it. I don't know what that is, but it's true. Picks only on bass. Yeah, this dude like never uses a pick on the bass either. He's all, he's a Flea type of school bass player. So the way he slaps looks like the way Flea slaps, and the way he plays looks like the way, always fingers all day. Hardly ever a pick. I don't know if I've ever seen him use a pick. Whereas I think Flea used one on, am I wrong? Did he use it on Parallel Universe? Is that a pick? I'm not sure. It wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't, but I'm curious if you guys know if Flea used a pick on Parallel Universe on Californication, that album. Let me know. Because it's super fast, bass line. I'd be interested to know if it was all fingers. That's crazy if it is. But yeah. I think I replied to all y'all because you guys are awesome and you're hanging out and you're chilling. And that's amazing. And that's amazing. On this amazing Sunday. It's 8:46 a.m. right now by me, Eastern time. We go through the night over here. Anybody have any questions about other stuff? Let me know, too. Anything about, weird questions about mixing or the universe or how the pyramids were built. Anything, really, about coffee. Whatever you need to know. Let me know. About what my favorite cut of steak is. That's an interesting one. But I don't want to tell you guys because then I'll go on Reverb or eBay and it'll be through the roof. So I can't give you my favorite cut of steak. But I might, we'll see. Might have to. Let's run it. So now, where were we? I forget already. All right, so we got the bus comp working. It sounds pretty good. But we got to audition something else. We just got to. We got to. So I'm going to turn this off because I'm actually liking it a little bit. The bus. Let's not use the Unfair Child because we used that last time. I'm all about trying new things. I mean it. If you guys want me to, I will mix a whole song using nothing but Good Hertz plugins. If anybody is interested in that, let me know. So far, no takers. No takers. And the other option is, I'll mix a whole song using nothing but Pultex and a 3-band EQ. I'll use different 3 bands, but 3-band EQ and a Pultec, I'll mix a whole song. Easy peasy. I just like weird, give me weird stuff to do. I like that. I like it. So, all right, what are we putting in here? We're putting... What are we putting? Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted to try. You seen it coming or you didn't see it coming? Get some use out of this plugin. I love the idea of it. His sidecar. I love the idea of it. And I don't use it as much as I should. It's supposed to give you some summing love, like a little bit of that 8-channel, 2-channel vibe. I love that the settings are his 2 dogs. I love that. So, this, you know what I'm saying? I got to find some use for this thing. So we might have to give it an audition right now and see if it works in this song. I also want to see what happens when I pull up a preset because there's just so much that we could mess with. And I already kind of know what I like a little bit, but what was the preset that I like? It was like mix bus depth, that one. Mix bus depth. Let's try that. Where's our depth at? So somebody in the chat let me know. I forgot the names of the dogs. Man, what was it? It was like, it'll come to me in a second. Was it like, my brain is telling me Otis, but I don't think it's Otis. Come on. What was it? Like, I know one of these is the JCF kind of converter, and the other one's the Lavery, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I can't remember which is which, and I can't remember the names of the dogs. I just know this is the one that's always sleepy, hanging around really chill behind him on the couch all the time. And then this one is the more lively, aggressive guy. That's what I know. So it's probably, this is the chiller converter that's just more open and chill, and this one's more aggressive. I don't know what that translates to in the real world. All I know is my JCFs sound, I would describe them as like open and chill. So it's probably this, but I think I'm wrong on that too. I don't know. I haven't used this a ton, but I should. So we're gonna 8-channel, 2-channel. We'll stick with 8. That can't hurt. And we'll use filters at 20 hertz and 20K. See, that's why I like this setting. It just sort of makes sense to me. Ratio A or B, I don't know what that equates to. Somebody who knows more about this plugin, talk to me. At least this I understand. Okay, we got, this is your desk. This is like, you can crank these things a lot more when it's set at 1/4 of a dB per crank. Essentially, it's a multiple of this. So where this would typically be 2, this would be 1/4. Times it by 0.25. That, and then you got a lot less of a boost at the same 2. That's the concept here. And then you got shelf or bell, lows and highs. It's a very cool plugin. I'm not comfortable with it yet. Let's see what happens. We're gonna try it though. I'm taking off the EQ that comes with that preset. I just want it for whatever else is going on it. And I could tell you, it definitely, there's something about an SSL that really just kind of squashes stuff. And so many people I've talked to who love an SSL bus comp on a console tell me that the plugins don't hold a candle. And, I don't know how to weigh into that, because I've used the bus comp very often as a plugin and felt like, I don't know what settings you guys are using, but it seems to work sometimes for me, and sometimes it just doesn't. It's completely wrong. It just doesn't work in the track at all. But in this case, when you compare it to like these two, the sidecar is so much wider. So that's an interesting, even with the EQ off, it does feel way less choked, less smushed, squashed, pick your adjective. Now I'm not sure. I almost want to take back the fact that I said it doesn't work on this. Bus comp sounds interesting on this. More aggressive. No matter what I'm doing with the volume on this, I was trying to volume match to really be able to tell, at least just get this to sound like they're both louder than the track, but the bus comp, I didn't want to mess with too many things. As soon as you add a mixed bus compressor, it changes everything as far as how stuff feels. That's why the one you choose is so important. And you have the most understanding of whether it will work or not at the end. It's the only time you'll really know which compressor works. Otherwise, you'll make whatever one you're using work as best it can, and you could paint yourself into this crazy corner that then you have to take it off. Then you've got to rebalance stuff when things don't work out the way you hope they would. And far too often, I would make a mix sound as good as I could make it, given whatever compressor I chose after the first hour or half hour or whatever. And boy, was that a mistake. So, I try to learn from my mistakes. And right now, it's like this is the perfect time to hear the difference between, the other, with the bus comp, the guitars sound a little louder, but some of the depth in the drums is lost that I get with the sidecar. I get more depth in the drums, especially kick, snare, even like some of the high end just seems to come out more, but the way it's squashing is like more gentle or something, which means I'm actually able to hear, the drums feel bigger because they're not being, shoved into a little sardine can kind of thing. That's kind of how it feels. It's doing so little gain reduction, it's crazy too. Like I'm not even sure it's working. The gain reduction thing's 0-0, so I got to start turning the thresholds to make stuff happen over here. All right, flavor time. Flavor savers. Let's hit it with some flavor. Flavor. Wow. All right. Let's do it. I hear a weird, like, late, you know. Let me hear something. Let's just get the we don't gots happening. All right, before I do this, we got to get our stuff settled. Let's get our BPM settled. I keep talking about it. It's time to boogie. BPM time. Two measures. 1, 3. 97.9. So that's real close to 98 BPM. So let's assume it's 98 BPM. So we come over here. 98. Okay, we're good. Thought maybe I slid it, but I didn't. Now we can come back and start using the grid to our advantage. It's just some weird thing. Instead of doing what I would typically kind of do, or what I have done, we need more. I just want to put the delay on the early part of the phrase instead of the end this time, because that's what we do. We mess around, and we're going to use, let's try the tape echo. Tape echo time.
We don't got
Let me throw a Butch Vig on here so that I don't have to go in and constantly hit it with something else to do a Butch Vig game. We're going to just slap it on. Maybe filter, maybe distortion, maybe telephone. Let's see. I might want to use the other we don't got because it was so good. Let's see. Let's grab one of her. This cuz. I like this cuz. Cuz. Let's put it where we want. Nope, nope. Let's just take off the front of it so it's not overlapping. Now let's check it out. This is the thought process here. That's okay. That's okay. Let me just see if maybe we needed a quick... This might be crazy and terrible all at the same time. It just creates a weird spaceship thing that I don't love. Like a feedback thing on a guitar or something. The thought was okay, but it's not doing it for me. Let's hit it with something else. We need some reverbs up in here. Now, I've been a Little Plate fan. I could go something else. We could go, Super Plate. I never actually pull up. Let's stick with T-Rax at the moment. Let's use the T-Rax plate. If I'm not mistaken, there was no way to access easy presets on here. Let's just take the reverb time and gangster it up. Crazy long. We could do some EQ stuff if we want. Just keep the middle in there. Let's just process it with the reverse thing. I don't think that's going to do it. That's interesting how it did that, though. Okay. Let's just take what we did already and just kind of accentuate it even more. It's already on maximum diffusion, maximum everything. That's what I love about Little Plate is you can really go so aggressive with it. I want more aggression. More aggression. Aggression! I hate it when it's on top of the word, so I get rid of the front part of it. Gotta use that word. I love that phrase right there. See what else we can do. Let's use the same paste twice, and then this one, we'll hit it. Hit it with something like that. Maybe we need a quarter this time instead of the eighth. Nope, that don't work as much as it did. Maybe a triplet. I I like how it sounds like a ninja star throwing around the room. That would be cool if it was reversed, because then it would be getting louder, probably, or it might sound weird, but we'll see. Let's find out. Let's find out. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 3. It's got to come out right where the drum crash is, or it won't work. So this can crescendo all the way to the drum crash. It's already sort of doing that. Probably doesn't even need the fade. Let's see. Probably just needs one on the end. Hit it with a little bang. Let's see what's up now. All right, we're going to just duplicate this so we can have another flavor track available, because I hear one other thing I want. I want that same kind of just normal repeat on that freaking word, man. I'm losing the clarity I need out of this word. It's okay though. It's probably not meant to be this word. That'll work for me. I'm good with that. Now the drums aren't doing anything spectacular here, but I'm going to experiment with that thing. I like a little bit of space before the drop. That's just how I was raised. What do you want me to tell you? So, lead guitar, bass, that's it. And we're going to go, create a group. We'll call it instru, because it's really instrumentals minus the drums. And then I'm going to push the down arrow where I want the space. So I just want a little down up. You know what I'm saying? I want a little of this. Let's see if it works. And I'm actually going to take out more than just that. I'm going to double click here so that I can find it on the vocal thing too. And I actually, just on the flavor, that's really what I want. I want to remove the flavor from those same spots. So that means here, just shift click, break that clip, and then Apple M. Sometimes you'll have to push it twice. to basically just mute that section exactly, and now at least there'll be nothing lingering over that spot. Still stuff here. What's the stuff? Let's see. It didn't do much, like as far as what it usually would do, because there's a lot going on in those places, specifically verbs. So if I grab all the verbs as well, I can pull all the verbs down in that section where they're lingering, and then it will bring more attention to the drop also. So this stuff I find super critical. Just call it stuff like that. So it's really just this section, and that should be the same spot I already have muted. See, it's really the same spot. So now I'm just going to come in here, I'm going to click some verbs because we grouped them all just now, and then I could mute them or I could pull them all down. You know, sometimes this is better so we can control a fade, and muting is going to sound more unnatural. But that's the idea. All the verbs now gone out of that little drop spot. Let's hear it. This part might have needed something or other. I'll show you what I'm talking. Maybe we come in here and we drop it down to this track, and maybe we take it out of this track because this is going to have something on it like Butch Vig. It's going to sound different. It'll cut through the mix more, and maybe we take it off this. Let's hear how that plays. I think it might sound way better because at least we'll be able to hear it. Otherwise, it just gets lost kind of in everything else that's going on. So if I were to break this here and just, you know, drop down. And then maybe I get rid of all this nonsense. Let's hear it. That's, I guess we need to keep it here, which is why I didn't just drag it, because I wanted it to stay there just in case. And then right there, maybe we'll keep that one. And this one too. Take that out of there. Maybe even the first one will stay. I don't know. Let me experiment with this. Now that we have this here, maybe I'll move this one. I'll turn it on. I'll throw some delay on it or something, and maybe it'll sound cool. Let's see. Give me something good.
Get on. Get on. Get on. Get on.
Nope, it's just going to add busyness to an already busy section, which is a big no-no in the world of no-nos. Too busy. Too busy. We might get away with copying this and putting it maybe on this track. Let's see how this is being treated here. You know, maybe we get rid of this and we hit this with some kind of verb like this thing since it's here.
Get on. Get on. Get on. Get on.
I'm going to go for something else just for a second, just because my brain is like, try this.
Get on. Get on.
Is there a get up happening here?
Grip on it, get up.
Yep. I'm going to do what I just did. I actually like that. That was good for me. I'm good with that. So I'm going to take this. Let's break it somewhere. Here is fine. Let's mute it, carry it down over here. And then let's hit it with the same thing that I just hit this with because it's still up. Because these tracks have a panner on them. The flavors all have a panning thing to move them around, so they're going to be more interesting than, you know, just having a static word that keeps repeating. That's kind of my headspace on it. It's just more interesting to have something that moves than static, always, every time. What's going on, Warhard Arts? What's going on, dude? Morning, bro. Dave from Clearwater. Love your channel. You've been a big help. Thanks for doing it. You know, I really appreciate that, Dave. Honestly. Thank you very much for joining, checking it out, saying that. I appreciate the kind words more than you know. And for the P4555, you said that you don't understand it. Don't all plugins come with a manual? It's a good point. It's a good point. I'm sure there's a manual. I just didn't read it flat out. But I did watch the video on him explaining it, and I just can't remember anything about it. I should watch it again, probably. Think I'm going to go for a walk this morning. We got Blue Moose 0228. Think I'm going to go for a walk this morning. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. That's amazing. Go for that walk. It's a nice day. Take advantage of it. Vincent Hagen asked, if you had to go back in time, choose only 3 pieces of analog gear for mixing, what would you choose to make a great mix using only those 3? If I had to choose, I would pick 1081s probably because of the flexibility in that extra band. So I'd want a bunch of 1081s. And the reason I say that is because for me, you know, there's just something about the old school Neve sound that I really like. And I would probably sacrifice, at this point in my life where I'm at right now, I would sacrifice the flexibility of the SSL most likely for the flavor that those impart when you're tracking, and then to use those to mix also. But, on another day, if I woke up on the other side of the bed, I would say, an SSL for the channel strip itself. And I assume that's what you mean by one of the pieces of gear. And, for a compressor, I don't know. The nostalgia behind a Fairchild always just gets me. And it's one of those always will be out of the budget things that, that's like, okay. So if you could afford any compressor under the sun, for me, I dream of Fairchilds. The Unfairchild is the closest to it probably, that's got more choices and stuff built into it. So that one sticks out as like the front of my mind as something. But, could you use it on everything? Well, the way the Unfairchild is built, yeah, because, that's kind of the beauty of how Eric designed that. He made it super flexible. Yeah, and if I had to pick something else, like you're talking about analog gear here, so we have our channel strip taken care of. That's EQ, preamp, all built in. We've got our bus compressor picked out. So if we're talking about like what do I like the most, it'd probably be another compressor. Just because, I don't know. There's just something about compression that's always amazing. I could do so much with an 1176. That's like my favorite compressor of all time. I love those even more than, other things like like a distressor. I like the 1176 more. I'm just partial to it, but it doesn't mean one's worse or better than the other. I just love those. But what else? If I was not going to go with like another compressor, and I was going to go with like some sort of saturation box or something. Man, that's a good question. The HG2 is really enticing, like in hardware form. The HG2, I've heard that's a very different beast in hardware form. But there's just so many things. Like right now, with what I have, like because I have it, I wouldn't say it because I already, know what it's like to own the Rupert Neve Designs MBP. But I love that thing. Like it's just such a good freaking box that does so much, man. So much. So you kind of, in my mind, if you're getting analog gear, like I go what is the most colorful I can go is how I think about it almost. Because, you can get clean sterile all day using, stuff that doesn't even, it's not going to break the bank. But to get the color stuff where you crank an EQ just all the way to bejeez, just crank, and the thing sounds great. Like, how do you achieve that? The answer is a very well-made, really good EQ that, is going to give you color when you crank it. So it's saturating and it won't ever sound too harsh and over the top. And for me, those are like, those are Neve right there. That's just, in my mind, I associate great EQs with Neve EQs. I love the way the Neve top end sounds. I love the way the low end saturates. I love Neve. I love the sound of it. So I'm very partial to that. But I also like API stuff too. So, you can't deny the big players. And if I was gonna pick like one mix bus EQ, the curve bender is used all the time by me. Like I really like the curve bender. So maybe it might be that as far as mix bus EQs, if I had to like pick one. So I don't know. It's a tough question, but I like the question nonetheless. And that's just today. Like tomorrow, I might say something completely different, just because depending on what side of the bed I wake up on. Yeah. Let's see. What else am I missing over here? GDP. Am I missing anything? Are you flat or globe? I absolutely love tracking NASS, NOS, but I know bases hate picks. Yeah. Are you flat or are you talking about strings? I don't play bass, but you're talking about flat wounds or round wounds? I love the sound of flats. I just like the sound of them a lot, but that's just me. How are the pyramids built without Carhartt? Blue Moose. It had to be that they harnessed a technology that we never ever considered being something that we should be focused on. It had to be that, and it's most likely, vibration moves my room. Like if you hang a picture on the wall and you play enough bass, that picture gonna move. So I'm just saying, put all your thought into that, and then you can probably figure out how really big things get moved. I don't know for sure, but I know that the understanding of sound years ago was very different than it is now. If you've ever seen those old school like orator chamber kind of things that are built outside, where there's like one place somebody can stand and whisper and everybody in the whole place can hear it because of how just well the place reverberates the acoustics. It sends it out like a speaker. Like it's essentially built like a speaker, but the whole place is built like that so that a person without using any electronics can amplify their voice. Essentially, these guys were dialed in to stuff that's like very sound related. And I'm not saying that's the same crew who built the pyramids or anything. I'm just saying there's a lot, there's a reason I think so many of us wake up every day thinking sound first. Like we love music. Music makes us feel amazing. It changes our life just putting something on that we like. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Maybe there was a culture that put all their thought, energy, and everything into music all the way. And that's the one that can move the things with nothing, with no equipment, except for whatever it is that produces the sound to move the stuff. I don't know. Vibration, buddy. I don't know. That's all I got. Yeah. What's up? Yeah, War Hard Arts. I hope you're still chilling. No time to pass. No time to... You heard the lyrics in the track? Yep, it's true. Or maybe you heard my stomach rumbling. Either way, both applicable. Add a cymbal riser before the drop. Yeah, I'm a cymbal riser guy, and I usually don't do it with a cymbal. I usually do it with like a vocal turned into a cymbal sound or something. It seems less harsh to me. Like I hate cymbals. I can't express that any other way. I hate them. So the less I use them, the better. But I can turn things into cymbal sounds because it's just a question of the frequency of, the cymbal is super harsh at that 5K, 6K thing. You could soften it with reverb and stuff, but you could also take a sound that's lower pitched than that and turn it into the same kind of vibe. And that's my go-to. Is this why everyone loves Pro Tools? Their plugins are fancy and real looking. I use it. I think you could use the T-Rack stuff anywhere. I think you could use these in Ableton, if I'm not mistaken. You could use all of it in Ableton, I'm pretty sure. But it's mostly because I started on it, so I'm very familiar with shortcuts. Everything about it is more familiar to me than every other DAW. I used Ableton for years. I want you to know that too, that I used it for a long time. And I never liked editing on it. I didn't like, I liked certain things about it, but I didn't like editing. I didn't like doing the typical tasks that you have to do a million times when you mix. But creating on it was a lot of fun. So that's how I look at it. It's like if you're creating stuff on it, it's great. If you're mixing on it, it's not so good. And that's, I think, where Pro Tools shines. It's great for really surgical mixing type work, especially if you've used it from jump. Whereas the other thing's really great at creating sound. So it's different. It's just very different. Like, I look at Ableton more like a MIDI keyboard, or like it's just a keyboard. It's a synthesizer with tons of stuff in it. That's how I look at Ableton. You can do a lot with it, but it's an instrument. And Pro Tools is more like, the chopping block, where you can mess with stuff, really fine tune it, like under a microscope. You can get crazy with it. And to me, that's the difference. But, I used Ableton for a while and I don't miss it at all. I haven't used it in years, and I don't miss it in the least. I've never have a desire to turn it on. Yeah, Pro Tools is good development. Yeah, Pro Tools has the best development and support. The support is really good. If you need help, there's usually someone who can get on the phone. It might cost a support contract and stuff like that, like typical, but it's really still good support. I remember with Ableton when I used a certain thing, the support was rough, but that was a while ago. It was years ago. So it was after this recording was made, but it was still, I don't recall being satisfied with the support at the time. It could be great now. It's probably amazing. I don't know. I haven't used it, so I don't know. Manual was chosen to lead, not to read. That's hilarious. I like reading stuff. You'll catch me outside reading stuff. You might catch me out there reading things. Just be like, how about that? I might read some stuff. But I'd be more likely to read a manual that a plugin, had if they sent it to me in the mail after I bought the plugin. Because everybody knows you're going to open the plugin, you're just going to twist knobs and mess around with stuff for a while. And then by the time you're done with that, the manual shows up a couple days later. Then you got a physical manual you can hold and there's probably some artwork on it or something. Now you're starting to develop a connection between you and the user in the way that like CDs and stuff with the booklets. So I'm a fan of the first company to do that. Goodhertz is the closest, in my opinion, because when I bought the Goodhertz plugins, they sent me a freaking tote bag, to hold all my plugins, obviously. Why else would they send me a tote bag? But it's pretty cool. It says Goodhertz all over it. It's pretty cool. They could have sent me, a shower cap, but luckily they didn't. But I don't know they had a couple different things you could pick from, but I just remember thinking that's a cool way to tie in, like the user experience. Because now every time I look at that bag that I might use to carry my lunch or something one day, I'm going to think of Goodhertz. Now I'm going to want to use their plugins. So yeah. Tube preamp, FET comp. Yeah. HHB. Tube preamp / FET comp. Okay, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what my HHB tube preamp is. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm just spacing out because I'm pretty hungry and need to go to the bathroom. Anything is possible. Yeah, and I appreciate you guys checking it out, stopping by. More stuff. I'm about to keep rocking on this track real quick. I use Reaper for everything almost 4 years now. It's Vincent Hagen is letting me know. Such a great DAW. Likewise, Reaper for the win. Yeah, honestly, that's the two DAWs that pull me on an everyday basis like the tide. They're just pulling me in slowly. Reaper and Luna. I don't plan on switching anytime soon, but at the same time, I could wake up one day and all of a sudden be, pulled out to sea, and now I'm messing with Reaper or Luna. It probably wouldn't take much. We'll see. They're on the list because so many people talk about how great they are, and I know some of the benefits of Reaper that you can't do in other DAWs, and I also know that you can get the Pro Tools skin rocking on there, where it's like looks like I've been told it's practically the same experience, so that's pretty cool. Oh, it's TL Audio. Okay, HHB. Huh. Yeah. No, that's cool. That's cool. No, everybody likes their own stuff. I'm sort of, I have to say, at this point in my life, I've resigned to not buying any more hardware. I've also sort of resigned to not buying any more plugins, but every once in a while there's something comes out you just have to buy. Like when the G came out for the SSL thing, I was like, well, I have to buy that now. So here I go. But luckily they give you really good discounts when you own the bunch of the stuff and you do it early when they first offer it. It was a, very good price, but I try not to buy any stuff anymore, man. Once you allow yourself to shop and buy stuff, you just never, stop buying stuff. And I am the type that would keep buying stuff just forever. And that's wrong. It's like you spend the time using the stuff, not getting, dazzled by the bright lights of the new stuff that comes out, in my opinion. And I, like, if I was different, I could do it. I just, I feel like I can get a great sound out of the analog stuff I own. So any other thing I buy is just like, why? It's, that's how I look at it. And I'm also I'm still sort of committed to making, I say sort of committed because For a while there, I was on the fence, but I'm very committed to learning how to make my in-the-box mixes sound as amazing as my hybrid stuff. And I'm not sure. I think the more I do these, the closer I get all the time to convincing myself that it's just as good. So there's a huge thing there that I'm, getting over. And a lot of it comes with using really old plugins. Like this T-Rex, these aren't new, but it's amazing. How do you argue with these things? They sound amazing. The Sound Toys stuff, that's been around. It's amazing. You don't always need to buy new plugins. The EQs, like I use the 1081 UAD EQ. I think that was one of the first EQs they had. I think that thing's 10 or 12 years old. It's amazing. So some of the plugins have really improved, but some of the original OGs are still amazing. The Renaissance Wave stuff is great. So there's a lot of different things. And I know a lot of people just like buying stuff because it makes them feel like they got something new. That's how I wound up with a lot of the stuff that I have that's relatively new. But I'm just, I'm actively trying not to buy stuff. Actively. It's like a tattoo that I look at. I'm like, nope. I remember. All right, we're getting past this right here. Since this is actually a different phrase altogether, I'm curious how bad it sounds if I were to throw it over here with this at the same time. Let's hear it. And I'm just using this time instead of Echo Boy.
Limes. Limes. Limes.
Let's see what happens now. We all get. So I'm just hearing something I like and then messing with it. All get. So it's all get, and then somewhere over here, this would start. I'm just guessing and then sliding into place. That's really how I do this kind of thing. And then I'll attempt a dotted eighth. I'll attempt different things so that it's not always the same delay. I don't like that. So when I don't like it, I change it up. Eighth. Let's try eighths. No, it needs to be quarter or it doesn't work. That's what I'm finding. It probably can work as like a 16th note if I just like blow it up and make it all good. But it will, you know, I like for the repeat, it needs the quarter. And it needs to not be early, and then it'll feel right. Right here, I'm just going to grab something random like this. I'm going to throw it down, the randomness, and I'm going to hit reverse with the jam, and then I'm going to come in here, and I'm just going to whack it. Try to find the right place. You got to be fearless with it. Hit it with some reverb. Let's just drop it on the 'cause we don't. 'Cause we don't. 'Cause we don't. 'Cause we don't. Don't. Just the don't. Sounds late, so a little slide it one early. If we want more of the back end, we just raise that up. You know, however much we need. That's why I like Audio Suite, because you really can just get in there and just do what you need to do. You don't need to dial in the right verb. It's never going to work if you just leave it static. Like, if you just put this on the track, it's going to be whack. You're going to have to automate it on every other word, or it's going to be a disaster. 'Cause we don't. It's interesting, but I don't know if it fits the song. Like, that's a weird, it's a cool thing. I'm just going to lower it a lot and see if it's okay, because it's not like I hate it. I have a tendency to get pretty attached to these cool sounds, and even if they don't fit, I just like them sometimes. Let's see something. That's okay. Let's just get rid of that stuff that's any extra stuff in here. Hold on, it's not keeping my sync. Let's just grab. Let's grab that. Just pull them all down. That's all our effects. I actually like this bass thing that happens here. So I don't want to take that out, but I'll take out before it, and gotta get to the fade. And I'll take out probably this. Let's see. This is the bass. That's the thing I like. So maybe we'll rock from the bass, or I'll just pull this back to the downbeat. That's the guitar right here, and the other one starts there anyway, so it doesn't much matter. Let's hear it. Where's our snare? I like the flavor here. It's not overdone.
We drank Jack Daniels.
Maybe just the Jack Daniels is such a good lager.
Jack Day, Jack Day, Jack Day, Jack Daniels. Jack Day.
Let's hit it with something.
We drank Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels.
Nope. I need the Jack if we're going to do it. Where's the Jack at?
Jack Daniels.
And this might be a bad idea. Let's see.
Jack Daniels.
And we got to put it on the grid. I don't like how it goes over her voice. That's my problem with it. Like, if it comes in, it's got to get out by the time she's singing. No, if it happens, it's got to be one time. Let's hear it. Nope, I don't love it. It's getting in the way of what she's saying. Better without it, isn't it? This is with it. It doesn't need it. This is without it. I gotta change the grid so I can see it, but what I want is this one to be here. So that's 1, 2 clicks over. I want the first repeat right there. 1, 2. There we go. Let's check. Nope, it didn't do it. We'll go one. Gotta leave well enough alone sometimes. All right, we're getting there. Maybe we don't need both of those splashes. Just move that out of the way. Maybe we take it from here to here. It's funny. It took the Daniels. We don't need that Daniels. We might need... we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. I'm just going to slide it a 1/32 note back if we can. If we can't, we can't. I mean, of course we can. I'm just sort of making a joke, but boom.
Get on it. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. 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 Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up.
Now, this kind of works here, so I'm not sure if this is going to be necessary, but let's just see if it's better like that.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up.
Kind of like it moving from filtered to not, and I wouldn't typically think that.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. 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 Get up. Get up. Get up. Get a grip on it. Get a grip on it. Get a grip on it.
Let's check the chat real quick because we're just closing in on our last chorus for Flavor Saver time, and the vocal effects been dialed in. Other than that, so we're just powering through here, powering through. What do we got? Warhard Arts. I had to delete my bedroom producers account. They spam me to death. What are we talking about? What spams you to death? Pro Tools? Who spams you? One thing all musicians and Pro Tools share is the number of plug-in promo and discount emails. Honestly, you're doing it wrong. You just leave them in there, but you got to be okay with that messy inbox. Now, a lot of people ain't okay with that. I'm okay with that. My inbox looks like a... What does it look like? My inbox looks like every box of cereal in the cereal aisle has been tore open and just thrown all over the floor, and that's my inbox. You know, I can surprisingly find stuff because I stay on top of everything that comes in, but I don't think I've deleted an email in years. Decades, maybe. I know it's bad etiquette, but you should see my desktop as far as, you know, how unorganized it is. I can't help it. What do you want me to tell you? What do you want me to tell you? You know, the truth. That's what I tell you. But yeah, I don't delete stuff. No emails. I have every email ever. It served me well a couple times. That's the problem. That's why I don't do it. Mixing mostly DAWless. Warhard Arts mixing DAWless? Mixing mostly DAWless. I do need another reverb / delay unit and more compressors, of course. Of course. Of course. Horses, of course. Of course. Of course. We need more stuff all the time, always. Mixing DAWless is cool, though. That's it's sweet. At some point, I may set up, I have this old school, like a Kai 2-track that's not, it's like one of those consumer grade, reel to reels, 1/4 inch. And I brought it through so I could potentially set it up and see what happens when I just, cram stuff onto that thing and then back, into the DAW somehow afterwards. But using it for flavor, I was just curious. I thought it'd make a good live or a good video or something, but I haven't got up the nerve to do it yet. I just now recently found a couple tapes I believe are blank or at least can be recorded over. So we're going to see what we can do with that. But it's, it's a reel to reel, but it's nothing fancy. You can find these reel to reels. People practically give them away on Reverb or eBay. You just have to, be willing to pick it up usually because they're heavy, but they're very affordable reel to reels. And for a guy like me who does mostly mixing, I think that's the kind of move that might be interesting, just to hear how gnarly it becomes or good. I'm curious. This particular one is from, it's from the Vietnam era. My dad brought it home from Vietnam somehow. He was in the Navy. He brought that thing back, and I still have it. And that's part of the reason I'll never get rid of it. But it's about time that thing got some use. Doing something. What do we got over here? I'm one of those lunatics watching this Pro Tools session. Yup. Well, it's okay. You learn stuff no matter what you're doing. No matter what it is, you could always pick stuff up. I don't work all analog, but every time I watch Steve Albini do stuff, I feel like I learned things. And I'm so far from his workflow, but I admire it nonetheless. That's funny. You should do all tape. Spot me 10 grand. I like that. Punky Brewster's email inbox. If you had one piece of advice for someone who wants to turn this into a career, what would you tell them? That's a good question. If you had one piece wants to turn this into a career, what would you tell them? I would say that the most important part about turning this into something major, the most important part, right? Wake up every day with a goal and a purpose and learn to finish and accomplish your goals. That could mean mixing a song, but put pressure on yourself to get better. And the only way to do that is to work with deadlines. And don't look at it like, what do I have to do to make it? Just literally try to accept every opportunity you can that makes sense for you to do. I'm not saying work for free, and I'm not saying, put yourself in a position where you could get, hurt or robbed or anything like that. Because some people work with ridiculous people who don't, in my opinion, it's clear that they're trying to get one over on somebody, and they're not just artists with good intentions. And they're out there because, I don't know. There's a lot of people out there, a lot of scammers out there. It's like that. Whenever there's in the music business, there's so many people who want to get into it that it's ripe for scamming people to just to know that they can prey on you. So, when people need jobs and are desperate for jobs, there's tons of scammers out there that are just like, yeah, I have a job, send me your social security number and your, an application fee of $200 and, just we'll get back to you and whatever. It's bullshit. They just know people are hungry for jobs. They'll take advantage of everything they can. So I'm not saying that is something that I've seen in music necessarily, but it's just a fact. Scammers live in the world where people, really want something. That's where they are. It's like an alligator, hanging out in the shallow water, waiting for something to come chill. It's just like that. It knows something's going to come chill in that water. It's going to bite it. And scammers know, people are in the music business are desperate for something to work out, so that it's ripe for that. So you just got to be very careful. But the best move is keep getting better and keep putting yourself out there. Stop looking at it like you can afford to not do certain things. The way everyone operates today who becomes successful as an artist in music is 100% different than it was 30 years ago or 20 years ago. It's not even close to the same. Social media is the way to get yourself out there today. There's no way around that. Labels still exist. I'm not sure it makes sense to be on them anymore, but the ones that exist only look at people who have 100,000 plus subscribers, followers. It's usually Instagram. stuff like that, followers in that case, 100K plus, or they don't even consider you an option. So there's a reason. It's because if you can't promote yourself, they don't want to have nothing to do with you, because it's too much of a risk now to put money into stuff when there's no product to sell. You can't sell music. So this is a big, crazy, huge topic. We could probably do a whole live just on this. But that's, the benefit of back then was there was a product to sell. So even though there were more gatekeepers, there was definitely money being thrown around and given out. And, there was people were more willing to take a chance when there was a lot of money to be made. Now there's way less to be made. So everyone's tighter with the money, especially the people who could, pull strings and change your life like overnight, essentially. But keeping in mind, if you're talking about the side that like we're on, I'm on the side of like, working on music and getting people to mix for, or if you're learning how to be a mastering engineer, if you're talking about that side, the engineering side, mixing or mastering or engineering, it really becomes putting yourself out there to as many people as you can possibly put yourself out there for. Like that, it starts with your local crew of whoever you know, and it can expand as far as you want to expand your ability to promote yourself. It's a harsh reality, but the people who get somewhere know how to promote themselves. That's the truth. And it's part and parcel of the same thing. You could be extremely talented, but don't expect that to be your ticket. You have to also put yourself in a position to be noticed enough times, regularly, consistently, in the face of the fact that it's impossible. All this stuff. You have to just swallow that, keep it moving, and then all of a sudden, you may find yourself in a lucky position. And if you look at it like, I love to do this, which is the reason I do it, because I love to do it, then you're doing it for the right reasons as far as I'm concerned. And even though you could want it as a career, you're much more likely to keep doing it. You have to really love it. There's no room for people to kind of love it and still do all the work that's required and all the stuff you don't want to do in order to get noticed, in order for people to think you're talented enough to do something for them. Or it's difficult. It takes a lot of effort. It's easier to do almost anything else, because almost everything else is not as saturated as this market. So that might not be what you want to hear, but none of what I'm saying is out of left field. I would tell anybody starting out this. I tell artists this all the time, actually. Like I've said, stop paying these people to get you streams on Spotify. You got to get better at promoting yourself, which means, how do you connect with your audience on a daily basis? How do you do it? And get better at that. It starts by being bad at it, and then keep doing it until you're better at it. That's really what it is. Keep doing it until you find your niche. You won't know after 50 tries or 100 tries. You need to do it like freaking 500 times to start finding your niche. That's the truth. And it's going to have a different way. That's why paying somebody to figure it out for you or whatever is totally ridiculous too. You have to figure it out for yourself. For it to be consistent, you have to be good at doing all the steps, and it's got to be something that that you can do yourself. Because if you rely on other people, it's very, very, very difficult to keep consistent. It's one of the biggest reasons it's so hard to make it in a band, because you're relying on so many people to keep their drive up to actually accomplish things. It's very difficult to do it in a band setting. I'd say it's easier to do it, with you and, one other person. That's way easier. If you have to have somebody else helping you out in some way, that's way better. You and one other person. And there's a whole other world out there of songwriters who, like, for these top guys, that's like every song has 3 or 4 songwriters on it. There's these groups of people that wind up, being basically thrown together, or like on purposely put together because of the different labels that are a part of it and who gets paid what, and it's I hate to say it, but it's very much a who type of thing to break through to that extreme top level. You have to be talented and great no matter what. But if you never put yourself out there enough to have the chance to make those connections, because no one's born with those connections. If you put yourself out there enough to make the connections you need to make, you'll get way further than someone who never puts themselves out there, no matter how great they are. They'll be great alone, just doing it by themselves. And that's the thing. And so many people don't want to hear that. You know, it's like, I know a lot of guys who practice their instrument like crazy, but they're perfectly content with that being as far as it goes, because they don't want to put themselves out there. It's a sad story, because some of these guys I know are crazy talented, but that's how I know talent doesn't matter, because unless they put the work in to put themselves out there, the talent is second. It's not as important as putting yourself out there. So anyway, if you could put yourself out there and you have talent, you're golden. That's what's up. And a lot of that is just conquering the fear of the day-to-day, what you got to do, and learning all the stuff you don't know to be able to accomplish that, it's always a thing. It's always like a tough thing. It's a tough hurdle to cross, no question. Cool Edit Pro, FTW. Jason D'Souza. Cool Edit Pro for the win. I don't know what that is, but sounds like a good move. Jason D'Souza. Awesome, 5086. I need a few more items to be fully functional here. Chaos Dynamics chiming in. What's going on? I'm happy you joined us, man. How's it going? Luna, 110 plugins on my Mac, was maxed out. Reaper, 500 plugins, and could load more plugins if I wanted. Yeah, that's another vote for Reaper being amazing. Beyond all odds. Just coming in and just sweeping the floor. I got to try it one of these days. Maybe somebody at Reaper will see this and be like, you gotta try this, and then I'll get communication with them, and then it'll be a done deal. We'll see. Warhard Arts. Yes, Reaper utilizes processes better. Yeah, it's kind of like the RME thing. It's like why is it so stable and great? I was very skeptical about our RME before I started, and then once I got the RME, man, it works. I don't want to jinx it. I hate doing this, because I'm just like, I'm in the middle of a thing that I need it to keep working, and then I say, oh, it's going to work no matter what. I don't know. It's always worked when I have an issue because I don't understand how to use Total Mix, which is usually the thing, because it's a big learning curve for that. There's a person in Florida that you call, like they have a team of people dedicated to helping, and I always speak to the same guy. I guess he's assigned my case or whatever, and the dude is so helpful. Literally 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, I need to speak to someone. I can call someone and get someone on the phone. It's not this dystopian society craziness. You got to hand it to RME for doing something like that. Bottom line. So something like that really goes a long way for me. Because instantly, I have a problem. I don't have a problem anymore, as long as it's 9 to 5 on Friday. So usually it's before I go to sleep. I can get in touch with someone there. It's amazing. And I've not had any problems. Stable, and they use like the old school USB to get it done. It's amazing. I don't know how they do it, but it's just made me think of it when you said they utilize processors better. GDP said, one thing all musicians and producers share is a huge number of plugin promo. Yeah, no, I read that already, but it's worth reading again because it's an amazing comment. It's true. I wish there was a plugin to go through my email and make sure I'm aware of sales of plugins that I, currently own, like, I don't know, some important plugin list, and just get rid of everything else, because sometimes the updates are like $20 if you catch it within the next 2 weeks, and then after that it's like you got to pay full price. We all know the deal. So I hope there's some nonsense crazy way to go through my email and just make it more concise. That would be great. Sounds like a spam filter on steroids or something. That's what we need. What do we got here? Yeah, so I think I caught up with a bunch of stuff here. What did I miss? Who did I miss? Anybody I missed in here? I think I nailed it. Yeah, War Hard Arts. If you go all tape at any point, let me know, because that's really interesting. That's cool. That is really cool. Yeah, no, look, a lot of people, we can't. The last thing I want to say is the good advice. I can't quit my day job though. Yeah, if your day job's paying your bills and making it where you can have a nice life and you can still find the time to do what you want to do, you're doing well. Don't sacrifice that. You just got to do both. That's the thing. You know, it is what it is. You have to put as much time into the music as you possibly can if you want to put all that time into it because you love it. And that's the thing. It's like every time I'm not working on a song, I'm researching how to get better at what I'm doing. If I'm not actively looking for business or to how to promote, or if I'm not doing any of that and I'm not learning how to use new tools and I'm not, it's like my whole life is just dedicated to getting better at this, getting better at what I'm doing, learning everything I could possibly learn about it because I love it. And when you love it, it's like nobody has to tell you to do that. It's just, I'd rather watch a video on how to do something I don't know how to do or learn some new process, even if it's not guaranteed, even if I have to watch the whole thing to figure out one thing I didn't know. To me, that's exciting. So it was kind of, to fall into doing something like this where the information I gather I can share is amazing because it's like I would do that regardless of anything. I love doing that. Something about music, man. I mean, we all feel it, obviously. I think we were all, born crooked or something, and as a result, we all just love music way more than we probably should, and it's amazing, though, and it makes us feel great, So it's exactly the right amount. It's not more than we should. I'm just saying, we've all been struck by the lightning of music. No question. We've been struck by that. You've been hit by. You've been hit by. Definitely. Yeah. RME is Chaos Dynamics Road. RME is great. Their customer service is really good, and their drivers are top-notch stable. Yeah, and the funny thing is, when you see that, it sounds like a bot, and we all know Chaos Dynamics because he's awesome, and he's been hanging on the channel like he's been coming through, dropping amazing knowledge since I started, pretty much. And what he wrote is exactly the truth, but it sounds like a botted message because you see it so much. It's not because it's a botted message, it's just because that's what everyone says who uses them. RME is great. Their customer service is really good, and their drivers are top-notch stable. Yeah. Their customer service makes it worth the purchase in and of itself. For someone like me, I value that like crazy. It was actually a big reason why I didn't get another name brand interface, because when I wanted to talk to somebody at that name brand interface, they told me to email them. And I said, why? I have you on the phone. Isn't there somebody over there who can answer this simple question? No, you have to email us. Dystopian society. Come on. Can't deal with that. So I abandoned that idea real quick. But anyway, I'm from an old school. I need somebody, I want the phone. So many businesses don't operate with a phone these days. Bottom line, they don't do it. I don't know why they don't do it. I think it goes a long way. But you have to be so thorough with your email support. I'm talking like within an hour reply kind of stuff. If you're going to make people use email all the time, it's got to be quick. And I'm not talking about automated reply quick. I mean a person gets back to you quick. So that happens sometimes with some companies, I have to say. But the phone thing is irreplaceable for a guy like me. I really like that. Because I'll get walked through something that's so simple once and I'll never need to know it again. And it's like, how do you replace that? So let me jump in here real quick. We're right about to hit the automation phase. But first I gotta like play this through, and I'm gonna run to the bathroom while I do so I can kind of make a mark of how, what it sounds like now before I get to automation, because I'm about there. So let's just see what that's about. I'm going to have to use a different effect here because I'm getting tired of this quarter note thing, but at the same time, For the moment, I'll leave. That drum fill needs to be featured. I think we all can agree that drum fill is the star of the show. In addition to that lyric and that drum fill take the cake.
10 on it. 10 on it. On it. 10 on it. Get a grip on it. 10 on it. 10 on it. 10 on it. 10 on it.
No, that thing needs the freaking quarter note. It's so funny how sometimes only one setting works and sometimes they all work. It's just funny. That drum fill's the star. That drum fill's the star. If I need to take this thing out just to hear the drum fill, I will. We got to take everybody out before that fill so that we can really make this thing what it's supposed to be. Why is this thing doing that? This is a GDP question. Why is it not holding my selections? I must have like knocked something out of position. It's like not whatever I select gets turned off when the playback stops. What is going on with that? It's something up here, I think. I don't know if that's what it is, but it's something. It was like that before. I turned it to the blue. So what's going on with this? Like, maybe now we're okay. I'm going to take it off loop. Maybe that's messing us up. So that was a quick punch loop. Yeah, see, when I hit stop, why does it do that? What's going on with that? That's weird. I'm not used to that happening. I'm sure it's happened to me before, and then I fixed it somehow that I can't remember. So that's one of those, I don't know why it happens, and I don't know why it unhappens, but we're going to have to figure it out, because I don't like it. It's messing us all up over here. So right now, I'm on the instrument thing, so I can just come in and kind of create additional silence on everything, including this track. What's going on there? Boom. Let's see if this fixes it. I pressed N. Woo! Focus mode. We nailed it, guys. GDP is on top of it. Honestly, the dude's amazing. Has there ever been a producer of a show that's better than GDP? I'm not sure if there's ever been one in the history of everything. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'm really not sure. I don't think so. I'm going to say no. There has not been anybody better than that ever in the history of any show producing it. Also, while I got you, GDP, I mean, you're thorough, right? What was that thing you said? Like, you know how every once in a while I'll drag the window over too far and then it just goes like, poof, like a magic trick, just disappears on us? How do I get those back? I think people need to know how to unhide the windows. Like, because somehow I hit it. See how it disappears into oblivion? How do you get that back when that happens? I hope it's probably not the same press N if I had to guess. It's something else. How do we deal with that? because I lost the reverb thing. It went vamoosh to the left. I pushed too far to the left, and vamoosh, we lost it. We lost the T-Rex reverb. Command, Option, Control, W. That's a lot of stuff. I'm hitting save first. Command, Option, Control, W. That gets rid of everything. And if I do it again, it'll probably come back, I think. Let's see. Command, Option, Control, W. Nope. Gone. Yep. Nope. Maybe. Sorta. Where's that the T-Rex verb? Where did that go? It just went to oblivion? I guess it gone. She gone. She gone. She gone. Just adding a little flavor saver right there. I'm just basically doing some crazy damage to stuff right here. Just damaging up. Let's grab something she's doing. Let's grab this. It's one of the get a grip on it. One of those. Let's grab that. Let's just put that somewhere, and we're gonna extend it. Extendo. Really? Anybody who knows what really is from, let me know. Really? That dude's hilarious. It actually doesn't work unless I mean, I thought I reverbed it up, but I guess I didn't reverb it up enough because it's just sort of too static for me. We need some, we need something going on, or it ain't going to cut it. It just ain't going to cut it. So hold on one sec. Let me throw on some Galaxy something or other. Galaxy tape. Talk to me, Galaxy tape. This is my go-to space. We need something that's gonna put some. We need a tremolator, something like that. We need some life in here. Where's my my dub? Dub me up. Or maybe this one. Let's see. Yep, smart. So the reason that thing happens with the highlight is because the N button is right above the space bar, so close to it. So every once in a while, you know, you glance into that N zone, boom, and then it messes, it takes this thing on and off. That's the problem. So when it's off, see how it takes it off when that thing's on? So you actually need this off. But it's funny, I never ever thought about that. And every once in a while, I'd hit that and be like, why is the, thing doing its thing? And that's the deal. Why is it doing its thing? You get me. We got to do something with this. It still ain't cutting the sauce. It ain't saucing. And I'm going to hit it with the tremolator. I think we all know we need some tremolator up in here. We need something. And why do we need something? I don't, to be honest with you, it's just, I like to, it's like an orchestra. It's got to do a climax crescendo, you know. It's got to do something. And the music's great, but like sound effects, anyone? You know, that's how I look at it. I'm a fan of some cool, weird sound effects. We'll use a dynamic chopper, see if it cuts the mustard for us. Doesn't quite do it, but when all else fails, I think everybody knows what I'm about to do. Little plate. Really? I get locked into these sounds. That's what we need. We need some, you know, Final Frontier stuff. We need some Martian. We need Matt Damon in Martian. I'm a botanist. That's what we need in here. Honestly, it's probably the worst note choice I could have picked because we don't hear it because it's the note she's holding. So it's like I picked her going, eh, and she's like, eh, and it just doesn't help. It's just not helping. So we got to do something else. It's so funny how this reverse, man, one day I'd love somebody to explain to me how this reverse works because I never use it because it's so weird. It's just not the kind of reverse I ever think of reverse. Like it does what it wants. Who uses it like that? I don't know. So the real reverse, this guy, the regular reverse is the jam. But that other thing, it's like who needs that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. At least it's a different note. Get a grip on it. At least now we got something rolling here. You know, what I'm going to do to this is see if it's terrible. Filter Freak. The other thing I use all the time. So there's some of these are go-tos where you guys are going to be like, "Oh, I see what he likes it for the sweeps." That's exactly right. Just cuz it can go and it's all automatic. You don't have to, like, you could do that with an EQ. Whoops, it's switched. We need 8 bar. All right. It's probably terrible. Let's see. I got to go to the bathroom, so I'm losing faith. And then it's bathroom time, guys. Cool. I actually like that. I just want to extend this a little. I just want a slower fade by a little bit. That'll do. Okay, so now decimal, 2 decimal, decimal, 1 decimal. Now that's just how you highlight that whole section because I marked it start and end is 1 and 2. So it keeps it simple. And now I haven't done automation yet, but I want to print pre-automation, so that's where I'm at right now. So I'm just going to hit this. We're going to print 1, and then I can go to the bathroom while it's printing, and simultaneously, when I come back, automation time, and then we'll wrap this up with any finishing touches on the mix bus, and then we'll keep it moving from there. So stay tuned. Questions, I'll be right back to answer all those. First, you know the deal. Option Command B is the move. Option Command B, that's how you get here. So I'm going to take this off for the moment, but stay tuned. I'll be right back after this quick bathroom break. All right? So you're going to get to hear where we're at right now in the track from Jump. And we're back. Let's pop into the chat real quick to just see what's really good. That should be up there, more like that. That's kind of how I'm used to the session looking. Okay. Let us check it out. What does the chat say? What does the chat say? What does the fox say? Check. How we doing? CXQ5, CXQ5. Late to the party, you like the song. I love that, man. I'm happy you dig it. Thanks for checking it out. Yeah, we got we're doing the thing, man. This is the towards the end of the mix. We've got automation left to do and a little bit of mix bus stuff. All I did was add the Mark Daniel Nelson sidecar special this time on the mix bus. And we got a couple dB of gain reduction happening. That's about it. No EQ, no nothing dialed in yet. So we got a little bit to do there, but mainly, I might dial that in, but this is the stuff that's next. See how these are no group. We haven't done any VCA stuff, so I plan on doing a couple passes of that. And we'll see what happens with that. But yeah. Let's see what is so we got some good talk happening here. We got some good conversation going on here. Chaos Dynamics wrote, if you want clients, you need to do networking, which sometimes means being out there. 100%. Go to shows, talk to artists before and after, let people know what you do and that you are out there. 100%. And put yourself on the line. Do stuff that's a little maybe outside of your comfort zone, because the more you reach to do stuff that's a little further outside of what you're comfortable with, you'll keep getting better. A lot of people get kind of comfy doing something and they never really stretch. I find that stretch makes a big difference, because you never really know what you're capable of until you try stuff. So you got to try a bunch of stuff. You got to keep trying stuff and keep going a little further than you think, and you'll learn. That's what's up. Try not to just stay comfortable if you can help it. Yep, commit and move on. That's a great tip, Chaos. Great tip. It's Vincent Hagen wrote some great advice. I've been trying to push myself out there as a solo artist for almost 4 years now. I've made some connections here and there, but they never go anywhere. You got to sort of, I wouldn't say expect every connection you make, to go anywhere. Bottom line. You have to just keep doing it, no matter what happens with any of them. Because most of the people you meet will be all talk. That's actually very, very common. Most people are going to be all talk. How do you avoid that? There's no way to avoid it. You just can't. It's impossible to see who's all talk and who's not. The only way you figure that out is who actually shows up, who does the work, who calls back, there's a lot to follow up. And if you keep following up with people, that's also the thing. The people who really want stuff, they follow up. That's a big differentiator between people who say they want stuff and people who actually want stuff. They follow up. They keep trying. Don't let some kind of deterrent, people will interpret things. They'll be like, oh, well, if this guy did this, he didn't call me back, he must not be interested or whatever. It's like, nah. He forgot. He had he has other stuff. If he's successful at all, he's got a career, he's got something going on. Like, don't take any of it to heart. A lot of us, creatives, we read into things that we shouldn't, and that's actually, you have to train yourself to not do that. We put too much importance on our ability to understand what's going on in someone else's life or head. We can't do that. It's crazy. Don't do that. Just keep trying stuff. That's what's up. It's never what you think. Music is not what do we got here? Yeah, keep putting yourself out there. You'll never know when an opportunity comes up and some has your name come up. Yeah, it's true. And Warhard Arts wrote, music's not the big thing anymore for culture. Dreams and realistic goals are both needed, I suppose. Be a side man, not the front man. Everyone trying to be a front man. Yeah, there's some truth in what you're saying too. I would say that music is not the big thing anymore for culture. It's not that. It's that it morphed, it changed, it became, you know, the world is different now. It used to be you'd go on Letterman or Leno or one of those late night shows, a band could break on there. Now, the ratings on those shows are lower than YouTube shows. Certain YouTube shows get way more attention, views, and everything than TV, than freaking cable TV. So everything flip-flopped. Like the show Kill Tony comes to mind. Like they made a hilarious, when they started, it's really interesting. I talked about this with GDP recently. It was like, I've been watching that show for years. And when they started, they were in like this little room at the Comedy Store, the belly room, I think it's called or something, but the little tiny room in the basement that's small, and the camera looked like crap. Everything sounded terrible. They had to get dialed in, and it took them years. And now it's this show that basically tours the world, sells out the Madison Square Garden for multiple nights. And that show had to like find its own, and it came up. It's a straight YouTube show from the beginning, still on YouTube. The freaking thing is so successful now. And they made a joke about how, like Comedy Central or something, like turn them down, or it's just something. They made some comment about Comedy Central. And, one of the hosts of the show, Red Band, goes, he's like, what's Comedy Central? And that's the point. When I grew up, Dave Chappelle on, Comedy Central was like it. That was the thing. It was so popular. There was no alternative. Now, who even watches TV? Like, I don't have cable anymore. And I don't know if anybody I know has cable unless they're past a certain age. But most people found another way. They found the way to the modern way, which is not the way it used to be. So when you're thinking about this in musical terms, it's like, everything's different there in the exact same way. It's not the way it was. Nowadays you have to be good at promoting yourself in these little, like handheld, personal type of things to become, anybody that anybody cares about in music. It's so opposite of what we would want or what we ever thought was the way to go. When you're coming up and you're from the era I'm from, it's like the mystique and mystery about people, not knowing everything about an artist, not knowing even maybe what they looked like or what they sounded like in conversation, not knowing so much. That's completely gone. It doesn't work. Now you need to show them everything. And if you're lucky and your personality, if you don't have enough filters up to where your personality gets blocked, like you basically have to allow your personality to come through and be creative enough, you can find a way to reach people. It doesn't matter if you're old. It doesn't matter if you're not good looking. It doesn't matter nothing that would have applied to an era where if you didn't look good, like you couldn't be on TV, like none of that applies anymore. So there's so many benefits and there's so many downsides, but most of all, it's all different. So just forget about benefits and what's wrong with it now and better then. It's just totally different. That's why anybody who has that old school mindset of being like, of trying to make it the old way, or like, I'm not going to promote myself because nobody I like who I, had to do that. It's like, no, you're crazy to think you're going to get somewhere if you don't do completely different things than everybody who you might like who came up 20 years ago. You have to be, it's a completely different landscape. Completely different. I was watching this band the other day who developed a following playing a bunch of covers, in their backyard, and they're a pretty good band. They're not like the best band ever. They're pretty good, but they put themselves out there all the time on social media. And that's the answer to getting from A to B, and so many people just don't want to hear that. But it's also so many people don't want to be don't want to put themselves out there because they're scared, and they have their own issues with it. That's what makes it, its own thing. It's like, I look at it like everybody's signed today, because nobody's practically signed except for the people at the very, very top. Everybody's signed. Everybody has a TV slot coming up tomorrow, but nobody shows up. That's how I look at it. The people who show up are the ones who really want it. But 20 years ago, you'd have had to fight for that slot. And today, everybody's got one, but nobody wants to show up for it. Call it what you will. That's how I think about it, because that thinking about it that way actually helps me to know how to navigate this. I don't know, because it's a weird world out there, man. It is so weird. Everything is different. Everything. I mean, I get a freaking butcher box delivered. You know what I'm saying? Everything's different. Who heard of this stuff years ago? Just saying. Yeah, and a big misconception, but it's something that a lot of my top heads who know the deal and come through, like Chaos has said this kind of thing before, which is, but I'm going to do my own spin on it right now, but I know he echoes this sort of sentiment, which is, you don't, if to be an artist, you have to make music, but you don't actually have to achieve anything. You don't have to have a certain amount of listeners. You don't actually even have to put it into the world. You could just make it. And technically, you are taking part in being an artist. You're taking part in your art by just making stuff. That's a huge understanding thing right there. To be an author, you have to write something. You don't have to actually publish it. You don't have to actually put it out. The problem here is that so many people that I find, make stuff and never put it out, never call it done, so they never actually move on to the next thing or get to that, if you want to call it like the golden age of what you can do. If you want to get better, you have to actually do more. You have to finish more things. You can't just keep pounding the same nail into the same piece of wood forever in the form of a song. So there's an understanding between, finishing things, moving on so that you can get to the next thing, and having a body of work that you can be proud of. And this makes you feel good as an artist. And it really doesn't matter about, what happens with that art. And the people who think about it in that way always make the best art. It's not a coincidence. Those are the ones that make the stuff that actually matters. As soon as you start thinking about who's going to buy it or is it going to sell, now all of a sudden you've made worse art. You can't help it. It's inevitable. The art will be worse. So just, you could want to be in the music business. You could want to make a career out of it. But the last thing to be able to do that and create stuff that's great, just stop thinking about the fact that it has to be important to people out there. Like, forget that. The stuff you're making needs to be important to you first. It needs to really matter to you and that it's great to you. That's why if anybody says they like it, hate it, or whatever, it shouldn't even matter. Because the stuff you make's not for the people who hate it. It's for the people who like it. That's the point. There's going to be some that hate it, some that like it. You can't please everybody. You can't please everybody. It's impossible, so don't even try. Yeah, there's some coffee talk happening here. What's up, Danny? Danny Lyrica. Yeah, man. It's, we're throwing it down. I got off on a bit of a tangent here from the mix because we started talking real life stuff. Greetings from South Africa. That's where you're at. Shigiono TH Music. I feel like it's Shigiono the Music. I don't know if that's how you say it, but that's awesome. Greetings from South Africa. That's awesome. We got people from all over, and we could all understand the same thing, and it's that the world has changed a ton, bottom line. But music is just as important, I think, as it ever was for the people like us who, we could find one song we like and just connect with that artist from that one song. And now all of a sudden we want to hear that song constantly. We want to hear the album it's on. We're all of a sudden interested because people like us know what it feels like to just to change our lives based on one song. A good example of this is, when I saw Better Call Saul years ago, the scene where he's in the copy room, like basically was that Better? Yeah, it was Better Call Saul. He's messing with his brother essentially so that he would get his brother had a client and they had a hearing coming up, and he changed the address. He did all this cool stuff that wasn't cool if you're, rooting for his brother. But point was, he did all this stuff that like nobody would do. And while he was doing all that, a Little Barry song came on in the background. And I didn't know who Lil Barry was. I later realized he's the same guy who's doing the theme for Better Call Saul, but this is a different song, that he has. It's Why Don't You Do It? I think it's called, it is such, that song, I had to listen to like 100 times after I saw that scene. I was like, what is this song? Why is the guitar tone so good? Why does this song remind me of the first time I ever heard the White Stripes, back in the day? Like, what am I listening to? Why is it so good? Who is this? What is this artist? Who is it? That's exactly how I felt when I was a kid. It's the same exact way. Had to hear it over and over and over again. Had to find it. So nothing's changed there. The only difference is I didn't go to a store to buy it, to own it, to have it. I didn't do that. So that's the difference, is the product isn't just something people go out and buy now. They rent it from this company that gives, the artist nothing and, practically nothing. And, that's what we do. We rent all our music now. We keep paying for it every month. It's crazy. But I still had the same feeling, is my point. And anybody who doesn't know the song I'm talking about, such a good freaking song. You'll know it instantly because it has such a catchy guitar riff. I believe it's called Why Don't You Do It by Little Barry, because he says that in the song a bunch of times. Why don't you do it? Yeah. Why don't you do it? And it's just a guitar riff. Hendrixy. So good. And it's so good. Anyway, it's so good. I would play it right now, but I'd probably get, slammed and, they'd ban the whole stream because it's copyrighted by whatever record label or whatever, or something, probably. So I ain't going to do it. But you guys should check that out because, man, does that change? That changed my life, that track, just because it's the first time in a long time I remember being like, I need to hear this when that happened. At the time, I was a little disconnected from what was going on, and I just remember being like, this is the first time I felt the need to find out who this artist is. Very cool. Firefrets 8628, I appreciate that. And Tosmosis 8918, thank you for seconding my, what I've been saying here by saying facts, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, Firefrets. I love the tangential, real-life things. They've helped me most, and it's what makes you unique in this space. Your delivery is great. Thank you. Honestly, yeah, to be honest, I appreciate you saying that. To be honest, I don't have much control over it. I just feel so strongly about this stuff that it comes across like somebody who believes this shit because I have no choice. It's just like I've lived music my entire freaking life. From the time I was so little, I was the youngest, so I grew up in a house where everybody had music. Like everybody else had music playing, my older brothers, the older sister, everybody. And I had the ability to hear it all and to pick and choose the stuff that I thought I wanted to have constantly playing. I'd ask my brother to make a mix for me. Like, could you, make a mixtape of this song a ton of times? Crazy songs that I could just point at in a movie or something and be like, what song is this? And someone would know it because I had all the ages, like my closest sibling is 8 years to me. So I was like, what's the deal? What's the name of this song? Who did this? Like, it was a huge benefit growing up like that because I was instantly exposed to so much music. and in a lot of forms. Like we had records in the house, 45 specifically, lots of them. But we had the big LPs, we got the 45s, tapes. Everybody had tape stuff, and then when CDs came out, it was like the CD Walkman thing was, just very cool. The whole thing was just very cool. And music was shared in the household where people, my brother, I could borrow something from. It's the first time I heard so much of the stuff I love came from him. Lots of stuff. But also stuff like my parents would play stuff like The Lion Sleeps Tonight. I had that on 45 and I was like so young. Like I got to hear that song again. Which one? The one about the lion with the whistles. Stuff like that. Crazy stuff. The first 2 CDs that I got as a birthday present were Abbey Road and Zeppelin 4. What can I tell you? You know what I'm saying? I had people with good taste in the household. That's what's up. Paul's Boutique by the Beastie Boys. It spanned the gamut of stuff. And arguably the worst stuff I listened to was the stuff that I picked compared to what everybody else was listening to. There's some great stuff going on. I'll tell you that much. But just all my siblings had different tastes. My sister was hugely into the Beatles. My oldest brother was into, I don't even know what to call it, but like I could name a bunch of songs, but I don't know what to call it. Like Roxette, She's Got the Look. That kind of stuff. Like that was his era of stuff. And like Walking on Broken Glass and Funky Town. Like that was one of my brothers was all up in that kind of music. And You're Unbelievable by EMF. Is that who that was? With the Andrew Dice Clay on it. Just like all this crazy stuff coming out of like different rooms. And then my other brother, the one that's the closer in age to me, was very much into classic rock stuff. Buffalo Springfield, Janis Joplin, Hendrix, the Stones, the Doors, Beastie Boys, also Pearl Jam. First time I ever heard Pearl Jam was because he put the CD on. He put on 10. That was the first time I heard Pearl Jam, and I was very, very young at the time. So there's a lot going on over here. We got Chaos wrote, the House of Kush said, "Don't take your art personally." A very good quote, in my opinion. Yeah, it is. Finish the art and make something new. Make a lot, and you'll improve a lot. Yep. Don't take your art personally is excellent. I love that. That goes along with the fact that it's not meant for everybody, and everyone's not going to like it. And stop trying to please everybody. It doesn't. That's why it's actually harmful to ask for opinions, in my opinion. In my opinion. People shouldn't ask for opinions. They should know that they like it or not. You need to develop your own sense of strength in your opinion. You need to develop a sense of, do you like this or not? It should not be up to other people to tell you whether you like it. Everybody understands this when it comes to clothes. When it comes to clothing, you're going to ask, your best friend's opinion about whether or not this shirt works for you or something. Like maybe some people would. But why? So you can dress more like your friend's taste? Why is it so clear when it comes to stuff like that? Or food. You're going to try something and say, I don't know if I like this. Best friend, do you like this? If you don't like this, maybe I don't like this either. No, you just know what you like. Why is it so hard for people to stand on that same firm ground when it comes to music? When it comes to music that they make? I don't get that. It's just crazy to me. I don't understand it. I think maybe, I don't know. I could speculate that music is very much similar, very similar to art, like a painting or something. And if people don't understand it, they might pretend to understand it or like it or not based on the fact that it's popular or other people like it or some weird correlation there. I don't know. But all I know is I would never ask my friend's opinion on the clothes I'm wearing. I would never ask my friend's opinion on the food I just took a bite of to tell me if he thinks it's good so I know if it's good. So I don't understand it with music. I have no clue why some people don't trust their own opinion. I have no idea. I think it takes a certain level of confidence, It's a certain level of balls to be like, I like this, no matter what anyone says. It's not going to change my opinion. That's how I felt about Little Barry when I heard that song. No one had to tell me it was good. I just wanted to hear it again, 100 more times. And it's the same way, like, what first time I heard Zeppelin, I felt the same way. I mean, there's just so many songs like that. I heard Black Dog, and I was like, what is this? What do we got here? We got Blue Moose writing in my earlier youth, I'm 33 now, still young. I was into so much music, and discovering new music was so exciting. Those feelings are further and far between now. When they hit hard. Yeah. Yes. But that's a symptom of living. You cannot be surprised by the same trick more than once. So when we get into an era where, people are playing music that's predictable, that we've heard a million times, same freaking 808s following us around the world, and the freaking same snare samples and the same kick sound, it's like, yes, I agree. How many times can we be surprised by the same sound, the same format of the music? You need somebody to give you something unique to feel like it's new for us. And we've heard a lot. So the more you've heard, the less you're going to feel that. That's exactly why I'll keep going back to this thing. That Lil Barry thing hit me so hard, because it was like, I can't remember the last time I heard a guitar do what that's doing in the way it's doing it, like the whole structure of that song, and it made me feel the way I do. The last time that probably happened was like Lenny by Stevie Ray Vaughan. I heard that and I almost fell off the chair. And in a similar way, when I heard that other song, I was like, this is unique like that. I'm not saying it's better. It's the guitar playing. I'm not comparing that, right? Because I'm a guitarist, so I know what it means to say anybody's even close to Stevie, because that's crazy, right? The guy was insane at the guitar. But and dedicated his whole life to it, like to the point where you see the bone in his fingers because he wore his skin down so much because he played so much, so heavy, the strings that were such a heavy gauge. But that feeling where I heard something new and exciting, and I didn't expect this to be like, I didn't expect that melody. I didn't expect the notes to come together in this way. That arrangement, that's how I felt when I heard the Lil Barry song. And it doesn't hit that often. Absolutely. I felt it also when I heard Wolfpack. When I heard 1612, I remember thinking, this is amazing. This is a bunch of guys who really know what it is to play music. Nobody's overplaying. Everybody's amazing at their job and staying in their lane. The cymbals aren't all over destroying everything. There's drummers, and they're playing old school style, which is the only reason they're able to record like all in a room and stuff with bleed, and it still works. So there's just so much to, like, once you deep dive into why that is, it's because Jack's understanding of music is a freaking ocean. It's not like he understands this little bit of music. The dude is deep in what makes that sound that he likes. He knows all the players, he knows everybody who created it back in the day, and he also knows how it was recorded. He knows like why things were done. So when you combine a true love for music with the ability to do research and understand, and then you want to incorporate that, you create stuff where certain people are like I'm listening going, this is amazing. It reminds me of old school amazingness, but it's somehow happening now. And it was fantastic to listen to stuff like that. When I heard Deantown, I almost fell over. 1612, like some of these songs, you just can't get away from that. And it happens sometimes even with pop songs. It'll happen. Songs that are more in the mainstream. It depends on what went on, how that song was allowed to be birthed. Was everybody very concerned with keeping within a certain math and everything to make it the right amount of bars for whatever? I had an artist tell me that recently. He's sending me a song to mix, and he's like, I don't usually, why did the producer do this? Can we change how many bars of this or that? Because I'm not used to having that many. I'm used to having like 8, 4, 8, 4. And I said to him, I was like, you don't find that gets predictable. Anything that gets predictable gets boring. So the fact that it's different can be great. Like, that is actually amazing. You picked whatever you're recording to as, the beat track to what you're doing. I was like, you picked it because you liked it. So it's probably amazing. And your lyrics are going to tie this whole thing together. Your vocals are going to tie it together. So why are you worried about it? And he was just worried because he thought, other people wouldn't like it or something. I was like, nah, it's got nothing to do with nothing. Like, you picked the beat, you liked it. Who cares that the arrangement of it might be different or weird? And who cares? That's better. That's what I said. It's better that's different and weird. The weirder, the better, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, man. I don't know. When I get to, don't get me started with talking like this. I'll just, I'm eating up time in here. Perhaps age and mortality naturally resist new input overload. Yeah, I think it's harder to surprise us. Bottom line, that's the truth. I really think it's harder to surprise us. And Blue Moose wrote, talking to Warhearts, he's definitely feeling his mortality recently. Lost one of my grandmothers. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, man. In that part of my life where things like that are going to start happening, having an existential crisis, to be honest. Yeah, that's rough. The best thing you could do is, life has a tendency to wake us all up at different times. And a lot of us get woken up when something bad happens. If you're lucky enough to be able to wake yourself up before something bad happens, that's great. But, who knows the course of events anything in your life is going to take. And as soon as something bad happens, it really has a way of focusing you if you let it be that kind of a catalyst. You could let it hold you down and be miserable and feel super depressed about it, and no one would blame you, because if you lose a loved one, like, that happens. But at the same time, you have to look at it also like, you don't have all the time in the world to do what you want to do. And this is a clear indication of that nothing lasts forever. We need to do what we need to do today. Let go of anything holding you back. Fight that like crazy, because a lot of people, when they go, there's things they wish they still could have done or would have done, have it not been for fear or whatever, and they never do them. So you got to go for it. You got to go for all that. Just keep it moving. Every time you feel down, you got to make that list of what you need to accomplish today. And part of that list got to be, how many other people can you help? Help other people. That'll get you over these, the more depressed and sad you get into like a depressive hole, the best way to get out of it is help other people. Like, put yourself in a situation where you have to help somebody. That will help you get out of your depression. Too many of us focus on ourselves too much. We're depressed. Why us? It's all about, I wish this didn't happen to us. Like, now what am I going to do? It's all I. Put the attention on other people and watch what happens to you when you help other people. Make them feel important. I'm sure there's plenty of people that are also, all messed up, that you could try to help. And the funny thing is, if everybody did that, then someone would be there to help you too. So I think more people should do that, because they don't realize by helping somebody else, it's not that they're putting their own desires and wants and needs on hold. You're actually allowing yourself to focus. You're allowing yourself to get past something by helping other people. It's so much more helpful than anybody realizes. I forget what, where exactly that stuff, that information comes from, but it's widely known and widely talked about in almost every culture, I think, that just helping other people is the answer to getting out of a depression and over hurdles and out of a place where you think you're in existential crisis or any of that. What do we got here? Warhard Archer, can you still talk to your brother, Evan? Yeah, my brother's still alive. I have, two older brothers. Blue Moose, do something new, but nothing risky. Yeah, do something. I like the advice here because doing something new, you know, I think what he means by but nothing risky. Like, don't, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I know what you mean here exactly, but at the same time, that doing the thing that you don't really not sure you're going to be great at or whatever, that's fine. Do as much of that as you can. Learning new things will get you out of a funk also. Like, dive into learning new things and trying to accomplish them, and just, use this thing that happened as a way to tell yourself what I'm doing is not going to impact anyone else's life as much as I think it will. Like, even if everybody hates it, I'm not going to be, ended because of that. I'm going to be able to keep going. Everybody's got their life. They all got their problems. I'm going to do what I want to do. Like, use it for that. Because on the grand scheme of things, somebody that important to you passing is terrible. All the other little bullshit fears we have about people liking our stuff or being too scared of or falling on our face or not knowing what to do, they pale in comparison. So once you stack that up, it's like, I could do anything because none of it's as serious as, what just happened to somebody I love. Like, that's everything else is nonsense compared to that. So you might as well just, it can give you fire is what I'm saying. It can give you this fearlessness that so many of us have a hard time wrapping our heads around. Because nobody wants to look stupid. Nobody wants to look like they don't know what they're doing or whatever, And it's helpful. Everybody, some people really know this. Like GDP Japan, super helpful in me doing these live streams because there's so many things I didn't understand. I was like, what should I do? I don't know how to do this or that. And the dude's on top of it, to the point where I can do what I can do, but I didn't know how to do a lot of this stuff. And now between the two of us, we figured it out. I wouldn't be able to do it without his help, bottom line. So it's pretty cool. And I got to say, there's people out there that are willing to help you if you put yourself out there. I would have never met him if I never put myself out there. So, there's great people in the world willing to help people. Put yourself out there. Give it take a shot. Ask for help. That's another thing. Nobody wants to ask for help. It's some like how scary to us. It somehow makes us feel like we're not, like depending on how you look at yourself, you could think you're not worthy of the help, or you could think that it's, you don't want to put somebody out by asking. Like we come up with all sorts of reasons. But like I said, helping people makes people feel better. And a lot of people know that. I know it. And a lot of people out there know it. So you'd be surprised if you ask for help. Somebody might help you. Don't try to think you need to do it all yourself. There's some things you can absolutely get help from. Get help on. Yeah, walking the path. I like this here. Chaos wrote, walking the path doesn't lead to new ideas. It's when you wander off to where you've never went before. Like you said, Evan, get out of your comfort zone. 100%. You learn outside of that zone. Where you're comfortable, you already know what that's like. You don't know the scary part. Just like up until a few days ago, less than a week or whatever, I didn't know how live was going to be. I had no idea how to do a live thing. I was like, I kind of want to do a live. I want to stream some stuff. I don't have any idea how to do it. I kind of want to, but that was outside of my comfort zone. So it helps me grow to do it. And it's undertaking something new. So just relate that to anything. Trying a new way to work, trying a new workout routine, trying a new schedule, being like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to stop whatever, these vices I'm doing that are just numbing the pain for me. I'm going to stop those and learn to be happy in boredom. Because I do all these other things so I don't have to sit with my own mind and be bored. And you know what? I'm going to embrace the boredom and get good at living in the boredom. And then you don't need those substances anymore or whatever it is that you were doing to kind of take yourself out of your head. And then once you conquer that hurdle, it's easier to do other things. And threw that out there because it was something else. Like, I couldn't really accomplish shit while I was trying to, like, soothe myself by freaking smoking every day constantly, or like, that was my vice. I just was somebody who smoked a lot constantly, and as soon as I stopped that, I was able to be much more productive. But that was the first step, and that was a step because so much of my life I was freaking smoking. So that was a big step to get rid of that. And if I didn't do that, I would be half the person I am on these things. Because no matter, I know it helps some people and it's prescribed and whatever. You got to be honest with yourself. It made me tired. It made me slow. It slowed my brain down. That's what it did. So that's what I wanted when I didn't want to sit in my own thoughts, when I didn't want to really fix my problems another way. That was a fix. That's why people do that stuff, because it's an easy fix. You never have to do anything else. Just do this. It's so easy. That's why it's so easy. But you never go anywhere. That's a comfort zone. That's the problem. It's comfortable. So I didn't want to take it there, but it's it's something I think about sometimes that I'd never really talk about. Great life advice. When you only worry about yourself, life sucks. Yes. Too many people who only worry about themselves wonder why they're depressed. Yeah, absolutely. And some people make the wrong move there and they decide to, like, oh, well, then I'll just, I'll worry about, I don't know, I'll go have a kid and worry, and then I'll have something to worry about, and then I'll make me a better person. It's like, you're kind of, maybe be a better person first, but, there's no right or wrong way here. Life is life. So I don't want to preach about that, but I don't know. It's, there's a lot of decisions through life you got to make in order to actually be able to look at yourself in the mirror. And one of them is helping people on a regular basis, so you're not being selfish. And if you know that, it's easier to look at yourself in the mirror. It's way easier. And another thing is, just know that you're doing stuff that you love to do. Like, know that you're spending your time, which is limited on this planet. You're spending time doing something you really love to do. And not just doing the part you're comfortable with. Trying to learn as much of it as possible and doing the parts you're uncomfortable with. And then getting comfortable with them. Over time, you'll get better. You'll get more comfortable. I'm more comfortable today by at least 3 times than I was 6 days ago before I did one live stream. I'm at least 3 times more comfortable because it's my 3rd live stream. So that'll keep compounding. I don't doubt it. That was the first sip of water in, I don't know when, a long time, since I started this one. I got to drink more water, guys. That's the bottom line. Yep. Good stuff. Let me keep doing this so I can get done. I really want to get this mix in a position where I'm stoked. I'm going to jump back in the chat in a second and we could talk more. I like where this conversation was headed. The whole thing. I like where we're at. I like the topics you guys brought up. It was really great stuff. No joke. Just checking the chat on my phone too. Some reason it shows, I don't know exactly. There's some stuff I still got to dial in. Bottom line. All right. Take that off. First step, we're going to come over here and change the title of this to auto, because now we're about to rock the automation. So I save it just in case I have to revert back. It's like a failsafe. kick trigger and the kick all go into kick VCA. And usually I set it to mix so that if I did want to mess with stuff and there were 2 tracks, it would only mess with each of it individually instead of both. So now that we got kick trigger done, snare, even though there's none of these, I still all put them in the same thing. These are muted, but we're going to put them all in the same folder. Snare VCA, mix. Oh, I forgot this one. So if you forget stuff, there's like an easier way to add this, but for me, the easiest way to do it is delete that. Just delete that group and then come in and do it again. But I know you could do it within the menu itself of the group. It's just we all like our, we all have our weird preferences. All the rest of the drums, which is rack, floor, hi-hat, ride, overhead left, overhead right, room left, room right, and U47. They're labeled crazy, but I like, I actually don't hate this labeling. It's the quickest way to label I've ever seen. O for overhead left, H for overhead right, because O-head, like OH, overhead, crazy. RO, room left. OM, room right, because ROOM spells room, and if they're next to each other, it'd be left, right. You get what I'm saying? You got to do freaking Rubik's Cubes to be able to do this thing. I like it, though. So rack, floor, all this stuff. We're calling that drums VCA because it's everything except kick and snare. Bass VCA. Rhythm guitar. Now, what I noticed last time when I was doing the VCA automation was it was kind of annoying to kind of keep track of both guitars separately. It was annoying because I felt like I dialed in a good balance and then I just wanted to ride the guitars, like all the guitars, not them separately. And if I needed to rebalance it, I could come back here to balance everything. So I think what I'm going to do this time is put both guitars, including the reverb part and all that, on one fader and just call it guitars. So like when I come down here, see how it says EJ guitar, J guitar? This is from the last session. So instead of doing that, I'm just going to make this guitar, but we'll add the word VCA to it so it makes more sense. Guitar VCA, and then over here we're going to do lead voc or L voc VCA, and then we'll do backup voc VCA, and then we'll do, it looks like too many words, it's freaking me out, back V VCA, that works. And then this one's going to be still flavor, because the flavor I might want to automate separate, but if not, I could always just throw it into the same group. But I think this is going to work the best. And when it comes to lead, I just really mean, the girl vocal and the backup vocal are all going to be on backup, and then the lead, it's not technically lead, it could be vocal 1, vocal 2. I mean, technically the words aren't important. That's just how I'm going to split it. And even the flavor stuff, I kind of like the volume of where it's at. So I'm not sure if I want to even change that. So I might not. Like, just for argument's sake, let's just pick a spot, any spot. I'll leave it separate for now. Flavor VCAs. Flav VCA. Boom. What I call it, Flav voc? Great. Flav voc. That'll work. Just change it here because I'm whatever you call that thing where you got, stuff's got to be right. I'm that thing. EJ vocs. Take these and all these verbs that go with it. I like to take my verbs with it so that the sound I have doesn't change as I change volumes. I want all of it to come together. We'll do lead V VCA. Lvoc VCA, same stuff, same difference. There we go. Boom. All this stuff together as one. Back V VCA. Back V VCA. And then the guitars. Where's the guitars at? Guitars all day. Boom. Get VCA, and we'll just put them together. Boom. Okay, we're good. Now, power this thing on. Okay. Now we got our stuff. We're going to come in here and we're going to go all these to touch mode. And I may rock a, we'll see if we need it or not. I may do a wide bus today, but maybe not. Instead of the thing I've been doing, it's really for the quickness I've been doing it, but to add a little stereo imager in the choruses, it's just something I've been doing on the mix itself. But a lot of times I'll just do that on the guitars. Like leave the bass where it is, leave everything in the center except for guitars. Get those a little bit wider in the choruses. Sometimes that's a good substitute for a bus. I mean, for a stereo imager kind of deal. Especially because this plugin seems to add some kind of cool depth, like out the gate. I don't know what it's doing, really. No idea what it's doing, but it's doing something. And then we'll dial this in a little bit afterwards, but I want to get this kind of sitting how I want with no EQ on it. So let's basically run one of these. If anybody has questions on the VCA thing, let me know. So now I get sort of centered in front of this thing. I'm going to tip the mic a smidge so I can be over here. And I try to get, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the pinky's not meant to be, the pinky's not meant to be on the faders. I don't know about you guys. Do you guys use your pinky on the fader? Because I never do. It's a 3-fader game pretty much on each hand. 3 faders. It allows you to sort of push down, but maybe it's just my pinky, but it ain't up there by the other fingers, so it's always weird and awkward when I try to get the pinky down. So I'm a 3-finger on 3-fader kind of guy, and I'm basically going to run it. And I'll typically leave like kick or something for a little bit later in the automation. I typically focus on the drums fader first for cymbal crashes, drum fills. Want to automate those up when the energy needs to be there. And I'll automate guitar and bass up together kind of thing. And definitely focus on vocals. That's like the main point of this too, is for me to make sure I hear every word, you know, in a way that makes sense, not like jump the vocals out over everything. And to that end, make stuff lower. Because right now, if it's loud, I won't be able to hear what I'm supposed to. So I have to lower the volume a lot. And what were we on before? I forget. Was it 60 dB? 660, something like that? I think I was on 60 dB. But it was really low. And we're going to be maybe even lower than that now. So let's find out how this is going to run. I want more guitars in this chorus, guys. Way too much. I love the fill he does on the hi-hat here. I want more of that. We're gonna have to do that on the hi-hat track itself, because I don't want to bring up like overheads as much as I want this to really bump. This guitar to come up a bit. It's actually the wrong guitar. I want this one to come up. I was surprised. I thought that was me, but it's actually him playing the riff here. I want that to come up. You hear me in the background? That's what I mean. Listen to the bleed between the amps. There's like bleed in there. It's pretty cool. Unless that's actually, no, I'm sorry. That's the echo track. It was probably a combination of both. You're hearing both a little bleed and this echo track that's doing a little widening of his guitar essentially. So it's not just starkly on one side. We spread it out a bit, and we're on the other side with the tape echo, UAD, 80 millisecond slight delay on it. I'm going to leave that down so I can automate it down here on the track so it brings up both guitars in that spot of the chorus. I may be riding it a little hot, so I'm going to just kind of lower everything together. It's just the bass came up a lot on me, but I was liking it, so that's why I kept riding it. We got to control that guitar there. I need more juice in that last chorus. This would be a good use for latch because I could just leave it there because it's the end of the song. So I don't really want it to keep going back to where it was, and I don't want to have to keep my hand on it because every time I hear the flavor, I want to bring that down. So I'm in a weird place at the moment. I love the bass there. It's a guitar solo, and I'm playing, and I'm making the bass louder than the guitar. No, it's the right volume. I don't have to worry about it. This is basically a drum fill, this part. This whole part's like a drum solo, kind of. All right, I gotta work on this background vocal and ride that a bit. I want to undo that real quick. Need more kick. At least on the downbeat. Let's get a little more overhead too. I'm going to have to give his guitar a little love on that couple notes he gets quiet on when he comes in. Just want a little more of her voice. Nearly there. All right, let's just step back from this for a second. I'm going to turn this up a little now. All right, now I'm going to turn up a little bit. We're going to add some kind of saturation in the front of this and see if it doesn't ruin everything in sight, in which case I'll take it off. That thing is crunchy, huh? And something about the black box is pretty cool, but it's just so crunchy that it's so easy to overcook with that thing, man. But I dig this 3348. It was much more subtle for this track, and we haven't used that yet. I kind of like using stuff we haven't used.
Small man pot, no crime, but no crack rock. We just can't stop us. 'Cause we don't. Yes, step on it. Put your tit on it. Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it.
I'm keeping track of all the stuff I'm doing right now in terms of the mix bus because it's all has an effect on the end goal here. The Studer, so much low end, you just get all this low end, and I like it, but it's definitely, that's the thing with the Studer is like, can the mix that we've built handle all this low end right now? I don't know. Let's. I'll tell you, from where I sit, it needs to be louder to feel better. When it's a little quieter or just about the same level, a Studer doesn't work. Let's see what's popping over here. I was just looking at the last one. This, Professor John Smith, what's popping, man? How are you doing? Good to have you over here, man. Woo! I'm talking funny like this because it's been a long ride. We did, I mean, it was a solid mix that takes about the same length of all the mixes, but we did a lot of talking too in the last little section. We did a bunch of mental stuff. Is the best way to describe it. We did some mental stuff up in here, and that definitely took some stuff in there. Yeah, I'm deep in automation right now. That's for sure. GDP. Boom. The hi-hat gain boost was a good idea. Yeah, well, this drummer is nasty. If I didn't have a click on this thing, this drummer would have been leading us down a path to the promised land. But because of the click, we were held back a little bit, and that was my fault. But you could hear it in his hi-hat work. The dude is just, he's as close as I've gotten to Jimmy Chamberlain. I'll tell you that right now. Just the dude is nasty with the quickness, his quick hands. I feel like the dude should have been a boxer because his hands are quick. Yeah. So where do the multi-tracks, GDP Road, Evans deep in automation right now? Let us know what you think of the levels of space or any elements you notice in the mix. Yeah. I love to hear all the comments and stuff. Chaos, where do the multi-tracks originate from? I recorded a bunch of this stuff in my, at this point, I can't remember if I still had the Brooklyn studio or not, but I at least did a bunch of it in my apartment, whether I had the studio or not still. We recorded vocals and bass in my apartment, bass through a DI, the BAE 1073 DMP. That's the entirety of that bass track, which was done on a separate day along with the vocals. So all the vocals, separate day. And what we did together was all in the studio. We rocked drums and the two guitars at the same time. So we were all, the three of us were playing together to create the rhythm, the rhythm section minus the bass essentially. And the bass got done on a later date. But yeah, so, the drums were recorded not by me. I was obviously there, part of the session, but, honestly, when I'm playing guitar in a band and stuff, it's so much nicer to have someone else record the drums. Like, to someone else focus on that, But at the time, I also didn't have the equipment and gear and everything that these guys had that tracked the drums. And it was run through some great stuff to get these sounds. 8 1073s on the drums, just a lot of stuff that were, the original Neve 1073s. I've mentioned it before. A buddy of mine who has plenty of 1073s. And if I'm not mistaken, Burl converters, at the time they had Burl converters also. And, maybe they went through a couple other compressors that they had around too. But, if I'm like, it doesn't sound like anything's particularly really compressed, but maybe they lightly hit something on the snare or something, because the drums sound so good. And at the time, I wasn't as focused as I would be now on what happened. This was 2013-ish, I think, is the estimated date of tracking this. But, you could see there's a part of the snare here that gets pretty loud, but other than that, real consistent. So I'm thinking something might have been on it, or the drummer's just, like I said, he's a beast. That's on the bottom snare mic. This is the top. But yeah, it leads me to believe there's no compression when I see like a stray hit like that, like kind of get so far away from it. But I didn't want to actually go through this and like meticulously clip gain certain things up and down. And now that I see that, I'm sort of forced to. But that's why I hate looking at stuff. Man, tape. Just plain old tape. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we didn't record this to tape. This was Pro Tools, obviously. They had an HDX system. And yeah, I'm very very satisfied with the way the drums sound, which is why I used to do that sometimes. Yeah, 873s on the drums. How many tracks was it? I didn't even notice. I mean, it's not really 1, 2, 3, 4, floor 5, 6, 7, ride 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12. It's about what I do. I always do about 12. You know, but I got to tell you, the tracks I did way back with 4 mics on the drums, I'm really liking that too. Like as a concept, just less kick, snare, overhead, left, right, or some version of that. But yeah, this is, out of these 12, definitely 8 of them had 1073s on it. No question about it. Do, 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 do. Yep. Yep. What do we got here, Chaos? This is what happens when you don't go to Timo. when you Yeah, there's no Timo in sight over here, on this thing. No way. Is the Q&A? No, Professor John Smith, if you got any questions, you throw them in there. You wrote something down here. What do we got? We got Bro is Cooking. Thanks, Vincent Hagen. I appreciate that. Do you think the Genelec 8361A are forward-sounding speakers? Did they have image depth and width? I had an experience with those that is, based on a lot of comments on that video and different people who have reached out to me and stuff just to talk about speakers, which I think is cool. They basically, some of them echoed my experience exactly, and some of them had very different experiences. And I think that comes down to the way we hear. Like everyone here is different. Everyone's room is different. And like the variables are so much greater than people realize just in those two things alone, the room and our ears. When you combine that with taste, which is part of the ears, I guess, but also like speaker height and how meticulously you dialed that in or not. And like, again, which I guess all falls into the room and placement of the speakers. It accounts for a lot. But what I could tell you is my experience with those was not a pleasant listening experience. But I've also said I like speakers to be honest and truthful rather than flattering. But the problem with these for me, when I tried those out, the problem with the 8361s was that they were biting, and I did do a lot of things to try to compensate for that. In other words, like I've got the Trinnov. I tried it with and without the Trinnov. And I even tried to compensate on the Trinnov by like knocking down some of those areas that were biting. But then the result was just kind of blurry and it didn't really work. Like I felt like I was ruining them with the Trinnov. So I took that off and put on, just using their GLM software also, that part of the speaker. And kind of no matter which way I turned, I couldn't make them where to my ears it sounded like I could sit there and listen to them for 8 hours. Because if you notice, like this is a regular occurrence for me. When I sit down to mix a song, I try to finish it when I start it, like that day. Because for me, that's just a big part of working on stuff, is not to let it take forever. The rare case is if I hit a brick wall and I just don't know what to do and stuff's not working out, maybe I'll go to a different song, come back to this another day kind of thing. But I try to mix low enough that I don't beat up my ears. And typically, if I wasn't on a live, I'd probably take a break and like eat. I'd take a break and, leave the room a few more times. There's certain things I'm not doing because I am very aware of the fact that, I'm trying to hold people's attention also. So I'm not trying to just disappear in the middle of doing this and then there's nothing on the screen. It's dead air or nothing. Like I'm not trying to go that way. But the way I mix, even if I was on a deadline, I'd turn the thing down so I wouldn't beat up my ears, so I could work for long, and I try to get through with all the steps, exactly like I do here. That's the typical process for me. And I couldn't do it on the Jennies. I tried really hard to like them because they were about half the price, a little more than half the price of the speakers I wound up with. And they would have been a great solution. As far as I was concerned, like they could have been. And that's why they were, I narrowed everything down based on everything I'd heard about, read, reviews, just as much as I could possibly get into anyone's head that I knew, even just anybody who had ever tried anything and talk to them and get deep with it and figure out what I thought was going to work. And my guesses were, I got to try the 45s, the ATC 45s, got to try the Jenny 8361As, got to try the Key 3s, and got, ultimately, based on my analysis of those, I realized that the Key sounds amazing all the time, no matter what I did, which was not what I wanted because it flattered everything. But it gave me so much low end. It gave me so much of everything that no matter what knobs I twisted, it sounded good no matter freaking what. No matter what, it was great. That was a problem for me. It's not the kind of speaker I want. If you're producing only and just creating and you're on that end, you're going to send it off, to someone to mix, those would have been great speakers. The Jennies were painful for me to listen to. Because where there was a point on them, I'm not looking for super bassy, nice, beautiful sounding speakers. So by all means, I thought I was going to love those, but where there was a point in the frequency spectrum, and I said it in the video I made, where the guitars would start to hurt you, they hurt me. The vocals on things that I know for a fact sound a certain way didn't sound the same way on those speakers. The vocals sounded low in a song I've listened to my whole life all over the place. And then on those speakers, it sounded loud. It was like opposite day. The kick drum on some Red Hot Chili Peppers stuff I've been referencing for my whole life sounded annoyingly painful on those, when every other speaker system I've ever heard, it's present, it's in my face, but it's not painful. Every other way I've ever listened to it. So there were certain things that were opposite day that I just couldn't get my head around. And that was the problem with them ultimately for me. But it doesn't surprise me that other people have a different experience, because I have very weird ears. I have sensitive ears. I had a weird accident thing go down where a ram set thing went off, in a concrete bunker, basically, basement thing. And it ricocheted off the wall and the sound messed up one of my ears bad, to the point where loud music gets to it, with the tinnitus, really easily. So that ear is sensitive. I'm sensitive to certain things where I really need, I want that kind of silky mid-range. I want a really true speaker, but I just can't deal with something that hurts in certain frequency ranges. It really bugs me. But it doesn't I bet you other people would have a totally different situation. I also really like mixing with NS10s. So I'm from that older school of NS10s with a sub was what I used for a long time. And then I used barefoot 01s for a while, but I would flip back and forth between the NS10s. And I got to be honest, I'd use the NS10s sometimes more than 50% of the time with the barefoots. So I was comfortable in a way with that kind of a sound. And then, the ATC 45 sounded great to me. They sounded really kind of like an ideal speaker, except it felt a little bit mid-range heavy. Obviously that's what people love. They love the mid-range about it, and there's a lot of it because of the way that speaker's built. It has, in my opinion, less low end and more mids, and it's sort of unbalanced as a result a little bit. I can understand people getting to work around that and starting to like it. If you can figure out that speaker and learn it, it'd probably be great. I was just searching for the most balanced experience I could have, so that when I turn the speakers down very low, they're even. The amount of low end is predictable compared to the mids and the highs at low volumes. That's what I wanted. So I had a very specific idea in mind, and the ATC 50s knocked it out of the park for me, where my quest is completely over. I have no intention of getting new speakers for my entire life. I mean, maybe at some point, if the Grammys start flying in. Other than that, I'm keeping these forever. And even then, I probably wouldn't get anything new. Because once you learn a set of speakers, it's what are we talking about here? Learning the set of speakers, learning any speakers is the most difficult thing you're going to do next. Learning your room and learning your speakers. So you don't want to keep changing them. You pick a set you think you can work with, that you have confidence in, that can work the way you like to work, which for me is actually low. I just turned up to hear the end of this thing and stuff, but I like to mix really low, 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 low. On the phone with the decibel meter, it says quiet whisper or whisper room or whatever. It's freaking thing is, the volume is low, right? So super balanced at low volumes. I could tell you this about the Jennies. They have a ton of bass. You know, when I, like, the Jennies kicked so much bass, and they sound, like, some people's argument is they sound too good, but I don't know how you can utter that unless you're a little bit numb to certain painful frequencies in, like, the upper mids. I don't know how anybody, the upper mids and maybe even some of the highs, but I don't know. I couldn't take them. But I also have heard people say that you can correct for anything you don't like or whatever with the software. I'm familiar because I have the Trinov. Like, I know what it's like to mess with the curve and dial in the room correction and stuff. And I just felt like no matter what I did, I sort of hit a brick wall, for me. And it was easy to tell that because I had just used the ATC 45. So it was a real easy comparison to be like, one of these I can mix with and the other one I can't, and it's just one of them is missing something, but it's workable, it's usable, and the other one is not, is how I looked at it. For me, it just wasn't. But did it have way more low end? Yes. It was closer to the key in terms of low end and stuff, is my opinion. But the key was like the best hi-fi speaker setup you've ever heard, kind of thing. And that's not what I wanted either. It was this beautiful, like I'm in a movie theater listening to stuff. It was just beautiful and lots of low end. But, the people that love those as much as they do, they're probably okay with that kind of speaker. It wasn't, only thing I could say is like honest enough for me. But music sounded amazing on it. Like songs that I've heard a million times. I put on Pearl Jam 10 and was blown away. I'd never heard the album sound that good. And then when I tried to mix stuff on it, every knob I turned sounded good no matter what I did. So I was like very messed up. And there's so many controls on there for changing the way those sound also, that I realized at some point, I was like, man, I just want to turn the thing on and see if I can, work with it without all these crazy options. Like even these have like a bass booster controller, but there's just straight up analog speakers. That's it. And I don't know. The other ones are not. The other ones are, they're supposed to be fed digitally, and that's how they're best. And, I'm referring to the keys at this point. Like that's how and I ran it every which way. But when I did the digital thing, they also had this other weird situation going on, which I didn't really want to get into, but I'll do it real quick. Whenever I would use them to like be the playback system for something on the internet, I don't think this has anything to do with my internet because I've never noticed this problem with these speakers or any other set that I had tried. But with those, because it was digitally connected and through, I don't know what it was, like every once in a while, it would sound like a 56K modem. Only when I was like running through the internet trying to like play back something off YouTube or whatever that was, that would sound, all of a sudden the sound would change. If it was like, off a website, it wouldn't be high quality, whatever. And all I could think was, I was like, this is a result of the digital factor here. Like this is because this is not an analog signal path going into the thing. It has to be because there's something weird going down. But when I was playing music, that never happened. Like off using them as monitors through the Pro Tools setup and everything never happened. But whenever I try to do like some sort of loop back thing where I could listen to, the audio through them from like, a browser, it didn't work. Like it would work sometimes, hit or miss. Sometimes it would take the quality and degrade it, and the other times it didn't. So there was something to diagnose there that I never truly figured out. But I had already kind of decided also while I was doing it, I was like, well, the bigger problem is I can't mix with them because every mix I do sounds terrible outside of this room. But in the room, it was okay. But outside of the room, man, it would have taken me forever to learn them. I'm sure at some point maybe I could have learned them, but it would have taken forever. That's how I look at that. I hope that helps. I don't, if you're still around here, Professor John Smith, I hope that helps. Vincent with I dare you to brick wall this mix. Braxel, how's it going, man? What's going on, Braxel? Braxel 1. I dare you to brick. So yeah, I'm gonna throw on a limiter of some kind, but I barely graze that thing, man. I mean, I try to keep it on the light. I dare you to brick wall. Okay, hello with the Braxel. What's popping over there? I track 12 to 14 mics on my drums. Love tracking drums. Yeah, that's it's about normal. That's what I would say. Like this has 12 mics on it, and there's no kick out. There's kick in only, but the kick in is sort of kick out also, which is strange, especially for this studio, because I know they rock a kick out also, but the way the U47 is, it's kind of set up as like a center mic, so they had a 47 FET that they would throw on the kick out a lot, but it's not this. This is the U47. This is the tube. So anyway, there's who knows what was going on at that time with whatever. But Braxel asked, you don't like your Trinov Nova? I just got one before the increase of $500. I love the unit. I have to say, I spent years using a Trinov, and I loved the Trinov in the other room, the other studio. Like when, you go back to my older videos where before I moved into this spot, that studio, I felt like the Trinov was a necessity. And like, I am so lucky that for some reason, based on a bunch of your comments and a bunch of you guys' suggestions, I turned off the Trinov when I had these ATC 50s in the position they're in, at the right perfect height, dialed, meticulously. I turned off the Trinov, and every single mix I've done with the Trinov off sounds so much better than with it on. In this particular room with these particular speakers, it was like that thing was taking these ATCs and turning them into a speaker that was less honest. You tell me why that is. I don't know. I know exactly the purpose of a Trinov. I know what it's supposed to do. I know what it wasn't working for me. That's all I could tell you. And I took many different measurements multiple times. And my ultimate result was turn it off, and the results are way better. Like right now, I still actually have everything plugged through it because it's off, it's bypassed. But since I turned it off not that long ago, it was a few months or a couple months, something like that, I just haven't bothered to fish the cables out of the whatever and change everything up. I just keep the thing bypassed. So it's not actually, it's just passive in and out. And what we're doing right now with it bypassed is the reason stuff is actually coming together for me. When I had that thing on, I was flying blind practically, and I didn't know that until I took it off. So, this stuff is so weird, man. Audio is so strange, and to get somebody to come out and like build your room or make it the way it is so expensive, and there's so many variables that most people are never going to do that. And I didn't do that. Like I designed, I've done my own research on building rooms for years, and I built this one. I had help build it, but I'm saying I designed where the wall was going to be and what was going to go up with the stuff. And Graham from Music City Acoustics in Nashville walked me basically through what the design should be with where some of the treatment should go and his opinion on, so we talked it through. All the panels are Music City Acoustics in this place. And I had a great experience dealing with them and getting this stuff situated. And I'm super happy. So it was a lot. It was a long time coming and a lot to dial in. But once I got dialed, way better without the freaking Trinov. Don't ask me why. I have no idea why. But I don't have the Nova either. I have the ST2 Pro because I've had it for that long. They didn't have a Nova back then, if I'm not mistaken. They had an ST2 Pro, and they had something else that was more than, stereo. There was more than 2 sets of speakers you could plug into it. I don't know what that is, but it was something else. I love that drummer. He's so precise and snappy. Yeah, the dude is. He's a good drummer. This dude's a good drummer. If you're talking about the dude playing drums here, he's solid. The guy's great. But he plays with a lot of soul and feel, so he's like always going to do whatever he feels, and it's the craziest stuff that I could never replay his fills ever on drums. And I'm like, I don't consider myself really a drummer, but there's no chance I could ever cop his fills. Whereas some amazing old school, like, soul type fills, they're playable. This dude doesn't play playable fills for anybody but like him and Jimmy Chamberlain and probably Danny Carey kind of thing. But in this, it doesn't show his true potential because of this freaking click. My fault. That's my fault. Here we go. We got, I appreciate that, CXQ5. I'm going to tell him that you said that. So Stelios Leosti, 1108. Evan, I have a question. What type of meters do you use in Pro Tools? Are you still into Brauer multi-bus processing? No, I've abandoned the multi-bus processing on my quest to go as simple as I possibly can. I've abandoned it completely. Now I'm just, the only tracks that have buses is the bass bus. That's it. No other buses over here. We got kick, snare, all this stuff. You know, there's some aux stuff like a snare verb. This happens to be off. But all the drums go to the mix bus directly. I'm not even using any parallel at the moment at all. The bass has a bus, but in this case, it's just one track. Does it need it? Not really. Usually if I have a multi-mic bass situation, so that's why it'll feed to a bus, and then it'll go to the mix bus. That's what 5060 print is. You know, I'm realizing something now too. The routing I did here, like I must have been asleep at the wheel, but I'm sending this track to the mix bus, and then I'm sending the bass. I'm sending this to this bass bus, and then that's going to the mix bus also. Wasn't actually intentional, but obviously I've been listening to it this way for hours, so I'm okay with it. But typically I would send the bass track to this bus, and I'd send it along with 2 or 3 other tracks, and then just send the bus, you know, to the mix bus. But actually I am doing parallel on the bass that I just noticed at the moment. Yeah. But still, I mean, the sound of the bass is the sound of the bass, but we got this going to the mix bus, which is basically just the 4kg on it. And then we've got another channel of bass with some, you know, a little bit of pitch shifting to make it chorusy goodness, combined with some distortion, combined with Spectre, combined with LA2A 1176A. Yeah. But typically I'll just run into it. That's what I've been doing for, I mean, there's some logic to having a distorted bass channel like Barisi style and blending that in with a clean one, which is kind of what's going on here. But needless to say, it was not intentional. To be honest, it wasn't until I looked at it just now. That wasn't intentional, but it works out, and it's something I've done in the past sometimes, but this time it was not intentional. Rhythm guitar. So this is going, you know, rhythm guitars just straight to the mix bus. See the 5060 print? That's my mix bus. Even though there's no 5060 involved, it's not involved. Just so we're clear, this is a straight up all in the box mix. 5060 for the vocals, flavor 5060, the verbs 5060, 5060 all day, all this 5060 stuff. See, that's the flavor. And you got D. This is the female vocal 5060 all day. Backups, you know, flavor 5060 all day. This is like your verb track, your little plate, your compressor, all the crazy stuff. I keep the stuff the channel it defaults to when you add it to Pro Tools, because why change it? Just get used to the fact that this is always the effects, and then you don't got to change it. That weird like forest green. This is that third vocalist 5060. So it's all 5060, literally everything. And then the VCA, you know, everything has a volume control, which is what the VCA is. It's just volume. And I like it because that way I don't have the opportunity to let's throw a million things on the bus. Perfect. Forget that, you know, and the master fader, I lower just to be able to decide how much I want to get into this track, and also just to get a good sense of how hot I'm coming in general. You know, I think some people wind up coming in way too hot and they never really know it because they might take their input down on this plugin or whatever, but it's just nice to know like how hot you're coming in. So if I take everything off and I see I'm sitting somewhere 3/4 of the way, I'm fine with it. It just shouldn't be sitting up clipping and getting the lights all bugging out on our master fader. I don't like it when that happens. To me, it sounds like I'm squashing stuff, whether I am or not. It just always feels better when I can go into something with more control. So this goes before this, decides the level in, but I'll often put one saturation plugin on it. And in this case, you could put multiples. I've talked about that. People like sometimes stacking saturators, but I'm very concerned with blur. So the mix bus for me, the Mark Daniel Nelson sidecar at the moment, which is straight up because I'm trying to get some use out of this thing, because I know it's a great plugin. I just, you got to use stuff to get good with it, and I haven't much. So I'm rocking this thing, and it's nice because it has the EQ on it. I probably don't need a curve bender after it, but I will put on some kind of limiter at the end. I've been using the Pro L2 lately, so maybe I'll put on the Oxford inflator or something. Not the Oxford inflator, the Oxford limiter. I might put that one on instead. And then the CG2 is a nice just kind of sweetener right on the end after the limiter. And then sometimes gold clip before the limiter to kind of knock down a little bit of to make the limiter work less hard, basically. So that's where we stand on all this, like what's going on here, routing wise. Oh, you asked what types of meters do you use in Pro Tools? Whatever the default is. The digital VU or whatever. I think that's what the default is. Like, I haven't changed it to K-weighted yada yada or anything crazy. Like, it's whatever the default is. I always do that. I never mess with the meters, because I sort of have gotten a sense of what it's supposed to look like, and why change it? Braxel, you use Music City Acoustics. Nice. Yeah, dude, the clouds are amazing. These clouds they have lights in them and everything, so I can basically change the whole flavor of this whole live stream if I want and make it a blueberry, which I've done before. They're very cool. I mean, it's because there's an app that controls all of it. So I just jump in and, it's this like crazy Wiz app, and it's called Wiz. I don't get why it's called Wiz, but blueberry time party. And then I have this one saved as Red Life because there's a couple red bulbs and, the rest normal stuff. Yeah, Music City Acoustics did right by me. They did a great job. To me, the Nova sounds great in my room. I have to bypass it to track, though. Yeah, because of the latency, I assume. The processing adds latency. That's probably why you would do that. Thus, the noise after the fade out on the mix bus, perhaps. What is that in reference to? Flop. I don't know. Maybe I could have lived without the Nova. The whole thing was like, yeah, it's expensive. It was not easy to choke down. Honestly, the way you hear is everything. So if you can change the way you mix because now you can hear better, go for it. I told you I could not have done mixes in the other room I was in without it. And in this room, I can't do them with it. So talk about crazy change in situation. No, I don't think the bass routing would have anything to do with that, because it's both just going to the mix bus. It's just parallel. It's just a parallel track. So it shouldn't have anything to do with the routing. Let's see where we're at over here. I want to move this to a track that will cut some of the low end off of her vocal. That's what I want to do. Let's hear that one time. No, I kind of like it better here. We just got to center it. I think it's just pushed to the side is bugging me. Get there. I don't know about you guys, but this needs a little flavor in the front, and that's going to be easy to do because it's just a little flavor. It's just a little flavor. That's what it needs. It needs a little something, just a little flavor. Let's just flavor it up. Maybe we'll take it from her. We'll see if she gives us anything cool. Some random coolness. Cool it up. Because it's just so empty in the front. You hear me? You get what I'm saying on there? Hold on. Let's just do something with this. Let's do my favorite jam in the slam right here. And we may need to hit it with a delay also. Let's see. You could automate that by the way, like the cool sound of moving the time while you hit play. I've automated that before just to get a. It's like you can do pretty cool nifty stuff with that. It's got to go in the very beginning where all this silence is. It needs something. You feel what I'm saying here? It needs something in there. I like that. Just better than nothing. And we got to take another word for this spot, otherwise it'd probably get boring. Let's use just a different we don't got. Let's see if that works for us. Let's also change this. Let's get out of this zone.
We don't got.
I've yet to find a preset on here that I love. I gotta figure that.
We don't got.
Are we back? Man, that was insane. The freaking thing. There we go. Lost power. So hopefully you guys can hear me and everything's working, but the power went out. The router, everything in here is all on a battery backup, but the router is not. And I should probably change that, because if the router was on the same battery backup as everything else, I bet we wouldn't have even lost that. Hopefully. I'm not sure. But we're back. So hopefully, I mean, obviously you thought what I thought, which is as soon as I use black hole, we just entered a black hole. That's what I thought. Luckily, I think we're back. Is the chat back up? GDP, how we doing? Hope you guys can hear me. I'm not sure if you can. Let me know. Send me a signal. Seems like it's okay. Hard to tell. We working over here? It's still giving me this unable to connect to chat. Please try again later. I don't know why it's doing that. It's so strange. Anyway, I'm going to keep working over here. Seems like GDP's telling me we're all good. I just can't see the chat at the moment. Hopefully that changes momentarily. All right. I just got done adding this craziness to the front of this thing. I love that little thing. Whatever this is doing. Love that. And if you've seen my stuff before, you know I specialize in the weirdness. Weird style is my game. So what we're going to do is, you know, as much of this, the weird stuff is just what adds some interest to the front. It doesn't have to be loud. It just has to be there. And what exactly can it can be a multitude of things. A militude. All right. I'm just going to switch the, like, it seems like we're up and rolling. I just want to pull up, I'm going to open the chat again. I'm going to close it and I'm going to open it again. And I think that will allow me to jump in here. That's probably what I need to do. Here we go. Okay, we're working. Maybe I just hit, I'm just not exactly sure why this is doing what it's doing, but we have a solution in the works right now. GDP is going to send me everyone's chat messages until I get this thing figured out. Why can't I open this up? Let's see this thing. Hold on a second. Okay, we're doing well. Hold on. Here we go. All right, we're back. I'm closing this other chat, and I got you guys back. We're back in business. Boom. Okay. Now don't make any sudden movements. All right, we're back in the game. Hold on. Here we go. Bringing back the screen of goodness. Okay. All right, we're back in the business. Here we go. So we got. It's cool that you guys actually could see my messages. I just couldn't see yours until I reopened the chat for some reason. So we're back in business. Third stream ever. Don't worry about it. We're building our ability to do this correctly. We build it as we fly it. We're flying it while we're building it. Yeah, that was crazy. The power went out. I don't know why. Everything's okay indeed. Excellent. We're all good over here. Van, what is it? What is your go-to delay plugin at the moment? I'm using GoodHertz. GoodHertz DC19 was awesome when I started messing with it, but I abandoned using it before I figured it out truly. And I remember thinking I should read the manual like most of this stuff, but I just didn't, and I just started clicking stuff and moving stuff, and no matter what I did, it was a very unpredictable situation. It was an orange cat. I was just like, I don't know what to expect now, no matter what I do. I started, it's weird. It looks like a bunch of circuits and stuff on the, if I'm not mistaken. I started clicking around different things. It always sounded kind of cool, but I couldn't predict or make it work. And like, I had no idea what it was doing, like how to get it to do anything. So I got to go back to learn that plugin a little better, but I plan on doing that soon. That's part of the reason why if I did an all GoodHertz plugins thing for one of these streams, it would be a little bit of a train wreck at first because there's a lot of them that I don't know fully yet. So just learning and navigating them while on a live stream, crazy, but I wouldn't put it past me. I'm glad you like that guitar, man. Yeah, no, that's kind of I have to say, it's kind of my thing. I'm just very into funky guitar. I really dig it, So if I can help it, I'm going to drop a funky guitar part. Keep it simple. Play some individual notes. This song was built around that riff also, that, don't everything else came after that riff. True. You recorded snaps and claps. Those are awesome. Honestly, have a tambourine nearby, guys. Tambourine, shaker, any small percussion stuff. There was a point in time in my life I lived really close to one of these stores that sold tons of cool little small percussion instruments. I used to stop there every day on my way to Brooklyn to the studio. I used to stop at this place and pick up one thing in an attempt to use it in some way. And they had all sorts of weird, ridiculous stuff and cool little things that could be used on like one song or, but a lot of the good stuff, like the mainstays, the shaker, the tambourine more often than not, and have a couple of them because they all sound different. If you have the one with the skin on it compared to the one that's just like, the outline of a tambourine shape, they sound totally different. Smaller, bigger, some working better on some songs than others. I love tambourines. I love shakers. I like Toop from GoodHertz as well. Yeah, GoodHertz got a lot of really cool plugins. That's why when I went into the GoodHertz game, I went in all the way. I have every GoodHertz plugin they make, I think. And, they had it as part of a package, and it was a really good deal at the time. And not only was it a good deal, it was like they give you a further discount if you made a video using one of their plugins, and I was like, hold on. And I just, I sent them a video of me using one of their plugins because it was already made, and it was up. It was one of the songs they did a while back where I pulled up the Wolf comp and stuff. And so they gave me that discount on top of the other discount. It was like discount city. So I was like, I'll take them all. It was great. It was fantastic. Tambourine is the thing for choruses, especially. I mean, you're trying to bring life to a chorus, tambourine all day. I'm a huge tambo guy. So let's dial in some mix bus stuff now, and then we can wrap this before the power goes out again. Because that was crazy. Mix bus time.
We got
I like a song to sound completely louder than it started when it ends. That's like, at least it shows some movement. There's some life in this freaking thing. You know what I'm saying? That's for me, the difference between non-automated mixes and automated is like, it should sound different at the end than the beginning. Like, why do we need it to sound the same? That just never made any sense to me. So it can build. It can be crazier in the end than it is in the beginning. That's my thought process. So we got the markers up. So 0.5 point, 0.6 point, the decimal, and then we're just going to go back to 0. So now I bring down 1 dB, I bring up 1 dB essentially in the choruses. The verse we'll leave alone. We'll just do it in the choruses for the moment, and then maybe the solo as well, and then the last chorus. So we'll take this up, and then it'll come down for the pre-chorus. Let's see how that works. Okay. Let's see what's going on with this ending thing here. Going on with this? Oh, here we go. All right, so we're 0, 0, 0, 0. Good. Why is this above that? Negative 0, 9. What do we got going over here? I'm going to do this fade again. There's nothing magical about this fade here. That's at 0. This is not. Why? Why? So if you hit command, when you click, you can bring this thing back to life. You can create another dot, essentially, and then put it wherever you want. So right now, negative 0, 9. Here, 0, 0, 0, 0. So we're good on the zeros. 0, 0 all day, 0, 0. And then it gets to the end, and we fade down. Fading down. 0, negative 6. And it's a nice slow fade. Slow little ramp fade. So we've done our automation jam there. Let us see what else. Now, some may say, oh, wow, but you're lowering it by a dB in the beginning. It's like, yeah, but you need room to make it feel like it's getting even louder. I did a lot of that with automation, so it's not like a game of always do this all the time, always, but I'm going to hear it right now and see if it works. I just wanted to say, there's other options we could do to make the chorus bigger, including filter the verse and pre-chorus and then open it up in the chorus. That it works too. It's just, if you're super happy with how things sound, this is a kind of a lightly invasive way to go. Like, it's not that invasive to add a little stereo imaging to the chorus. But that's actually the reason I'm not doing it on a wide bus or something, because it will make the guitars louder if I run a parallel bus and spread things super wide and send my guitars to them for the chorus. The guitars are going to feel much louder, whereas this is just going to take the overall mix and just spread it a little, which I'm kind of okay with. I don't know if I want to sit there and now figure out the new balance of guitars once I add a wide bus at this late stage. You know, it would be easier to just use some filters and tighten up and then expand out. That would be easier. You could probably even do it on the Mark Daniel Nelson plugin, because you got these cool handy dandy jam slams over here. You got your filters. So, for example, you could set it at like 15K and, 70 or 40, right? 40, 15, and 15K, and then just bring it to 20K, 20 in the choruses, and then bring it back. I mean, you could do that. You could do a lot of stuff. I don't know if that would even, like, if you would hear that as much as if you, like, went to every instrument, like guitars, and filtered them in and then opened them up. Bass, and filtered that in and opened it up on the channels themselves. You probably hear it more there. But in the interest of, like, keeping it moving, and the fact that I'm liking the way this sounds, I don't have the need to, like, make it smaller to get bigger. It's already getting bigger. It's part of the nature of the arrangement. It gets bigger in the chorus. So it's not a whole lot we have to do to embellish that. Let's stick with less is more. Only do what's necessary to kind of enhance what we're doing over here. Let's take this back a bit. But I just want you guys to know that I am very well aware that I've now done this on probably the last 3 songs. This is the 3rd time I've done this exact thing. And I hate doing that. I hate repeating myself if I can help it. So a part of me is like, should I do it again? You know? So listen to the difference. You got, this is A. This is without that now. And there's a little bit of a volume increase here, even though this is at 0. It's just part of the nature of some mid-side EQ is going to feel louder. So there's no point to compensate for that, because our goal is to make it sound bigger. So it's not like we're testing a plugin. The goal is to make it bigger, and we're making it bigger. So party on, Wayne. Party on, Garth. just decided to give the kick drum a little bit of love at the end there on the Mix Bus EQ. I was like, what would happen if I... 50 hertz instead of the 200 hertz that it was set on before. And I'm not quite sure if that was an accident or how that even wound up there. Maybe it's part of the Mix Bus depth preset thing. I don't know. But a thing I like to do on the Mix Bus is definitely some shine on top and some shine down low. And we're definitely shining on you Crazy Diamond right now with a little bit of that 50 cranked. And I mean, this makes more sense to me a little bit than taking down 150 but boosting 200 here on a bell. I mean, the whole thing's kind of like, I don't know. But I like weird stuff. I got to tell you, man, Mark Daniel Nelson knows what he's doing. I like this thing all of a sudden. This is pretty cool. I'm feeling it. I never really found so much use for this plugin, but right now I'm like, woo, it's kind of cool what we got going on here. About 3 dB-ish, right? Something in that zone, if I'm not mistaken. And then, 50K, a little bit. I mean, 50 hertz, a little bit. Right? Little boost at 50 hertz, taking down 150 a bit, putting up 800 a bit. Where basically the posts that hold up the house lies is around that 800 zone. And, maybe 20K, a little shine on top. Even though we're filtering, we're also boosting. Interesting. Or it sounded good down at 2.5 also. And I got to say, when I use the Pultec, a lot of guys will boost 8 or above. I like boosting 3K on a Pultec. So this kind of concept of 2.5 is interesting to me. I like that that's an option because there's something about when you boost in that zone, the song sounds so aggressive. Whether you like that or not is its own thing. But up here is more of like shiny top end air, and then down here is aggression. So as soon as I do this, the mix sounds way more aggressive, and I kind of like it. I'm debating. I'm just debating that, and then I'm going to look at what else we got going. Maybe I'll add the gold clip. We'll see it in a second real quick. But we're dialing in. We're close, guys. We're right there. Me is saying, don't get too aggressive on that 2.5K. Don't get too aggressive on that 2.5K. That's what it's telling me. So I might not get too aggressive on that 2.5K because that's what I've been hearing in my head while I'm sitting here. Let me, and I'm gonna let's see, maybe gold clip, maybe not. Let's see. Maybe this time inflator instead of gold clip. We'll shake them up a little bit. Let's see. Let's check that. Let's check that chat. Let's check that chat. What do we got over here? You've been shooting, yeah. All right, so me and GDP were talking about this. It's like, I'm not sure if I know how to do anything other than marathons. Like, I don't know. I mean, if that's what they call these long streams, I just sit down to mix a song, and we got a little caught up talking in this one about other stuff too, and it wound up kind of going at us like where we had to do some talking. It was great stuff. It was great topics were brought up, things were discussed, some sentimental old school stuff, music stuff, mental stuff, all sorts of crazy stuff. And we wound up here. But it's about 50-50. It's about 50-50 mixing and talking on this stream in particular. And yeah, that's where we're at. It's your first outage test. That's true. Stormy there too. Yeah, I don't think it's actually that bad out here. It's just for some reason the power goes out around here a lot, which is why I got everything connected to this battery backup. And I recommend everybody get one of those. Like my speakers, everything is plugged into there. The camera, the speakers, the only thing that's not is the freaking router. And it occurred to me when the stream did whatever it did. But, in the past, it's never been an issue. But now if I'm doing these live streams, I got to router up into a jam, and then we don't have to worry about it. But that riff is growing on me. Nice. What do we got? Yeah. Here we go. We got, I love tambourine with a hi-hat. Yeah, tambourine with a hi-hat's where it's at. Right Sound Studios, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. You're awesome. Thanks for being here, checking it out. 9 hours and 20 minutes deep. GDP's holding it down over there. No power outages over there in Japan. They got it solid going on over there. If it sounds good, it is good. Yes, that's what's up. And getting a new computer and setting it up software and all that is involved. I keep thinking I'm missing plugins. I'm not using Waves done with their crap. I use very, very little Waves plugins. If it's I have a bunch because there was a time where I bought a lot of Waves plugins, like most people here, and I did buy an update plan a couple times, and every time I do, I get upset. I don't know about you guys, but every time I have to update the plugins, it pisses me off and I don't like it. So I can understand, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but there's some plugins you just never really have to worry about that with. Sound Toys being one of them for me. There was something you had to pay for them recently. I can't remember, but it was like a very reasonable price to get all your stuff updated and some other stuff too. I think it was so it was it fell below that line of this is a bugging crazy pain in the butt, and I was like, all right, I could deal with this. But yeah, there's definitely something up with when you have to keep rebuying your stuff. I hate that. I don't understand it, and I hate it. But yeah, new computer. I tell you the truth, man. Like I don't think I ever regretted it buying any of the UA plugins. I don't know. They all seem to find a use somewhere. They're all because if you're a fan of that older school stuff, the Goodhertz plugins are great because their interfaces are so like made for people who use computers. Like they just make sense. It's not knob based. So there's such a logic to the way those were designed that I actually really like them. There's just some of them I haven't spent the time to understand and learn yet. But it's always something I loved about the Wolf Comp was how easy it is to use and just to dial things in and just stuff makes sense. It's on sliders, like it's not knobs. So it just sort of makes sense from a mouse clicking perspective. And yeah, there's the PSP Vintage Warmer is a cool plugin too. I don't own that one, but it is a very cool plugin. I know a lot of old school cats used to love that thing because it's been around a minute, the PSP Vintage Warmer. But at the moment, like I've got so many saturation plugins that you probably won't see me use the same one on two mixes. I think the last mix we used ATR 102. The one before that, I used the mix head. And right now I'm using the 3348 tape, which I don't know if you heard me messing around with the ADDA part of this, but like it sounds really different when you just change like this ADDA, the converter aspect of this plugin is like all I ever really mess with. And everything just changes completely when you start messing with that. In a good way too. Like the X80 is one of my favorites, and the 3348 setting is the other favorite. But on this song especially, those seem to work. And the black box is another one that every once in a while I'll use, but it is so crunchy. Even when you dial the settings way back, I'm a fan of it, but it's hyper aggressive. Whereas at least I throw the 3348 tape on, I feel like the mix doesn't fall apart. It's not different. It's not a different mix. It's the same mix. It's just got some flavor to it. Whereas as soon as I start using the black box, I just feel like everything starts to crunch. I don't know what that is, but it's not always. It just depends on what you got. If you got a sparse song, it could work very well. If you got samples of stuff and like it's not real players, it's not recorded instruments, it's other stuff, that could work. You're dealing with a sample library track, a beat track of some kind, and it's kind of sparse. Black box is nice. So, everything for its use case. And in our like Gold Clip, I like the inflator also a lot. I'm a big fan of the Oxford plugins. Gold Clip is at the moment right in front of the L2. I'm liking the sound. But I also have a tendency to try out the Oxford limiter a lot instead. And the CG2 has been just living on my mixes lately. It just does something kind of unique, gives it like a little extra push, and if you hit it kind of light, doesn't seem to have any real negative effects that just ruin things. So as long as you're hitting it kind of light, it just seems to be okay. What I want to do is I gotta switch this up. If I'm gonna leave it off until this chorus to create a crescendo moment here, that's what we gotta do. That's the stereo imager bypass I'm messing with right now. I don't want it to come on until the crash. That's crazy how loud I'm getting right now. That's louder than I like to be. So I'm lowering a little bit of stuff. Something's coming in too hot. Let's find out. Loudest. So I just want to check the loudest point, and that's kind of where I'll judge everything working super hard. I want more of those guitars, man. I bet you we don't need that little bit of 0.8 boost on the bass. Remember my 0.8 thing? I told you. None of the stuff I told you guys is not exactly what I do in terms of 0.8 every time. Bada bing. That's the best increment range for me, and it happens to be the default on Pro Tools. I don't think it's a coincidence. 0.8 is where it's at. Let me just see something here. Check. You got my mic. You hear me micing? So yeah, you hear me micing? Micing! You hear me micing? Yeah. Can you hear me micing? What is the length of the battery backup? I could tell you, I think it's about 20 minutes or 30 minutes, which is, in my opinion, sufficient to like shut stuff off or something. But that's when like power is maxed out. I only run it, let me see. It's showing power at 36% with a like ATC plugged into it, and the camera and the light, the aperture light and the computer screen, like all this stuff running, including the interface and everything else. It's only at 36% power. So it should last longer than that, I think, because I think those specs of, 20 minutes, whatever it was, is supposed to be for when you have at least like the full load on it, which is like 70% or 75%, if I'm not mistaken. You're not supposed to exceed that, like an amplifier kind of thing. But if I'm not mistaken, that's the deal. And the battery backup I have is the sine wave one that is like the pure sine wave jam. Because when I did the research, and from my own experience, the cheaper ones, like the APC backups I'm referring to, the cheaper ones that are just like the narrow backup things, they have like this high pitched, like weird, like a whistle almost. It's like this weird noise that's almost constant. And, most people probably wouldn't hear it, but engineers like us, we can hear that freaking thing. And I was like, what is that? And that thing also, like the cheaper ones, man, bad things happen with those things. Mine literally started smoking randomly. Something will happen inside it. The battery freaks out. It started smoking and it stank. And I had to get it outside the house quick because it did not smell good. And, bad move. So I'll never buy one of those cheaper ones again. Luckily I was home when that thing happened, but you could look that up and you'll see plenty of stories of the same thing happening. So I know I'm not the only one, that those things have a tendency to do weird things. Whereas, the better version of that, you don't see the same stories. It's more expensive to get into, obviously, but then once you have it, you don't see the same problems. And when there's it's a smart thing, so you can connect it to your computer and it'll tell you when there's an issue, like even if you're not around. It's pretty cool. But it's also like it'll show up and it'll say, change battery, like, soon kind of thing. Like it gives you warnings, you have time. So it's worthwhile. It's definitely one of the most, because think about it, if your stuff goes down and you somehow lose anything or, it didn't, a lot of the gear we use is also somehow digital too. Like if my converters blew or got ruined because the freaking power goes out, that'd be ridiculous. Or you spend money on speakers like this and then all of a sudden, you don't want the power to be pulled. You want to hit the off button and let them get powered down the way they're supposed to, as far as I'm concerned. So that's a big thing for me. I love ATR 102. Yeah, I love that. I love UA DBX 160. The VOG plugin is the DBX 160 compressor. Yeah, I like that too. Definitely. I thought you were referring to, I forget whatever they call the subharmonic synth that DBX makes. I'm thinking about buying 2 SSL Revival 4000s. What do you think, Evan? Honestly, I have no problem with anything that they're doing now. Like SSL stuff that they rack, it's such a smart way to roll, because a lot of people aren't going to find, like I know a lot of us, if we had our druthers, sure, maybe some of us would have a console, but a lot of times you might just want like 8 SSL channels. Or 2 or 1 or whatever. But my point is, I could see those being useful for a lot of people. I I kind of look at stuff differently than some people, though. Like I've mentioned earlier on this stream, color within a piece of hardware is like the reason I buy hardware. I love the color factor. So, SSL, they have a flavor to them. They have their own thing going on. So you can call that a color. It's a very aggressive style compression channel strip. So I don't see anything, if that's what you like, go for that. Me personally, I like the super wide roundness of Neve stuff a lot. And SSL does a completely different thing. You could refer to it as like squared off sides compared to rounded sides or something. It's like one of them is super angular in terms of its sound. It's got like more defined edges, and the other one is just like wider, rounder, so it depends what you like. I associate a lot of the records I love that I know were like mixed on an SSL. I have love for SSL. How could you not? It's all over so many records we love. If you grew up kind of like me, where you're like 90s music was fresh when you were coming up, like it was brand new. It's like, man, I love old school sounding stuff, and then pretty much most of the stuff in the 90s was mixed on SSLs. So to some degree, like I'd probably prefer the 4000 over like a Neve VR channel strip, because I don't consider that to be necessarily when I think of what Neve is to me, it's not the VR, so everything, it's give and take. Like when Eric Valentine bought that console to mix, and he gave up, or he kept a lot of the modules, but he gave up his old school Neve with all those amazing, what did he have, 1084s or something in it? I don't remember what exactly he had in there, but he basically went from like the super colored Neve to the one that he can carve more with. But when you look at the resale value and stuff, one is not at all, and the other one is great on the resale value. And it's mainly because one is a tracking board and the other one's a mixing, was a mixing board, but there's been plenty of advancement, so to speak, with it for the mixing boards that have surpassed that. Whereas on the tracking end, on the color end, people still choose the stuff that has less controls, the less dials, less bands. That's why everyone loves 1073s with their 3-band, but they also love 1081s, 1084s. They love, I love my old school Neve stuff that I have that, I was lucky enough to get years ago and invest in essentially. But there's like a sound to a lot of those 3-band, 4-bands that's really good. It's pleasant. You can hit it really hard. And it always has like a smoothness. And I'm a fan of API sound stuff too, because again, it's very round, it's big sounding. And SSL sound very different. So the good thing about stuff like that, I don't know exactly where you're at, but if you can get something and test it, see if you like it, I'd go that route, so you can see if it's doing what you want it to do. It's a nice 19-inch rack piece. So it'd be hard to go wrong with something like that for some purpose. It's just, I don't know exactly what your purpose is. Are you looking to run stuff through it to mix through or what? But depends on what you're going for. If I was going to track through it, I might want something else. If I was going to mix through it, it might be perfect, so depends exactly what you're doing. You could probably do all things with it, but that's how I look at it. Yeah, tracking on a Neve, mix on an SSL. Yeah, man. I mean, if I had my druthers, I would have a freaking, bunch of 1081s and mix through that and track on that, and I would just take that saying and torch it. With the track on a Neve, mix on an SSL. I could make it work, I'm telling you. And I think a lot of people would feel that way. But there's no question an SSL is more flexible, but I've done plenty of mixes using just 1081s and they sound pretty, I'm okay with them. It's not, I'm never thinking, oh, I need an SSL. I'm just thinking an SSL could do the job of sort of a Pro Q3 right here to carve out something, which is nice. And And it has a flavor. I like their compression flavor for certain things. It's snappier than anything. Super snappy. Yeah, if you're mainly mixing with it, it's a worthy purchase if you're thinking about it that way, where you have some sort of hybrid flow and you want to use it as mixing. Then I'm right there with you. It might be a good move. Mainly mixing with it is going to be used as an all-arounder. I have an old Demeter tube mic pre, and I love that. Yeah, combine that with a tube mic pre. That might be solid, man. I'm a fan. I like what they're doing. I like how they're essentially breaking their console down into pieces that everyone can buy. I think that's a great move. I need to look into this. Oh, wait, I got to switch this from top chat. Hold on. Live chat. I always forget to do that when I first open it. And since the power outage, I forgot to do that. Yeah, what am I missing over here? Let's see. Yep, Waves is done for me no matter what. We'll never go back. They lost my trust. I'm so with you on that. I'm thinking, Love S. What brand? I need to look into this. Yep. Which one you get? Which one you get and which one blew up? I missed what you said. I probably have two. My mix bus. I took a leap and okay. So there's an APC that's basically fat and short and it's heavy, but it's also it's like a how do I describe this? It's fat and short, and then there's one that's like that sits on the ground and it's narrow and tall, and this one is. Let me just see if I could read it. The Smart UPS 1500. Smart UPS 1500 is what I rock at the moment. And it's the same one I had in the other studio, and it's done right by me for a long time. And if you look up the pictures, you see it's stout, kind of stout, long, fat, as opposed to the other one, which is narrow and tall. So it takes a different battery, and it's just on a different level. One's a pure sine wave, whatever. The other one's not. The other one's not pure sine wave, whatever the nonsense. And that difference makes a big difference as far as not hearing that ridiculous noise. But yeah, APC is the brand. They're both APC, both brands. Like, it's just the one. The good thing is, you call them up and they hook you up when something bad happens. But I would have rather that thing never exploded on me, pretty much. I mean, luckily it wasn't an explosion. It just started smoking, and I had to unplug it and put it outside because it was smoking up the parts inside, and that was what it was smoking, and it stunk. Something awful. I can't remember like the model that blew up, but it's the tall tower one. I'll try to. If you leave a comment on this video at some point, like when this is over, I'm gonna, because I replay all these, like I post them as is. I just hit stop. They go live. They stay up there so you guys can see it. And if you just remind me, and I'll check which one I bought. I gotta like look it up, but it's basically the one that's more accessible, that most people, I was like, oh, I'll get this for, it's probably going to do the job fine. And the thing made a constant noise, and it basically blew up on me. Yeah, and I'm not the only one. I'm not trying to talk trash about the company at all. I literally looked it up, and I saw other people had the same problems. Look at the reviews and look at what happens to those things sometimes, and that's what happened to me. Braxel wrote, I'm 58. I grew up listening to stuff in the mid-70s to 90s. In fact, what I listen to now, yes, I'm stuck in the past. Music today is not as good as those times. It's a different world, man. We spent a lot of the podcasts stream. My brain is all over the place right now. We spent a lot of time talking about that. The world is different, man. So different. So different, and music affects us differently. Yep. Use what you have, get what you can afford, like Chaos is saying, but do your homework. And trust me when I tell you, when you see reviews of, it exploded or whatever, or it did. You see a couple of those, you got to start trusting that stuff. In fact, I'm not sure how it didn't happen to more people, because it just randomly happened for me. It wasn't like overloaded. It was actually rare. It was barely being taxed at all when that happened. But the one I have, this smart UPS 1500 thing, does the job, never had a problem. So I took a leap and bought the West Audio Tube Comp Verimute. Some of those West plugins almost got me. I almost bought a bunch of them, and I just, I told you, I'm in a position where I just don't want to buy nothing. But yeah, I'm with you guys on that stuff. Yeah, components of the battery probably started to mix, melting. Exactly. Yeah, it definitely, something happened that wasn't supposed to, for sure. And I paid, I paid a price for it. And luckily it wasn't like, luckily I was home. That's it. It could have been so much worse. So I'm saying this, but it worked out well, even though that happened. It was crazy. Yeah, so let's finish this thing up. I like where we're at. We've been going a minute now. It's definitely a marathon, and food needs to be had. That's for certain. So we're about there. I think I'm pretty close to just printing this thing. Let's see where we're at. My ears are getting to the point where they're cooked. Let's see. Let's just check the loudest part. Barely hitting that limiter. 1 dB. I'll take it. I'll take it. I will take it. And we're like at the end of the song, we're at like -7 lufs. It's pretty loud. And not intentionally. It's just sometimes that happens. Depends on the energy of the song. Literally, some songs have the energy to get loud. Some don't. They're not the same. It's not like every song can be loud. Super loud, and that's why when people chase loudness, they're crazy. It doesn't make any sense, because some songs are not meant to be super loud. They're just not going to get there. Whereas the energy at the end of this song, when it's freaking boom, when it starts everybody pounding on everything, the energy's there, so it's -7 lufs, and that's makes sense to me. So I'm gonna run this so everyone can just kind of hear it at the end, and then we'll do closing thoughts and we'll wrap this up. Let me check this solo section real quick. You know, it's so funny. Listen to how much energy there is when I set this thing to 200 hertz in the low mids. Oh, it feels so good, but I know it's going to be blowing stuff up.
We all get crazy. We smoke that pot, no crack, but no crack rock. We just can't stop her. 'Cause we don't. You step on it. Put your tit on it. Get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get a grip on it. Get a grip on it. Get a grip on it.
I love that. I love how the guitars come down a little bit in this pre-chorus and lets the drums do its fill thing, and then they get loud in the next part. I dig that. All right, I'm gonna print it like this, and you guys, if you're here and you're checking it out, you have made it through, and we're about to just get a sense of what this whole thing sounds like. We'll print one, and then I'm gonna close thoughts, and we can call this one in the books. And bottom line, I think we did a good job, and we talked about some critical issues for other people too. We did a lot of good work today, I think. So let's see what's really good. Saving it like I usually do. I always title it whatever I'm going to print the song as. So in this case, M2, because we already printed one, and which was M1. So now we're M2. My method is like M typically means its own thing, and then H means its own thing. You know, H stands for hybrid typically, and you know, M, when I was mixing hybrid, I called everything M, and then once I started doing in the box also, I switched it so H would stand for hybrid. But depending on the era of mix I did will determine whether the H or the M means what it means. So only I know the code of what I label stuff. Here we go. So Mike's going off for a sec while I print this, and then we will get back to it. And we're back. So now we've got this thing right here. And let's check our volume. Let us check just the overall shaboozy of it, the whole thing. Yeah, so we're fading out good here. There's a solid fade right there. Just making sure everything faded out. Yeah, and that decay is super long. So what you're looking at here is not the volume. This would be our volume. And we just sort of took that decay down nice and slow. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the check real quick. Pro limiter loudness analyzer. I'm hitting save a few times because I don't like how long that took to load. I hit analyze. And we're negative 11.2 LUFS. I'm with it. That works for me. I know I haven't crushed anything too hard. And I can tell you, even the true peak, there's not a true peak limiter on. Like this thing, true peak's not actually pushed. But our true peak, miraculously, negative 0.1. Don't ask me how. It's never going to be like that again. I don't know why that is. But there's not a true peak limiter on here. The Pro L2 is not on. The true peak button isn't on. Like the true peak limiting ain't on. But negative 0.1 is the setting on the output. But if you know that Pro L2, if you don't turn true peak on, the true peak's going to be over it. So it's just the way it worked out. And again, I'm not trying to win any loudness wars, especially in a song that starts like this. Like the first minute or 40 seconds is hardly any instruments going on at all. So the drums go blang, one time or something. So it's an interesting song. If you cut the front of that off, the thing would be measure way louder, but like what for? This is the way the song goes. But yeah, I'm stoked with that. And like I always say, I'm going to listen to this again tomorrow with fresh ears, not, after a 9+ hour mix session, which was it was a bunch of talking. We took a lot of breaks. There's no question. The talking is breaks for my ears also. So I actually like it. But, as far as time spent talking and mixing, there's a lot of talking in this one for sure. And I dug it. Chaos, I'm glad you like it, man. Thank you. Well done. I appreciate that. Sounds amazing on my phone. I like to hear that. I like to hear this, guys. 96K, I'm telling you, there's something about 96K when I'm working all in the box especially that I really do dig. I dig it. Like, I don't know. I think the plugins work better. I don't know. I never felt this way when I was hybrid before. I was like 48. It was fine. It might even be better. I don't know. Somehow the gear might work better on 48 because it's like expecting it. I don't know. I don't know the deal about that. All I can tell you is 96 has a thing in the box that's just, the computer didn't crash once. The internet, the power went out in the whole place, but the computer didn't crash. So there's a magic to it, guys. There's a magic to it. I don't know what it is, but, work at 96 if you can. Even if you didn't record in 96, the plugins have a tendency to do something, like they work better. I don't know what it is, man. And yeah, everybody, I want to say a thank you to GDP Japan for helping me out and getting the moderation done in an amazing way, as always. And honestly, diagnosing these problems that I have gone through on the fly every once in a while. He's got a clutch answer that saves the day. The dude's record is 10 for 10 when it comes to saving the day. That's the bottom line. And everybody who tuned in, I appreciate you guys. Benjamin Buttons. And I don't know if that's, I thought about that. It's not Benjamin Buttons. It's not Benjamin Buttons. It's not Benjamin Buttons. It's Benjamin Buttons. Why did it take me so long to figure that out? Why did I don't know why, but it's a clever name and I dig it. I dig that name. You'd expect me to have gotten that sooner. Me too. I've been up a while. Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys checking it out, hanging out, everything. It was awesome. And I'm going to do this kind of thing again, but do me a favor. Let me know how you want me to be handicapped in the next one. Like, should I use only Goodhertz plugins? That's an option. Or should I use only 3-band EQs? Maybe combine, 3-band EQs only, or like a Pultec and 3-band EQs or something. Like, let's limit the options a little bit. I kind of like that. Let's see what we can come up with. Record and import into DAW at 96. Yeah. Well, this was recorded, just so everyone knows, this was recorded at 48K, and I imported it at 96 with the Tweakhead slowest on Pro Tools, which is, the best quality transfer of data when it takes it from not transfer, like conversion of data from 48K to the 96K math, with the Tweakhead slowest. And I've just found a lot more success doing that than, I used to just take whatever the sample rate is that I get and work that way. And I would, if you still do that and you can't, and you don't want to run 96, it might be fine. It's just, there's something to do with something that makes it work, in my opinion, somehow cleaner with 96, where I don't get any of the issues computer stability wise is really the thing. And also, I think it has something to do with how steep the high pass filter is or whatnot. There's something going on with the filters that are different or something. And now I might be out of my depth. So maybe I should have shut up 2 sentences ago. Anything's possible. All I know is it seems to be working nice this way. So that's why I do this way. I'm glad you're liking the streams, Braxel, and I appreciate you saying that. I like your style and your knowledge also, man. You drop some good stuff in here. And, anything I can help with when it comes to teaching people stuff, I'm happy to do it. Yeah, plugins work better at higher sample rates. True. I don't know why it is. Tell me why. Like, that's the thing. I don't know why. I don't understand why the math is like that, but maybe it's more samples or whatever. I don't know. It's cool. I appreciate you saying that, Chaos. I really appreciate that. I appreciated your comments you added too. Everything, all your comments on my videos, on this. It's, you add a lot of substance to what we're doing over here. And I really appreciate that. And, I feel the same way about a lot of you guys. These are the names that I've seen so much. And Benjamin Buttons caught like the entire last stream. And, it was nice. It was, you had a lot of good questions and good things to add too. It was good stuff. And a lot of you guys I've seen many times. Like Dirkhead has been around forever, and I love that dude. There's plenty of you guys who it feels like we know each other really well. It's cool, And we got Gemini0604 shouted out a yo, and I just saw it now, so I want to shout you back. Thank you for watching as well. We're going to do more of these. So CXQ5, you're awesome. Right Sound Studios, you're awesome. Stelios, you're awesome. You guys, you're awesome. And I think you guys know that you guys got this. Warheart Arts, thank you for stopping by, checking it out. Dave from Clearwater, I'm glad you stopped by as well. I'm pretty good with names. Vincent Hagen, thank you also. Professor John Smith, thank you also. And there's plenty more that I'm sure I forgot, so I apologize for that. But I got to say, this has been a great time, and I am excited to listen to this thing with fresh ears and hopefully be impressed, because I feel like we kind of got there. And a fun thing to do that GDP pointed out is if you, when the stream goes up, which is as soon as I get done, it processes and then it goes up. If you flip to the beginning of the stream, like when there's a video up there of it all, you can hear the before, and then you flip to the end and you hear the after, and it's kind of insane. And it's pretty cool to watch that. You don't always get to hear a before and after when things are just, you pull it up, and then I think it's a rewarding experience. And I don't typically do it with my own stuff, but, I appreciated GDP bringing that up. That's a cool idea. So I wanted to share that. Yeah. But yeah, you guys, I want to thank all you guys too. I love recording, mixing, sharing ideas also. That's what we love to do here. And anybody who comes around, hangs out, you're working on things, you got questions, feel free. Anytime you see me streaming live, you can jump in, ask a question about anything. It could have nothing to do with what I'm doing on this particular song, whatever I'm working on. It's almost like a hotline. I'm around like the guy for the Nintendo for Legend of Zelda. He's there. I'm here to help you find which bush to burn to get the candle underneath so you can go in and get the sword and the whatever. Like, I'm here for that. You know what I'm saying? That's what we do over here. And GDP, thank you so much again. I appreciate everything you do. You keep this thing running. You're the man. All you guys, thank you. Been jamming. See you guys soon. All right. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. I'll see you in the next one. Next time I got this stuff pulled up. And shout out on any of the videos that I drop between now and whenever that is going to be, which is going to be soon because I love doing these things. What I should be using. Good Hertz, 3-band, Pultex only. Like, give me something so that I can play with, I want to operate within the lines. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. All right? Everybody keep in mind.